Okay, good morning and welcome. Today is Tuesday, May 17th, 2022. Excuse me. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. We can see out the window that it is an absolutely beautiful day this morning in Manatee County. We're going to start the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. We have Karen Daniels from the Baha'i Faith of Manatee County, who is here to deliver the invocation, after which Commissioner Bellamy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able at this time, please stand.
Yes, ma'am.
Prayer for America. O thou kind Lord, this gathering is turning to thee. These hearts are radiant with thy love. These minds and spirits are exhilarated by the message of thy glad tidings. O God, let this American democracy become glorious in spiritual degrees, even as it has aspired to material degrees, and render this just government victorious. Confirm this revered nation to appraise the stand of the oneness of humanity, to promulgate the most great peace, to become thereby most glorious and praiseworthy among all the nations of the world. O God, this American nation is worthy of thy favors and is deserving of thy mercy. Make it precious and near to thee through the bounty and bestowal.
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. That was beautiful. And as always, thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Okay, I'm going to turn things right over to Dr. Hopes to start walking us through the agenda this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. This morning, Commissioners, we are going to be presenting to you the sort of redesign of information technology services. And following that, it will be public safety structures. Public safety, there are structures and programs. As you know, there's been a lot of movement. And just for housekeeping, just to remind you, we have a lunch and a driving experience, which is not a meeting, over at public safety. So lunch will be provided over at the public safety building, where, as you recall, we have speed bumps, speed humps, and speed tables. And I believe a variety of vehicles for you to experience firsthand what it feels like to go over these various traffic calming devices. And then we will regroup and continue the meeting in the afternoon at 2:30.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm sorry I won't be able to make it. My husband is in the hospital, and I have to go see him. I haven't been able to see him yet because of but I'm better now.
We'll try to maybe we can Facebook Live from the inside of an ambulance going over the speed bumps, speed
I know,
humps, and
I've
speed
been
tables.
in one when they went over speed bumps, so. Okay.
They might give you all a room together there.
With that, Commissioners and Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce you to your Director of IT, who's been with us a number of months. You've gotten to know him well. He's doing an outstanding job. You had the opportunity to hear firsthand from the cybersecurity consultants about the approaches that we've been taking to secure all of our data systems. And Drew Richardson has done an outstanding job in working with the Information Technology Department and really elevating it with his team in a way that really creates a model for county government IT departments. With that, Drew.
Good morning, Chair Van Osterbridge and Commissioners. Thank you for...
Technology.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hopefully you're better with other forms of technology.
Good morning, all. So today I'd like to take you through a little bit of the structure and scope and the breadth of responsibilities that our IT department has here for Manatee County. We do have responsibilities that spill out to areas beyond just what's underneath of the board and our constitutionals. We provide support in a lot of areas in that realm as well. So we have 74 full-time employees, currently have one vacant position. So folks love to come and work in our IT shop here. We pretty much stay pretty close to fully staffed. If we do have a departure, it typically gets filled relatively quickly. I know that's a sharp contrast to some of the other departments in the county, but we must be doing something right. So we do have 10 functional teams. I'm not going to read through all of them there. You can see them listed. We do serve 13 departments, constitutionals, fire departments, and the port, which are some of those other areas that I mentioned. Hello? Is the echo gone? All right. So we have two active data centers. One is here on the 7th floor of this administration building. The other lives in the public safety. And then we have staff in 3 primary locations, some here in the admin building. We have our radio shop, which is off-site as well. And then the public safety area has some of our staff that reside there. So the first of our groups is the Business Services Department. That encompasses our Customer Support Center and our Project Management Office. I'll talk about the Project Management Office first. It's 3 full-time positions with 1 manager. We currently have 44 active IT projects in our portfolio. 10 of those are on hold, and the reason sometimes projects go on hold is there may be dependencies, maybe something, right now we're running into some supply chain issues and things of that nature, and sometimes we have a little bit more on our plate. We need to choose priority. So we do have 44 active projects with that group. The Customer Support Center is our first line of defense for any IT issues. We have 2 different classifications of tickets. We have an incident, which is something is intended to be working, and you go to use it and it's broken. That's an incident. A service request is, hey, I'd like to change the way something is designed or working. So those service requests usually involve a little bit more analysis and work. Not always. Sometimes small incidents turn into large incidents. But this, one of the neat things that I'd like to point out with the Customer Support Center is the percent of tickets that are resolved on the first call. Our Customer Support Center is not manned by entry-level script reading folks that you might typically get in a call center. Our folks are seasoned technicians, and that allows us to resolve a lot of our issues on the first call. A couple of other neat statistics. I'm a data guy, and I love calling these out. You can see the volume of tickets that we receive in a given year, our monthly average, and things of that nature on how much that this group is processing. Our next group is our telecommunications services. As you all know, we have desk phones that run over voice over IP protocol. Those systems and phones process over 6 million phone calls per year for the county. I thought that was a neat data point to call out. And then you can see here in the bottom of the slide the counts of physical phones, soft phones, analog phones, and the various other devices that this small but mighty team manages. We have 1 manager and 2 staff that comprise the telecommunications team. Our applications and development services team is 14 positions with 1 manager. Our pie chart here is a breakdown of the 161 applications that we support. Of those 161, they're broken down by the various departments and how many they have. So you can see which departments have a larger swath of systems that run the business for them. Obviously, IT has a very large piece of the pie because of our cybersecurity related infrastructure and other associated software and infrastructure that supports the enterprise. This was under our applications development services. We have our website as well, and We collected some data. You can tell how someone is visiting your website. Are they using a mobile device? Are they using a tablet? Are they using a computer? And we collected data just from the beginning of the calendar year, and we have just now eclipsed the 50% point where people are visiting our website. More than 50% are visiting via their mobile device, which may call some more attention to making sure our website is more mobile friendly. It has gone through some analysis in the past, but I think that the iron is hot for us to take a look at that again. All right, our next team is our operations team. This is where our core heavy enterprise infrastructure lives, our data center infrastructure, and things of that nature. Any given application that we have is usually made up of multiple servers. And what this slide is showing us is how our server count has grown over the last few years in order to support all of our business needs. So you can see that our CPU usage grew by 430%. Memory, which is another component that allows our equipment to run fast, also grew by 611%. So we are growing exponentially with our processing power in our data centers to support our applications. The operations group is also responsible for our current CIP project, which is data center hardware refresh. This slide gives us a breakdown of basically how that project is going and where we are. We plan to land with the migration in June, in just a month. All of our hardware has been received, and the team has been working. Matter of fact, we've had vendors on site for several weeks now, and the team has been working feverishly to get that installed. In a couple more slides, I'll show you a picture of some of their handiwork. But all signs point to this project landing safely and on time. Our client services group, or help our desktop support, the folks that typically come to deal with your tablets or your laptop, things of that nature. We can just show here the volume of incidents versus service requests for that group. It is a team of 10 full-time equivalents, 1 manager. And then the chart on the right-hand side there just is a count of the various devices that team supports. They're oftentimes the ones that come and run to our assistance when something isn't working right. All right, and then we've got our Geographic Information System team, or GIS team, which is 4 full-time equivalent positions and a supervisor. On this first slide here, it does show that in the last few years, we have grown as far as our count of GIS support and systems. We have those beautiful story maps and things of that nature. IT handles more of the core infrastructure for GIS that allows the departments to build on top of it. So a lot of the beautiful work that you're seeing is done in the departments, but they couldn't do that work without the infrastructure that we supply. So those groups work hand in hand, and we do have a bit of a distributed model with GIS, which works very well. And another thing that I'd like to point out is on our server count for GIS. Obviously, we've grown quite a bit in the last few years as well. We do have a very small fiscal services group, and there's some interesting things in ITS that may not live in all the other departments. We do have chargebacks from some of our constitutionals, so we have some invoicing and things that we have to handle for the services that we provide. Right now, that's being run by a 2-person team. And if you can take a look, this is our, this slide here is a cost, our cost of total ITS, and based on whether it's personnel, operations would be software, hardware, products, and then we got our capital equipment there as well. This is our big CIP project. This is some of the team's handiwork on installing some of our new data center infrastructure. Lots of blinking lights. We also have a cost breakdown. The majority of the cost of the data center was the hardware itself. So you can see almost 2.9 million of the, was it about 3.1 million was on the actual hardware itself for the data center. That's the majority of that project. We have internal service funds, which is our ability to charge back to the different areas for the services that we provide. This is present with our radio system. Obviously, we provide radios for folks outside of what's underneath the board. And we also handle our chargebacks for laptops, desktops, replacements to keep our equipment fresh. And so this is the breakdown of the costs for those various areas. Our radio division is 6 full-time positions, 1 manager. We're serving 83 different agencies, departments, and entities, over 4,700 radio subscriber units. We're actually multi-county, partner with Sarasota. We have 18 tower sites, 2 regional dispatch centers, and then we are now on the P25 radio system. And the next slide here is going to show our legacy system to P25 system comparison. You can see that obviously the number of radios has jumped by 1,200, and then a number of sites went from 9 to 18. So it's a pretty large increase in the support needs from the radio department. All right, so risks and exposure, right? So everything isn't all hunky-dory all the time in IT. There's things that are impacting our ability to be successful. I'll tell you one of the biggest ones right now is supply chain issues. We're still running in some areas 3, 5, 6 months of time before we can receive some hardware, and obviously that's not great. I would say in blue skies, we're more in the 2-week to 4-week time frame for new hardware, and some of the stuff even comes in 2-3 days when we have blue skies. So I do believe that there's still some supply chain impacts that are processing. I think we asked about bidirectional amplifier for the radio shop, and it was running about a 90-day delay, and that was just some information from last week. Obviously, so we had her in the shade meeting. Security, vulnerability, and patch management are in that space. That's always a difficult challenge. It's an ever-changing landscape. The bad guys, there's more and more of them as time goes on. Right, and we have the same staffing levels on our end. We have to be smarter than them. We have to be one step ahead of them, and we do have a lot of efforts in that space in order for us to do so. Technology refresh can be a challenge. I'll tell you, one of the things that we do well here in the county is we do have good tech refresh programs for most of our core and enterprise infrastructure, as well as our desktops and laptops. It's far better than some of the other organizations I've been with. And then the last one is governance, right? And I mentioned we have a project portfolio with 44 projects in there, and there's no shortage of great ideas and great things to do, but there is a finite amount of staff to get things done. And so with project governance, we're weighing, all right, is this the right time to do this? Do we have enough staff to do this? We certainly don't want to go buy some products and have them sit, right? If we're going to buy products, we better be able to implement them. And so that's one of the challenges that we can have is oftentimes that the ideas are far greater than the staff to implement, and we do have to temper expectations in that regard. All right, so what's going on now? What's on the horizon? What are we looking at? Obviously, we've got a series of cybersecurity enhancements that are being rolled out almost weekly. There's been something new that we're working on. We have multiple irons in the fire in that regard. I can't get into some of the specifics because we don't want to let the bad guys know what we're doing, but we definitely have a lot going on in that space. As I mentioned, we've got 44 total projects in flight, and some of those projects are pretty important to us. So we've got our Cpr core infrastructure refresh project, which I spoke about. We are looking at a time and attendance replacement. Looks like that the go live for that is ballpark mid to late July. We're looking at a budgetary software. Our budget software is very old. It's developed almost 20 years ago, and it's beyond time to replace that. I think many of you are very familiar with the East County Library. There's networking infrastructure in order to go into that as well. We've got our on-base system has a database conversion, which is going to upgrade that. And then something that is in the public safety space for Jake and his team here is our computer-aided dispatch upgrade, which is expected to land in the next couple of months.
Commissioner Baugh.
I didn't know you were going to get to me so quickly. Out of curiosity, have you looked back by chance on our budgets in years past, before you came here, obviously, to look at what all we've done in IT? Because I'm sure Commissioner Whitmore recalls as well that for several years we spent millions of dollars upgrading IT. Have you looked into that at all? Or
So
I'm just curious, when you said that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is that IT spending is cyclical. So about every 5 years, you're going to have to refresh your hardware because it becomes stale and old. And I do see that the county has made a significant investment into IT over the years. There are still some areas where improvement could be made.
That's what I was curious about. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Okay, I'll try. Have you thought about, sorry, I feel better than I sound. Have you thought about a backup server out in East County at the library area? Because I read in your thing that we have one at the EOC here, and there's one other place. Have you thought about getting further away from the coastline?
Yes, that's definitely something that we've discussed internally to the IT department. I think some broader discussions with the county and that facility need to take place in order for that to happen, but it's definitely something that we have our eyes on.
I know we had talked about broadband expansion, and this may tie in because it is critical that we have, if one goes down, that we have all our backups. And Commissioner Paws, right, it costs a fortune to do this. So I'm glad that you're doing that. So as far as addressing other issues, like is your department overseeing the like the investigation with me, with records being deleted, or is that company that we used before you came? I mean, is your department in charge of that, or do you field it out?
So the way that we are handling our portion of public records requests, which was changed in mid-October of 2021, is essentially ITS is being viewed as a vendor to the public records request process. So public records request comes in, it's triaged in that group, and should it result in an email search, we have a specific tool, it's called eDiscovery, that we would run those searches. And what we do is we get a request that is authorized from the Public Records Department. We run the request, we turn the results over, and then the rest of the process takes place. There's a redaction process and things of that nature afterwards. What we did by moving this, there's a separation of duties. We now have inventory control numbers, and we can trace a public records request that comes in the front door all the way through to what we did in IT.
So what do we tell public when they're saying it's taking longer, but I've talked to you and it isn't. So how do I tell the public that actually it's more efficient from all of this? If Scott or Drew can help me out, or Jan.
Yeah, I can. Okay. And then Drew can chime in. Commissioner, as you know, there was a significant change in how public records requests were being fulfilled or are being fulfilled from how it was done in the past. And you referenced some findings that the cybersecurity firm discovered. Drew was actually part of that team. And we took that information to implement changes in procedures to ensure that records are preserved, that there is a logging of every event related to that public records request. And to Drew's credit, the analysis shows that his department takes less than 1/2 of a day to fulfill the public records request, the search, which is in their area. And so a number of protocols have been in place. And, with regards to some of the things that came out in the press, the one case, which everybody sort of takes out of context, does not state that the individual that made the claim withheld information for like 7 months before giving us the opportunity to fulfill it. So there's misinformation there. It takes less than 2 weeks, and in many times it's only about 2 or 3 days for the entire request to be satisfied. But the important factor is that we did discover that there was not preservation of certain records related to public records requests, and now we have controls in place through the separation of duties and responsibilities to ensure that that information is preserved, it's codified, it's documented and recorded, so we can constantly monitor our performance within the statutory requirements.
Is that all, Commissioner? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
So what happened I mean, what is so someone did a records request, but then records were deleted? Is that what our search is finding? It's a simple question. I don't know why are we shaking my head? Why are we acting like that's a
Commissioners,
silly question?
it was discovered through part of our cybersecurity engagement with Silent that there was a period of time when records were searched, email records, other records on the system, where there did not appear to be consistency with how records and search histories were preserved. Some search histories were preserved. Other search histories were not. They were deleted. So you could not readily tell what was searched for, who it was produced for, what happened to the electronic copies, et cetera. And so that provided an opportunity for improvement. And under Drew's direction, with the help of the CFO, Jan Brewer, they were able to implement controls and audit trails to ensure that that problem has been addressed and should not recur.
How long ago was that?
I recall one of the findings dealt with a period of time in July, but I will tell you that there was a history of this going back to the prior administration.
It just sounds remarkably bad. Exactly what people would. I mean, if I'm in the public, that's my suspicion, and that's the thing that would get told over and over again, oh, they're there, don't be concerned, we're not covering up searches or covering up documents, and then to find out people were covering up searches and covering up documents. It's just remarkably bad. I'm glad that we're fixing it now, but that's amazing that that went on. And I hope that if whoever our consultants are or crew working on this is, I mean, if we can find out how that went down, I'm all for there being consequences. Thank you.
Commissioners and Mr. Chair, I will say that the systems we now have in place, we can document and provide to the public at their request all of the details around a public records request and its fulfillment. I will tell you there are other, let's just say, agencies in our area that do not do the same. They leave it to individuals to just, respond to a request, email the information. There's not a logging and trail and documentation electronically of what occurred and how we complied with the request. So I'm very pleased and really proud of the multiple departments that were involved in developing the system and the controls in place so that we can be transparent with the public.
Thank you, sir. Servia and Ball. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Drew. Wonderful presentation. We are so happy that you're here. You're an excellent director. On that same topic, we have made improvements, and I know by talking with you in detail that the delay is not in your office. You turn around the requests when you receive them in a matter of hours, and I thank you for that. I do think we have a long way to go. I think we have some problems that we've dealt with and others that we need to deal with. But transparency and ethics, obviously, are at the forefront here. And when people delete threads and search requests, that's not what we do in a government. So I appreciate you being on board and doing everything that you can. I read about the recent court case where Manatee County was found at fault for not producing public records in the right manner. And yes, I know the attorney's getting all excited now.
Well, I'm not getting all excited, but that's still there's still an appeal period on that case. So I recommend you all don't have a public discussion about that at this point.
Okay, we won't. But I thank you for your work. The only constant thing in your world is change. I know that. And thank you for keeping up with it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's very interesting. I was listening very carefully on what was said, and one thing that I knew a little bit about what was going on here, and I do know that Commissioner Whitmore and myself were two of the ones that it seems people were interested in. I don't know who that might have been, but I thought it also interesting when, oh, was it you two? Okay. And that's okay, I don't really care. But I found it very interesting, too, that it was, a lot of it was with the past administration. I think that says a lot. So, anyway, yes, I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we're going to get to the bottom of a lot of things that have transpired and accusations that have been made that have not been exactly accurate. But you know what? We'll deal with that when it comes out. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore, and then Dr. Hopes.
Just to be clear, and I didn't even know the timeframes because I didn't want to get there because I knew it was about me. And Dr. Hope said it was myself, him, Sherry Corrier, and at one meeting he said John Barnott, there were other names. The only ones that were deleted were those. And Commissioner Baugh, at the last meeting, they said yours weren't. So I don't know, but it doesn't look good anyway. So whoever's doing the job needs to do their job. And now we've taken it away from the subjective to the objective, where they will pull them. And that probably needed to be done years ago, because you would think that that person in that role would do. And maybe they missed some stuff by accident when I was the mayor of the city. That happened to us, I'm sure. So the whole point is we just need to get a process that our attorney feels comfortable with, IT, and the public, because if you read the papers, the public are saying we hid all this stuff. As far as with this one thing he's talking about, I think it could have been an oversight, who knows? Because they found him once they knew where to look. So they just need to know.
I actually haven't seen it in the paper,
It will be.
but Commissioner Ball, you want to wrap this up? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. I think some things have been said that I don't quite understand. Mine were not, erased? Is that what you were saying, Commissioner? My what? The record request on me weren't deleted? Okay, I don't know. But I find it interesting that we're having this discussion. At any rate, Dr. Hopes, I'd like a full investigation into this. I'm sure you're probably doing that anyway. And I would also like a full meeting with you on this to get briefed. Thank you. I think there's more than what I know.
Dr. Hopes, would you like to have any closing thoughts on this so we can move on to the next item?
Well, I wanted Drew had a slide up there, and I think it's important, if you could go back to the slide, because I think the last word was governance, and I think it's important that he explains best practices in IT, and what the term governance means, because it is something that in that world, that Drew and I have shared as a way to manage projects, prioritize decisions. So if you could talk about governance and a governance team in approaching IT issues.
Sure, absolutely. So we have a process known as our Technical Advisory Group, or TAG, where when a given department comes to us for a new business solution, a new application, they're trying to solve a real-world problem with technology. And that gets bundled into a review by our deputy county administrators, who identify whether this is a good item to move forward with. But also in that process, we're vetting the solution or solutions against cybersecurity controls. Is this going to fit in our environment? I often think of our IT landscape similar to like when you're building a new development in a neighborhood, right? You've got to have certain infrastructure to feed that development. It needs to be tied in properly, it needs to be permitted, and all those sorts of things. Well, the same thing happens with IT. When you're going to have a new system or solution come into our environment, we need to validate and make sure that it's going to tie in and fit in. So there are pieces of it with regards to data governance, which is data classifications. How sensitive is the data that the system is going to handle? Well, based on the sensitivity of the data, there's a hierarchy of controls and security things that need to be addressed. So our tag process and our project management process does address those things. We have baked some new cybersecurity items into what we call an SOWQ, which is a scope of work questionnaire, which does pull all of this, invokes all this information out of the departments before we move forward with a given solution.
Thank you. And just to close, Mr. Chair, the issue came up with regards to budget and funding, and the thing about IT that is a painful component of every organization is it's continuously changing. Technology improvements are developed and put on the market. Technology has a lifespan before it begins to fail and burn out chips and things like that. And that's why it's important that organizations develop a long-term strategy for budgeting for technology refreshes, not just your desktop, but as you know, we're undergoing a technology refresh in our servers and backup servers and things like that. So it's one thing that we're very focused on with Jan Brewer as the CFO, and Drew and other departments, is to be able to budget into the future for technology refreshes, new systems, new software solutions, so that we don't kind of get popped, with those expenses, and we have to come to you for a large capital investment. We're spending a lot of time in planning for what we know is refresh cycles and areas like that. So you'll see that as part of the budgeting process, so that it's a more of a long-term budget and a 5-year forecast of needs in the IT space. With that, I think that completes our presentation, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
All right. You ready for the next topic?
Yes, please walk us through the
Okay.
agenda.
Public safety, which has undergone a tremendous amount of change in the past year to 14 months, including a restructuring of management and leadership, and a number of new business units that have been consolidated into our public safety department.
Okay, Mr. Sauer, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Attorney Clegg, and our leader, Dr. Hopes. Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety for Manatee County. And as Dr. Hopes mentioned, through his leadership, we've seen a streamlining and strategic planning within the Public Safety Department, and for the better. It brings together things that were outside of the department to strengthen those, as well as streamline processes that helps our community and our county as we grow. So just as to start off, the backbone of our presentation, I'll go over our mission statement, and that is to serve with excellence by providing services that protect the lives and property of those who live in, work in, and visit Manatee County. We do that through a number of different ways. Public Safety Department consists of 6 divisions that you'll hear from today. We've been practicing our presentation here today, and I promise there is a lot of astute subject matter experts within their divisions, but we have practice for the savings of time. We complete our mission through outreach and education and attending neighborhood and community association meetings, as well as working closely with our municipalities, our law enforcement agencies, 9 fire districts, and members of the community that come together to help us carry out our mission. And the Public Safety Department works with citizens, as I mentioned, elected officials, law enforcement, and fire for our mission. Recently, our public safety department has grown, and you'll hear from our divisions as we have grown, as I previously mentioned with Dr. Hopes and his vision to streamline processes. Those divisions are EMS, and recently under EMS, we have healthcare services that came from the old neighborhood services department, and your special meeting from April 19th, which starts our homeless outreach team, will be under the EMS division of public safety. Animal services, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and it's rebranding with the addition of the Bishop Animal Shelter donation as well. Beach Patrol, and we'll talk a little bit about water safety and some more streamlining of processes with our pool lifeguards and our Beach Patrol lifeguards as well. Code enforcement recently came over from the old Building and Development Services in September of 2021, and how we've worked to improve processes through code enforcement. And then Emergency Communications Center, which works very closely with Drew and our IT department. That is our technology hub of public safety, law enforcement, and the fire agencies, and emergency management. Just some recap on our training and staffing. We have not been immune to the labor shortage within the county, the state, and the nation. However, as of May 2nd, we had 29 vacancies, which is about 8% of the 360 approved positions within the public safety department. Some of the things that when you pull those numbers or people ask how many vacancies we have, it's important that I always lay out why those vacancies are. And some of those are because of how we do our training. Within our Emergency Medical Services division, we actually start a class for new hires, and we wait for 10 to 15 new paramedics or EMTs so that we can bring on a training class. They not only go through the initial training of becoming a Manatee County government employee, but then they're in the classroom with us in Emergency Medical Services division for up to a month, and then they're paired with an FTO out in the street. So we wait for a large group to start that class as we move forward. We do utilize recruitment agencies for our more technical positions and our executive team when needed, especially in healthcare. Everyone is suffering some losses and job shortages within the healthcare industry. And with healthcare moving over to public safety, we utilize those services as well to attract and attain good talent. We do focus on leadership through team building and career development. The Public Safety Department has a long history of working as a team in any new process we go through, or our existing processes such as planning for hurricanes, recovery, and how we go about our business. The team here to the right, as I said, are astute subject matter experts within their fields, which really eases my job. But as we operate, as new challenges come forward, this team here to my right meets every time we have a new problem, and we work through that together because it affects all 6 divisions within the department. We have instituted developing a leadership mindset, sorry about that, with Rebecca Johnson. She's a local leadership executive who has we've invested extensive time within our department and our divisions for that leadership mindset training with our executive team, and then pushing that down to our mid-level managers. We conduct ongoing supervisor training and just culture, and the systems accountabilities that go with just culture. So just culture is a way of looking at processes and employees every time they present with a problem. Our just culture system, we look at, much like when there's an accident or incident with a plane, we look at, does our processes and how we've instituted those, do they affect how that employee performs his job and his performance? And our division managers will talk more about just culture as we move forward. And then encouraging professional development within our divisions and our employees, and obtaining certifications that further advance their career within their divisions, and then career ladder progression. So with that, I will turn it over to our largest division and Deputy Director, Chief James Crutchfield.
Good morning, James Crutchfield, Deputy Director of Public Safety, your EMS Chief. Happy EMS Week. I have the privilege to talk to you about the division I'm the most passionate about and all the people that I work for. Emergency Medical Services is into three functional categories, is what I would like to call them: the EMS operations, health services, and community paramedicine. Last year, I talked to you all about kind of streamlining the EMS services section, the operations, into three other functional categories. That's operations, administration, and special ops. I just want to highlight a little bit of that and how it's went. Operations does all the things that you guys think of EMS about: ambulances going round and round, going to emergency calls. Administration oversees the HR component inside EMS, oversees the clinical affairs, professional standards, and clinical education. Special operations does all things special, all the fun things, the EM liaison, support services, and functions like that. Last year, we underwent a 5-year strategic plan that dovetails into our master plan that we're undergoing now, which really helps us grow as an organization and focusing on where we're headed in the future. Like Director Sauer mentioned earlier, we too are undergoing some leadership mindset training and some just culture accountability training. The county invests a lot of time and energy in developing new leaders in the organization and how to have difficult conversations. But one of the areas that we identified in EMS that was a little bit below the mark was when to have those conversations. And the just culture algorithm, it's a matrix of when to have conversations, when to coach, when to discipline, and maybe reposition the employee in the organization. Some of the other challenges that I'm sure that you guys are well aware of, and I'm just going to echo as it relates to emergency operations, is the increase in traffic. There's been an increase in supply demand with COVID. There's been challenges with getting supplies here, which really put a hinder on the support services section of EMS. So we implemented a hub and spoke approach throughout COVID, and it's kind of one of the best practices that we learned throughout the pandemic. At Buffalo Creek fuel site, there is a Connex box, and those boxes will be going to other fuel sites throughout the county that allows support services to drop off supplies and needed equipment, medications in a secure container for an ambulance to pick up, instead of having employees drive around the 800 square miles of the county and drop off those things. Another process improvement that I wanted to highlight is, as the county continues to grow and as we recruit more people to come live in beautiful Manatee County, we're changing the way emergency medical services delivers care. We're embracing a tiered response here in Manatee County, so not all ambulances are the same. You get the right resource for the right reason. So we've implemented basic life support ambulances. I know Dr. Hopes has mentioned that a couple times throughout this past year, but we're also looking into telehealth options as well. One of the newest sections within emergency medical services is health services. Health services transitioned from neighborhood services in February. We've been very busy, to say the least. We filled all the vacant FTEs, and that section, or that part of the county government, is responsible for $21.5 million. So it's much, much bigger than just jail medical. I know that a lot of folks were focused on jail medical, but these individuals are also responsible for multiple nonprofit agreements, hospital contracts, low-income pool funding, and graduate medical education funding. And now, most recently, the county's homeless response and coordination will be falling underneath health services as well. I also wanted to mention that the county is participating in the opioid litigation, so that too will fall underneath health services. And as of right now, with the most recent update, the county is slated to get $43 million over an 18-year period. And those funds are I guess the easiest way I could describe it, are streamlined or are slated to fund opioid-related issues, reach out for any type of health or mental health parity in the community. Last section of EMS, or the Emergency Medical Services Division, would be the Community Paramedic Program. And some of the folks that have been here for longer than others know that this is probably my biggest passion point. This is the easiest way I can describe it would be the boots on the ground for health services. So health services sets policy by you guys, and the community paramedics undergo whatever the mission is. There's 5 subtypes of patient populations that they target. The overall reaching goal would be to reduce emergency medical services costs, whether it be through the hospital or the 911 division. For me, I'm a visual person, so I like to kind of put pictures to all the words that I say. The county is divided into 5 sectors for EMS. There's lots of different sectors for other divisions, but I try to make things as simple as possible. Out of those 5 sectors, there's 21 ambulances, 18 stations. All the green dots are your ambulances. The purple dot is Mox and Wallow, which is a future growth that was approved through the CIP, and it's coming with ARP money. And you'll also notice that there's a little infographic of a helicopter. Those are some works in progress for a partnership with Tampa General Hospital, where they will place an aircraft in the county to allow patients getting the level of care that they need and they deserve. I put some other cute things on there. I like to call them cute just to kind of lighten the conversation a little bit. Each ambulance is averaging about 23,000 miles a year. Your ambulance service is very busy. They're busy on the road and they're busy in the bathroom with 1,600 rolls of toilet paper. And then I also wanted to touch briefly on it's a business. So we have gross charges of $21 million and our payments are close to about 11. The director tells me I need to cool it down with the data because not everyone is data driven as I am, but I still have to put it in everyone's face as often as I can. One of the process improvements that we underwent was having the employee the ability to see where they're at in the organization, benchmarking themselves with their peers, and seeing the service as a whole, our performance standards. This is used through First Watch. It's a data tool that Drew's team helps service, but you can see a data dashboard on our website. It breaks it down by zip code. You can even see the call type. But more importantly, to the right of the screen, there's a data appendix number 1. This is in our annual report that the division produces. All the colors are just like stoplights. Black is fine, yellow, we need to start paying attention, red is stop. This information is called unit hour utilization. This will help you all as the governance of the county to prepare and budget for future growth. It becomes to a point where an ambulance gets too high of a utilization where they're not able to produce a level of work that's needed in the community. Through the master plan, these numbers will be able to help us plan for the future growth and say, with this number, we're forecasting an ambulance addition within 2 years. That is Emergency Medical Services, 30,000-foot view. I have the privilege to bring up someone else who is champion of healthcare, but just for four-legged friends.
Jimmy, before we move on, I have 3 commissioners grasping for comment cards. So
Okay.
Whitmore, Servia, James, Commissioner Satcher, did you want to?
Good presentation.
Yes, and Satcher, okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
Jimmy, CPR certified. Do you offer that to the employees also? Because I know all your guys have to be CPR certified. But years ago, we had a safety officer at the county. Some of you may know, Steve and Jake probably, and maybe Joe. But also those defibrillators, what do you call them?
AEDs?
AEDs. we had talked recently at a meeting about this, about getting them on the floors. But again, that's training. So we need to have the regular Joe Blow know how to use it versus, until you get there. So I was wondering, do you offer CPR training to the employees?
Okay, you have multiple questions, so if I don't answer, just chime in. CPR, we offer CPR training to our employees.
Yeah.
We're a little bit restricted because we have 3 dedicated people that train over 200 employees just in EMS. We have purchased some items to do community-based CPR, but with COVID, we've not done a whole lot of community education.
I was thinking about employees, but I know there's services that will do that. I know we're looking for a case manager, and MCR called me the other day. They're like 4 or 5 short, so they're going to be hard to come by. Just so you know that, hopefully we can find somebody to do that homeless coordinator position. 9/11, I see our great 9/11 team here, and I know you're going to give a presentation on that. The supply and pickup, what a great idea. How many places do you have in the county?
Well, so we have one Connex box that I was describing. That's at Buffalo Creek. But we also have some standalone EMS stations that have banks of, they're vending machines, but they have medical supplies and controlled substances in them where the employee can swipe and put in, almost like a Pyxis.
Yeah. Great, because that saves gas time for all you guys. The BLS ambulances, have they come yet?
We have 2 pilot ambulances that are running BLS level calls currently. One is dependent upon staffing. So if there's enough paramedics, it will be an ALS ambulance, a paramedic-based ambulance. If there's not, there'll be a BLS ambulance. The other one is stationed downtown at the health department, and it is very busy.
Yeah.
But we have how many on order?
5. There's 5 ambulances on order. 4 will be in service. 1 will be a spare.
Telehealth. And Bill's the only one that probably remembers this. I have real issues as a former risk manager doing medicine, without it being a doctor. So I know you're looking into telehealth. Liability-wise, if you give the wrong diagnosis. We used an experiment with Donna Hayes years ago, and she called our telehealth, and I knew what she had. They told her just to stay home. I sent her to the ER, and she got admitted for 5 days. So that makes me nervous, and the attorney. So I'd like to know, if we do that, what protections the county has, even though we're sovereign immunity. It is health. So I would just like, before we go down that path, see what kind of things you are doing with telehealth. If it's just a checkup on one of your patients, it's a frequent flyer at the ER, I understand, but that's up to you. You don't carry opioids on the ambulances anymore, correct?
No, we do.
Oh, you do? Okay. The ERs at the hospitals, they switched to the tramadols and stuff. That was a program that Manatee Hospital started. I thought we were part of that.
But we are.
Yep.
Oh,
we
yes,
are?
ma'am,
Okay.
we are. Yep. Our medical protocols have changed, so some of the medicines that we elect to use, an opioid is used not frontline.
Just
We
for,
use a
like-
lot of ketamine.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake and Jimmy, for an excellent presentation or start to a presentation. I've always been so impressed with the Public Safety Department, and it starts with you two. Just the high integrity and accountability that you hold yourselves to trickles down through the department. And so I really do appreciate that, and I've learned that about you guys having worked with you. So thank you. My question is about the homeless outreach teams. Have we advertised for the 2 positions available?
No, we're just now, we've got the job descriptions prepared and we're ready to go. I think at the end of their presentation, they have some action they would like you to take, which codifies it. We're ready to go.
I will be the first to make that motion because we desperately need those 2 positions on board 2 months ago. So thank you again for all that you do. Love the paramedicine aspect to what Manatee County brings to our citizens. I think that that pays back in, multiples of dollars for every dollar spent. I look forward to hearing from Animal Services and Code Enforcement, regularly work with them too, and they exhibit the same integrity that you guys do. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back? I believe it's one slide. There we go. So looking at now, let me ask you just a couple of questions. And this one may actually be for you, Dr. Hopes, because we've spoken about this before. Where are we on? I know we talked about the possibility of getting an EMS station real close to the intersection of Golf Course and Rye Road. We were going to work together with Parish Fire. Did that go anywhere?
I can answer that. There is a station, it's Dam Road, that's pretty close to there. So I'm not sure if that's answering your question or not, but in the CIP, there's an addition of an ambulance there, and I believe that's coming in 2025.
There's an addition of an ambulance where?
To Dam Road.
Okay.
And then you have the new station at on Moccasin Wallow just west of I-75.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind, I can maybe explain this a little bit better. The ambulance, I think a lot of individuals get confused with the ambulance staffing model and fire staffing model. Ambulances are staffed and are housed for people. Fire service typically will, even though they augment the emergency medical service, they protect things. Those are fixed objects. People move. That's why you see a high concentration of ambulances in the core where people are coming to work. And further out, there's not a whole lot of ambulances because there's not the call volume. It's a demand staffing model, so typically ambulances won't be produced until there's a need. It goes back to these numbers, sir. As soon as that utilization goes to a yellow, that's when I would come to you all and ask for an additional ambulance.
So do we also figure in with that, not just how much we're using each ambulance, but also the actual time, in other words, the response times? Because I would think we would need to put those two together, right? I mean, I know this is what you do all the time, so I'm sure you're way beyond me, but just for anyone watching, are we considering that? Because I definitely say when I look at Alpha 12, Alpha 20, and Alpha 5, okay, on your map here, if you were to make a triangle there and then put a dot right in the center of that dot where it currently says Fort Hammer, right? I mean, there's a lot of people in that area. And it can be a long trip to get to some of those places. And then the other spot that I see is as you go, if you were to do the exact same thing between the new future Moccasin Wallow and Alpha 20, I'm just wondering how long people, if they're north of the river, are currently having to wait before EMS gets there, if we're depending too much maybe on fire or not. But I would want us to make that a priority as we move forward because as you mentioned, population is really what we're all about. So we're just helping the people. So there's a lot of people moving there. And as more people move there, the roads are it takes longer to get somewhere as well. I know you've got the lights running, so you get to bypass some of those red lights, but.
Sure, I think that's multifaceted, and I'll do my best to answer your question. There's a lot of ambulances that are coming here. We have the 4 BLS trucks. That's going to augment what is already here on the screen. And there's also 2 CARES ambulances that will augment what's on the screen. I think it's important that I mention the fact that the 911 center has a massive data set. So they're able to historically tell you where the calls are coming before they even happen. And with that data set, they move ambulances all day long. So what we're able to achieve with the movement of the ambulances is 90% of the time, our response times are around 11 minutes. All that data is public facing, and you can see it on this dashboard that's right here on our website, and there's also, it's under the administrator's dashboard as well.
Okay, so what I would,
Go ahead.
you know, the data is impressive, and they look at the results daily, and so you're right with regards to the consideration, especially in your district where you've got a lot of growth and you've taken on a lot of the, well, pretty much all the rural areas as well. Maybe what we can do is set up some time with you, and either Jimmy or someone else can sit with you and get you onto the system and link. You can get there through my dashboard or through the EMS dashboard and go in, and you can plug in an address, you can plug in a location, you can look at response times, who was dispatched and who got there first. It's pretty impressive, and it's important to continuously monitor that because these are expensive resources. And so when we put something on the CIP and make a recommendation to you, we have a tremendous amount of data to back up, that recommendation and constantly monitor it. Yeah. And with regards to the resources, I mean, I authorized the ordering, and the board approved the funds, the CARES Act funds to purchase these new ambulances. But it's like a year in manufacturing. I mean, it's taking that long to get them. Right. So,
yeah, so looking at this, it's almost like buying a consumer good. You're looking at the price, but you're also looking at the quality. So with this, I think about the percentage of calls that we're getting, where you're at 90% or those numbers. But then you also have, I would consider the response time in many ways like the quality. So in other words, say if you were to, this is theoretical, all right, but if you were to theoretically pull Alpha 20 to help, because you're getting a whole lot of calls from, say, Palmetto or Bradenton. And so you're responding to the overwhelming majority of calls, but if one call comes in from Alpha 20's normal area, it creates a bad situation. I'm sure that we're not setting up situations like that, but I just want to speak for that concern that, I want to continue to balance response time with, with how often we're responding. So I understand that some units may be busy, but there's still places where we've got to have people in order to respond appropriately. And then one other question I had, currently, if you're calling EMS, or if you're calling 911, sorry, so you're calling dispatch, do we have anything to do, any authority in that office? So when a call comes in, are we over that, or is the sheriff 100% over that?
No, so that we are the main PSAP for Manatee County. So all calls within Manatee County, we are the main PSAP, which is the public safety answering points governed by the state of Florida. Okay. That is performed by the Emergency Communications Center.
I'd like us to look in the future to look seriously and see, well, let me ask you, first of all, maybe we've already done this. Currently, is there someone that is, say, has a master's of nursing or, a PA or somewhere between a PA and a registered nurse? Is there anyone there that can help as you sort through those calls to decide whether or not we need to send our best, closest, high priority units, or whether, hey, that person needs to take a Tylenol, they're okay?
That is an excellent question, and you'll see a little bit of that as the 911 chief talks about her section. Okay. One of the things that Manatee County Emergency Communications is excellent in is medical triage. We're one of only 13 in the world 911 centers that does medical triage as you dial 911. Secondly, to your question, as Deputy Director Crutchfield mentioned, when we talk about telehealth, that's where telehealth starts. You dial 911, we run you through the computer-aided dispatch program and determine what level of service you need, and if you need any service at all from the emergency medical services, because as Dr. Hopes mentioned, that is the EMS system of the county's healthcare is the highest priority at the time of that 911 call. And we need to preserve those units
Right.
as the system continues to grow and get busy.
So how would the system now work as far as who does that? I would assume that just an average, say, a first-year dispatcher is not trained to do a lot of that analysis, or do we have a long process that we put them through?
There is a long training process for that. As I said, each telecommunicator that we hire goes through a year-long training process in order to maintain our TRI accreditation in those medical priority dispatching.
So if we had someone call with a situation where there is a, 1 in 20 chance that this is a really major issue, and there's a 19 out of 20 chance that this is a very minor issue, is there a way to send that to a higher person with even more training to determine if it could be that 1 in 20? Or is every person that answers the phone trained the exact same across the board? I mean, I understand as you're in the job longer, you're going to learn more, but I'm just saying, is the basic level the same?
We follow standard protocols that are developed throughout the world for 911 medical triage. And then we send the appropriate response for how you answer those questions. I hope that I'm answering your question, but I would really love to show you sometime if you come over to public safety
That's what I was
how
going
we
to
do that.
suggest. What I was going to suggest is, look, we could talk about this subject for days. I mean, and I love it, and I'm passionate. These people are too. And I encourage all of you, if you haven't done a ride with EMS and spent time, and you're going to get an opportunity to go to the EOC today and see the new technology that's being deployed in the 911 center. I really encourage all of you to take a look at what it looks like today and spend a few hours riding around with them, and you'll see firsthand how the calls are handled, how they're prioritized, how assets are moved around. They're just not sitting there. I mean, as events are occurring, they're mobile, they're covering for each other, and the data is impressive.
I hear you. But when I look at this map and I see Alpha 5 and Alpha 20, I don't want them moved around. So because that is so much area, and so that's
and
just,
the data show
that's
the
point that
minutes
I'm
the
speaking
minutes
towards.
like 3 minutes in some cases from a call till the time they're there in front of the citizen that needs help, and even in some of the rural areas, I mean, 11 minutes. Think about how quickly 11 minutes goes by. That is a fast period of time. And so when you look at the data, and I will tell you, I do it a lot because when I get calls from hospital administrators, I can easily pull it up and say, look, this is where you are. But I do encourage it because I want we got like 5 more people to present. And this is an exciting topic. It's an expensive. The board allocates a lot of money to this, and you deserve to have all these questions answered. But there's nothing more exciting than spending some hours with them and seeing what these great people do every day and how quickly that call comes in and they are there to provide life-saving assistance.
Okay, so with 5 people still to present, the order of the board for Mr. Crutchfield.
I still have the floor.
Okay, but the order of the board is Baugh, Vernon Van Ostenbridge, Baugh, Servia, Whitmore, and Satcher still has the floor, sir.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry if I wasn't respectful with that, but all right. So it's just important to me that because I am all for going in and doing ride-alongs and for being in where we're taking calls and those things. So it's just important to me that my concern is heard and will be investigated. So the concern would be that if our average is 11 minutes, right? And if you were, this is theoretical, but if you were to do the numbers and it's generally 6 minutes, 7 minutes in one part of town, but it's generally 20 minutes, 25, 30 minutes in another part of town, that would not be something that to me would be good. And that's not saying that anyone's falling down on their job, that anybody's not doing an incredible job. That's saying that we as policymakers need to see that that's an issue and give you the resources you need to be able to get everyone's response time to a certain threshold that we find acceptable. So I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. I'm trying, and I understand doing the best with what you got. I'm making sure that we're getting you what you need, if that makes sense.
We'll get that data. We appreciate it. I think the range is more like 14 to 6 minutes, but we'll get the data for you.
Great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay. Mr. Crutchfeld, an ambulance is on the road 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. How many paramedics does it take to fully to staff an ambulance? If we add an ambulance, how many paramedics do we have to hire?
Depends on your staffing model. So if you
I
want
would like 2 people on the ambulance, right?
Yeah, but it depends. So if you want a peak 12-hour ambulance, or do you want a 24-hour ambulance?
I said 24-hour ambulance, 365.
Okay. So I would say you need 16 employees because I would split the ambulance in 2 12-hour shifts.
Okay, so 16 employees. Commissioner Satcher wants 2 ambulances for his district. So we need 32 paramedics. What's a paramedic make a year plus FRS?
It's going to be benefits included, a little bit over $100,000.
$100,000 times is pretty easy math. We'll do it anyway. So $3.2 million a year this is going to cost us in staffing, plus the rig, plus the maintenance of the rig, plus the fuel, right?
It's $1 million an ambulance with staffing. I'm happy to do it.
He wants the money.
Commissioner Satcher, I referenced you, and you have your card up. Go ahead, sir.
So, along those lines, as I look at this picture, if you were to take Alpha 16 and Alpha 19 and Alpha 2 and Alpha 10 and Alpha 8, all that are within, I'm going to guess, 3 miles of each other. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We won't add the south, Bradenton. And then, so that would be, what are we paying now currently for each one of those?
So
How much are we paying for Commissioner Van Ostenbridge's citizens to be safe?
If you don't mind, I think that I need to provide some clarity. We have the data to showcase the call demand. And even though it appears that part of the county is not covered, I can show you that it is being covered equitably amongst everyone. It's important, and I remember, and I just want to repeat what I said earlier, that the fire staffing model is different than the EMS staffing model. Our people are moving. Fire service, their things are placed. They're not moving throughout the day. So even though there's a higher concentration of ambulances in that core, that's because all the people are going there. And if I had to be completely honest, we need more ambulances there first before we were to put ambulances out east, because the volume is just not there. And I can show you that with data.
Oh, snap.
Thank you, sir. So what I did, and I'll just speak directly rather than through staff, is by asking questions as to whether or not people are being adequately taken care of. That's our job. And if it's expensive to do our job, then we cut the checks and we figure out what we do, because we sure are taking the checks from the people. Every dadgum, year, they're writing us big property checks. And so we either need to cut their dadgum taxes, which I am all for, all right? Or we need to provide them a certain basic level of care, which is what I was referring to. Now, I know that it is annoying to have to up any care and spend any money in East County, that you would much rather not have to worry about it. But the truth is, those people are paying the taxes. We got to do what it takes to get the job done. And I don't think that at this point in the conversation, it was the time to bring up whether or not it's going to cost money. If we get farther in the conversation and we find out is what we've just been told, that we're just fine, great. It's my job to ask the question, are we fine or not? If we get farther in the process and we find out, no, people are waiting a long time and we're having bad outcomes because it's taking too long to get there, then we need to step up to the plate. Regardless, I don't feel bad for one moment asking those tough questions so we can get to the tough answers. And if it cost you a little bit of money, maybe we could trim some trees and find some spots to find it. Thank you.
Well, the man came up here, gave you actual data, told you that there was not an issue, told you there was adequate coverage, told you that it wasn't a problem, and then said that if any additional ambulances need to be added, they need to be added on the west side of town. I thought it was relevant, since we have adequate coverage,
Can we please
to bring
continue?
up. No, I have the floor.
I mean, I know, but y'all are getting into this disagreement.
It's a discussion.
Yeah.
So he tells us we have adequate coverage. You want to add additional rigs, 16 additional employees. million a year in maintenance to keep each of those things on the road. I thought it was relevant to discuss how much it was going to cost for additional coverage that the expert that we pay told us we didn't need. I thought it was relevant.
You know, the truth is, if he says that, then I'm willing to look at it. He hadn't said that until very at the end.
He just gave a presentation that
And it didn't mention that I
indicated
need
all
a
of
new
what I just
person in
said.
West County.
he gave a presentation that indicated everything I just said.
I think we're going to have to
So
agree
the
to
order-
disagree.
We
You can be
clearly
wrong if you
will.
want. and
We
you can
clearly
move on.
will.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman. The
Add
data
something
all
to the
day long. The
discussion.
order of the board. The order of the board is Baugh, Servia, Whitmore. Commissioner Baugh.
First of all, I do sympathize with Commissioner Satcher because I understand his concern. He now is the commissioner for the rural area, and MIACA, it has been an issue. I don't, I don't know what Commissioner Satcher knows on what's transpired because I can't talk to him because of sunshine. However, I see Lee Whitehurst in the audience. He is the fire chief for what had been MIACA, which is now part of East Manatee. There has been an issue in the past where an ambulance, you know, if it's called in MIACA, there's one ambulance in MIACA, and if it gets called, it's tied up. Well, there isn't another one around, and sometimes it has taken an hour to handle that situation. However, there is an interlocal agreement that was signed for a, quote, fire/paramedic to help in that situation so that if another call comes in and the ambulance for MIACA is gone, then, you know, this fire paramedic comes into play. And I think the last I heard here within the last week or two, I think there was like 11 applications where people are applying for those positions. So that is being looked into, and that has worked extremely well for, I don't even know how many years, Deputy Director Crutchfield, I can't say it. How many years? I mean, it's been like, yeah, it's been 20 years at least.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. So that interlocal agreement was signed by me when East Manatee took over for MIACA. However, the other thing that's coming now into play, and this was going to be my question initially, so I apologize that I've discussed the other, but I can't tell him about it ordinarily because of sunshine. Your helicopter that you showed on your diagram, any idea when perhaps you can give us more information on that and it coming online?
We're going to be bringing it to the board very soon, and that's what I wanted to mention. I think of the 3 new EMS stations, I think all 3 of them are going out in Commissioner Satcher's district. The exciting news is, and we'll just tell you now, they have been meeting with, I've been meeting with the folks at Tampa General for nearly a year, and they are proposing to build for us a station out by the dam in order to both house their helicopter crew, the helicopter, and our ambulances and our crew. So that's exciting. In addition, I think we have a new ambulance that when it's delivered is going out to East Manatee and staffing. So you know, and I understand Commissioner Satcher's perspective. I mean, there's been rapid growth out east. It's
Absolutely.
a large geography
Totally
to
agree.
cover. But in the CIP plan that you approved last year, there's EMS stations to meet some of the need out there, and we're reassessing any additional need. Fortunately, we've got a great partnership with Tampa General, and we're talking about they're spending millions and millions of dollars out in the East District to both put in that aircraft, which is well in excess of $3 or $4 million, and the physical location to house it and the staff, and so we're trying to get ahead of all the growth. We're watching the data, but as they mentioned, you know, I brought to you 5 new ambulances to order, and we ordered them nearly at least 10 months ago, something like a year ago now, and we're slowly getting, you know, delivery of those, and we're ramping up the staff and working to get trained people here But I understand clearly the questions that Commissioner Satcher has. We'll get that information. We'll lay it out in hard numbers. I also met with a pretty prominent EMS consulting firm. I think it was last week. I know Jake and them have met with him, and the doctor from that firm met with me last week about the planning services that they have in looking at best practices and identifying locations for everything in anticipation of the growth so we can stay ahead of it. Because it's important. Look, you're charged with providing those resources for the health, safety, and welfare of every resident and every visitor in Manatee County. And we're trying to get you the data and the recommendations to make the decisions. And I really appreciate Commissioner Satcher's position in ensuring that the resources are allocated to meet the needs of his very large district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could just make another statement on that. Having represented MIACA for 9 years, I will tell you that I'm sure that you've heard those comments that you were talking about from residents in MIACA, because I used to hear it all the time. And it wasn't until this administration that it seemed like MIACA was going to be treated fairly. It was never, it didn't have the tax base that it needed to. That was always what you heard from the administrations in the past. So, it's finally getting the credibility that it deserves. So from that being said, Commissioner Satcher, I totally understand where you're coming from. You're totally right to make those comments, because every life is important in Manatee County, not just those in one area, but overall in general. So Deputy Director Crutchfield, I always love to say it, but I have a hard time getting it all out. I think you've done a fabulous job. I'm very proud of you. I remember really when you first came to the county. So keep it going. Keep it going. Get that helicopter quick. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Whitmore.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Commissioner Serbia. You're at the
Thank
bottom
you.
of the column, and then Whitmore's back at the top.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm glad I was watching you. All right. So I wanted to share with you all that last year I had a meeting with a local group called the Landis Community Foundation. The Landis Community Foundation is owned by retired paramedics. And what they brought forward to Manatee County is a model that worked in the state of Minnesota. And it was, what it was a public-private partnership where the foundation installs these cabinets, for lack of a better word, and they have an AED inside of them. They have a camera, and they have intelligence where it communicates with you. Most events that require an ambulance that are time-consuming are cardiac events, and you have about 3 minutes to get to a patient before there are other problems, is my understanding. And so what this model has proven to do is to save lives when that ambulance can't get to you or EMS can't get to you within 3 minutes. It allows someone to begin taking those steps needed to save a life. We talked about this. I talked about this with our administration. I talked about this with the Tourist Development Council, because there may be an application at a place like the beach or Premier Park, areas that are at a distance for ambulances to reach, where you have a mass of people and sometimes traffic congestion to save lives. So I just want you to know that that is out there. I've been talking with the administration about it. In my opinion, it is a very cost-effective means and a piece to the puzzle that we should be exploring in the name of public safety. Thank you. For finally bringing it up. Yeah, I've been working on it for a while. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I think we should have an AED at every park, every public facility, truthfully. What I was going to bring up, Commissioner Satcher's comments, when we get a call, and I'm very, very familiar with this, worked in the ER, when we get a call somewhere and that EMS transports somebody to a facility, dispatch moves the EMS to other spots to be closer, correct? And that's what wasn't told to you today, James. So if something in your district gets transported, another EMS station is moved closer, or a truck, so they can respond with that 9 to 11 minutes. That is our standard. And to have RNs or master's degrees. I know some master degree nurses that can't even hardly write a note, let alone whatever. But they get a year of training. They follow a CAD. If you actually, when you go there, you'll see they start with the questions and it leads them to the next page to ask. In the meantime, an ambulance is being dispatched, but they're still getting more information. So I want to rest you assured that just because they go from Myaca and they went to Manatee or wherever, there was always somebody ready to respond. And they move around like, little things all day long. That's why they say that they aren't stationary, because they can't be. We used to only have 18 trucks, now we have 21 trucks. The 911 is one of the 11 in the world that are recognized, and I know, Jake, you're the president of the National Association, or the State Association in Florida, so I can't wait to hear the 911 presentation. You're all talking about the helicopter. Well, I met with the Blake administrator, and I have a meeting with you guys this week about that. They're not happy because they feel that their travel level 2 traumas are being sent to Tampa versus to Blake. So that's something we can talk about. But I did promise him I would meet with you guys, and that's all.
Commissioner Baugh and Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. And Commissioner Whitmore, I appreciate what you say, and we all know you're a nurse. But I will tell you that not long ago, the ambulance in Myaca was on a call, and another one from Lakewood Ranch was dispatched, and it was almost an hour. So my point is,
depends on
it
the
still
situation.
takes time, and you have an injured person that needs an ambulance. And trust me, generally what it is, it's a terrible, terrible accident, and, people could die. So that's why I'm glad that we're looking at moving things forward in the rural areas, because we really need that and have for many years. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, she's dialoguing with me.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to say it all depends on the situation. You're right. An hour is long, and it could have been during season, all the ambulances were out, and maybe a helicopter was called, but you're right, and EMS should be there. There's always situations when you're dealing with human lives. I understand that.
Dr. Hopes.
I just wanted to know, because I don't want the public to, misconstrue anything, because the beach was brought up and Premier was brought up. And at the beach, I will tell you, we probably have the best coverage of any friggin' beach in the state of Florida, because our beach patrol lifeguards are EMTs also. And with the exception, I think we have one beach patrol lifeguard that's a paramedic, not yet an EMT. So, and they have defibrillators, and I mean, they are there to cover the beaches, and they do a fantastic job. With regards to Premier, especially when we have the major events where we've got thousands of kids, I've been out there a number of times. EMS is present. They go, what's that bus thing that you guys take out there? The what? The Raptor bus, if you haven't seen the Raptor bus, like the Raptor bus will be out there. They'll have a station there. And so we do a great job of covering Premier and the beach with regards to emergency resources. So I just wanted to make a note there. But I like, we have had the discussion about AEDs. And as somebody, I'm perfectly healthy now, but before I had an ablation done, I had multiple cardiac arrests, and was fortunate that in a few of those instances, I was at a place where they could handle that. So I'm with you there, and in the budget, you're going to see a recommendation so that we can have them in our buildings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes. Do we have defibrillators in all of our properties? Or AEDs? Do we have those in all our properties?
Yes, sir. So working with Charlie Bishop in property management, any new building and existing buildings have an AED located within county buildings. We also brought forward that the 911 chief can mention when she comes up, an application called Pulse Point. Anyone in the public can download Pulse Point, and that alerts anyone within the community and public places that needs CPR. So if you're CPR trained, you can download that application, and it will alert you to someone that needing CPR. It also tell you where the closest AED is, whether it be in a county building or in the public as well.
So as far as the training, and I know about the app and everything like that. But do we have individuals in each facility that we're sure that's trained that
So the
can
good
assist
thing-
in case there's an emergency?
The good thing about CPR and science behind CPR today, as well as AED, is you don't need any training. You need hands. You can put hands on. You don't have to do rescue breathing. That's for healthcare professionals. You and the public, when you dial 911, activate the 911 system. We're going to tell you and teach you over the phone how to perform CPR, where the local nearest AED is, and if it's worth sending someone to go get it for that cardiac arrest. And you can operate an AED as a layperson. You don't need any special training to operate an AED.
Well, I think the reason why I asked that is because I know that our staff is probably listening, and if there is a medical emergency or something like that, that type of information is always good to have in your box, in your toolbox, just in case. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia. Oh, you're off. Mr. Sauer, please move us on to the next item.
Chief Sarah Brown from Animal Services.
Oh, what a great act to follow you picked.
Clerk.
Good morning, Sarah Brown, Division Chief for Animal Services. I will keep this brief for all
I'm
of
going
you.
to stop you. I'm sorry. I'm
Got
going to
it.
stop you because it is 10:36 and we take a 10-minute break at 10:30. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we will
that was gonna happen.
resume this meeting at 10:46.
No, I was just for the clerk.
project came by.
Okay, welcome back.
But if you're gonna file a grievance, I can't talk to them.
We are still in our special meeting, and we're going to turn it over to Animal Services with Sarah Brown. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Sarah Brown, Division Chief for Animal Services. Like my colleagues, we are very data-driven, so I'm just going to start out with some stats. So this first slide provides an overview of some of the 2021 stats for Animal Services. It's a comparison between 2020 and 2021. Our intake increased almost 1,000 animals versus 2020, which was an increase of 34%. I suspect we're on par to surpass that quite significantly this year. We're getting quite a high increase in intake. Adoptions increased by 28% and transfers by 27%. So while we saw an increase in the intake, we were able to decrease our length of stay significantly. We focused on eliminating the bottlenecks in our operation and continue to work hard to keep decreasing that number. So the Traveling Paws program, something we're really excited about. Northern states, which often have a shortage of adoptable dogs, have residents eager to take in dogs from the south. So the Friends of Manatee County Animal Services partnered with us, other rescues, and volunteers to send adoptable pups up north at a chance at a forever home. Since April 2021, we've placed over 100 dogs in shelters up north. We receive updates from the rescues. Sorry about that. Oh, there. Oh, well. We receive updates from the rescues after they've been placed in forever home, and this has really allowed us to expand our transfer program. So thanks to the Bishop Foundation and the direction and approval of the board, we closed on the Bishop gift on March 14th. March 15th, MCAS staff began caring for approximately 100 additional animals. The following week, intake operations were moved to the new Bishop location and open to the public. So all lost and found pets are now brought to Bishop at the Bishop location. This includes our officer drop-offs of sick and injured pets. Palmetto remains for our dog adoptions and Cat Town for our cat adoptions. The state-of-the-art intake medical facility has been a real game changer for Animal Services. We now have the ability to isolate animals, reducing cross-contamination, lowering costs for medical, and personnel time. This includes isolation wards for parvovirus, a highly contagious disease that can be life-threatening in dogs. Additionally, with the vast number of cat cages that they have located at Bishop, we're able to isolate based on illness. On-site diagnostics, such as X-ray, will give medical staff the ability to see injuries and treat trauma cases quickly. In FY 2021, MCAS spent just under $10,000 on X-ray utilizing outside vendors, and that does not include our after-hours ER costs as well. You guys hear that? Probably not. Volume. Go. Hi, I'm Sarah Brown, Division Chief for Manatee County Animal Services. I want to take this time to thank the Bishop SPCA and for the Board of County Commissioners for unanimously voting on this wonderful gift here at Bishop. This 14.47 acres includes the old adoption center, a house, and this amazing 25,000 square foot intake facility. Come inside. So we're inside our surgical center right now. The majority of this intake facility really focuses on the state-of-the-art medical facilities that we have here. So this is quite a game changer for our medical staff.
Hi, I'm Dr. Johnson. I'm the medical director here at Manatee County Animal Services. We are super excited to be at this new Bishop facility. In many ways, it's changed our medical department for the better. We are actively working on getting our X-ray machine up and working, which is going to help countless animals that come in with trauma injuries. But we also have remarkable cat housing compared to our previous housing, so we're super excited for our cat population. And we have lots of storage, lots of space, which is going to help the animals.
You can. With the donation of the SPCA Bishop, it's the perfect time to recognize the progress of Animal Services that now can be reflected in a new name, new logo, and new messaging. With the approval of the Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County Animal Services name would change to Manatee County Animal Welfare. This change showcases the actual work of the division, which has significantly improved over the years in providing animal welfare to the domestic pets in our community. Good animal welfare requires disease prevention, veterinary treatment, appropriate shelter, management, nutrition, and humane handling. Protecting an animal's welfare means providing for its physical and mental needs. And in Animal Services, we ensure we're doing just that. This rebranding celebrates how the division has evolved and more accurately reflects the mission and the activities of the division, moving from our outdated identification. So that concludes my presentation. I'd like to pass it over to Division Chief.
No.
I was trying.
Yep, nice try, though. Commissioner Whitmore.
Commissioner Ball's right. We, the 100 dogs that we sent out through that transport service, that organization paid for that, right? It was like $250 a dog.
The Friends of Animal Services does.
They
We do not pay for
money,
that.
guys, to pay to transport those animals.
Correct.
We used to have truckers for angels. Do they still do that? 'Cause
I am not aware of them, but I can certainly check into that. I've not heard of that
the northern
transport service.
states don't allow, they require spay and neuter. They have no kill. So believe it or not, there's a shortage of big animals. And that's why we're able to transfer animals up there. And I was going to mention the radiology itself. We have 2 radiology machines, which even doctors can't afford in their offices. So that is going to save us thousands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Servia, you were sort of, pump faking with your
You felt my
card.
excitement
I
over
did.
there.
I could see the excitement.
So I'll just say, I love the new logo. I love the name change. Words matter. So Animal Services sounds so cold and it sounds like a jail, and Animal Welfare sounds like love. So thank you for all that you do. Sarah, I interact with you a lot, and again, top-notch service, and it comes from the top all the way down. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that. I like animal welfare much more, and I love that we're not calling it a shelter anymore. We're calling it an adoption center because that is the goal. We're trying to adopt the animals. Absolutely. So great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Westerman.
Good morning. Joe Westerman, Division Chief of Beach Patrol. So we recently expanded our coverage to our Cortez Beach area. Cortez Beach has been known as a surfing destination worldwide, and by expanding our lifeguard services, we are protecting in many ways many more lives in that area. The new towers that were built a year ago, 2 years ago, have protected our staff from inclement weather, sun exposure, while being a visible spot for our patrons to seek help. We have renumbered each one of those towers, 1 through 11, to align with street addressing, as well as color coordinate them for the ease of children to be able to pick them out if they get lost. Each one of these towers have an alert advanced pre-recorded system of announcements that allows us to make dangerous rip current announcements, as well as make announcements for lost children that may be anywhere on our beach at a single press of a button. Each one of those towers also has a no-strike zone of protection from lightning, so that if our guards are in those towers, lightning cannot strike that area. It's a new technology that we've been using for many years, and it's doing a great job. Our beaches continue to be a popular destination for locals and tourists alike, and Beach Patrol continues to be the water emergency experts, responding to emergencies outside our lifeguarded areas to assist those when called upon. We respond up and down the rivers, out to the Skyway, offshore, and Sarasota Bay when anything is needed for water emergencies. This? We have recently adjusted our wages for beach lifeguards to allow us to be more competitive in the job market, as well as aid in the retention of our current staff. We have focused on our employees and also have implemented the Just Culture concept within our division. Holding regular staff meetings helps us stay updated on our latest water rescue techniques and focus on improvements that we can make internally. Realignment of all lifeguards will create a career ladder that will allow us to hire and maintain lifeguards looking to advance from the pool to the beaches seamlessly. In 2017 and 2020, the division was awarded Florida Beach Patrol's Beach Patrol of the Year by the Florida Beach Patrol Chiefs Association. Our priority focus for our service is preventive lifeguarding, and we prefer stopping any incidents or drownings before they occur. Having a dry lifeguard means that they're focused on the entirety of the beach and allows everyone to go home safely at the end of the day. Our staff is encouraged to continually advance through educational training. State-certified EMTs and paramedics are now the standard across our state. Consolidation of pool lifeguards and beach lifeguards we will be able to develop career ladders that will allow us to attract and retain skilled lifeguards in our areas. And finally, creating a cross-trained skilled staff will aid in efficiently running beach patrol and pool operations. With that being said, I will.
So I'm the only one on the board, and that's because you had me at your preventing lightning from striking. What was that? Circle me back to that.
So we have a product on top of each one of our towers that's made by EMP Solutions. It's a product that was based off of a Tesla concept. And what this does is it breaks up the ion charges between the cloud and the ground. And based off the size of the unit that you have, it's grounded to the ground, and it's 3 to 5 copper rods that are in the ground that disperse that from striking. Our smaller units are about a 25 meter around each one of our towers. Our larger towers are 330 meters around each one of those.
How much does the 330 meter cost? We could get that sucker out at Manatee football. We would practice them through every afternoon thunderstorm, no problem.
I'm not quite sure exactly. I'd have to look at the figures when those were built. But I did a paper on that and was published in an American Lifeguard magazine for our products that we have on our towers.
Okay.
And it's state of the art. That's
awesome.
You will get some contention between electricians and those that believe in it and don't believe in it.
Sure.
But it acts as a traditional lightning rod, just like anything else. So if lightning strikes it, it will ground it out. But it's meant to prevent that from ever happening. And there's data behind that.
That's really interesting. If nothing else, we should just put one at McKechnie and Hawkins Stadium just in case, right? Yeah. Commissioner Whitmore.
Holmes Beach has one, and it covers the whole field. A citizen gave us money to do it. It was like $20,000 in 2006, and they've replaced them since, but they do work.
Well, public safety doesn't have any money left because Thatcher spent them on the ambulances, but if we find any extra, we'll use it on these. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else on the board for Mr. Westerman? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would like to bring up the previous. You have it? No, go ahead.
We're gonna move to code enforcement, but before the interim acting chief of code enforcement, Joel Richmond, who I cannot say enough, thank you for all of his service during his time. We found a replacement, but before he gets into his presentation, I'd like to introduce you to the new code enforcement chief, George Mccorkle. George is someone I went to high school with, actually. He comes from a law enforcement background, both at the Manatee County Sheriff's Office and then at the state for the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So after today's presentation, George Mccorkle will be handling the code enforcement division within public safety. Want to say anything?
Good morning. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here, and Director Sauer for serving the citizens of Manatee County.
Nice to have you.
Thank you.
Hey, rumor has it you're a Manatee High grad. What year did you graduate?
No, that's actually
Not true.
incorrect. I'd hate to admit it, but I went to a private school.
Oh,
and it's no
well.
longer here in Bradenton, but
I'm sure we'll learn to love you
Bradenton
anyway.
Academy? Yes.
Oh, my extended family used to own Bradenton Academy. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Yeah. All right. The Gerbers. They're married into my family. Anyway.
All right, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Joel Richmond, representing code enforcement today by way of emergency management. And I just want to say what an honor and a privilege it's been to help code enforcement with this transition. And I look forward to working with the new chief and continue to work with this team for all things public safety. So thank you. So what is code enforcement? They proactively and reactively work with the public to address public and property concerns by enforcing county ordinances. They have 24 total employees, which includes 18 officers, 3 supervisors, 2 admin staff, and a chief. They cover about 13 zones and over 700 square miles of the unincorporated Manatee County. Since they moved to public safety in September, they've had a heavy focus on customer service and process improvements, which includes updating of SOPs, continued training and coaching of staff and leadership, zone improvement and structured case reviews, 5-year strategic planning, and updating ordinances for those best enforcement processes. Since the move to public safety, there's been a specific I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Since the move to public safety, there has been a specific focus on property maintenance issues with a priority on cleaning up the community, as you all know. Some of the things they really seek in violations include overgrown yards and property maintenance issues, abandoned vehicles, improperly parked vehicles, unpermitted signs, noise disturbances, pain management clinics, massage parlors, and those sexually oriented business regulations. They respond to about 1,500 calls a month, and that translates into about 18,000 calls a year. Again, we've been able to focus more of our resources on those property issues. As you can see, if you can see the slide there, the property issues are the biggest slide for these stats. These stats represent fiscal year 22 going back to October. Some of the property-related complaints are a majority of what they respond to. They include trash and debris in yards, outside storage issues, overgrown yards, and lot clearing are a big focus on cleaning up that community. And targeted area cleanups and compliance is the main priority of the division. Some of the other things that they do that you might not know is that they do assist out at the county beaches during holiday and events and weekend functions. They really help that beach patrol out there. They help with parking enforcement and regulation. They help with the alcohol control. They help the unsolicited vendors that are out there, prohibited pets, glass containers, those cooking in unauthorized areas, loud music, and something they really do that they don't get a lot of credit for is help with the lost children. So unsung heroes there. Some of the community initiatives they do, in February, we started this thing called the Community Sweeps Program. Since February, we've hit one area per month, starting off in the Whitfield area and then moving on to Oneiko and Bayshore Gardens. We've been proud to boast a 90% plus compliance rate, and we're going to continue those monthly. And our goal will be to maintain that 90% and higher compliance rate. So that's the target, and we look forward to doing that. I think I do have no video? Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Hardy, unless you have any questions for me. All right, thank you very much.
I don't think so. Thank you, Joel, though. We know you stepped into a tough situation with code enforcement. We appreciate your service. Commissioner Whitmore.
I just want to say, I'll say it every time, thank you for your officers that had to go through a hard time, and I'm glad they're all back.
Hi, good morning. My name is Chief Hardy. I am with the ECC Communications Department or Division. So I'd like to first start off by saying our mission is to provide prompt professional emergency communications for the citizens and visitors of Manatee County. As the county continues to grow as both a place to live and a place to vacation, we continue to see higher than normal call volumes beginning in March of 2020 through today. What you're looking at here is an actual graph of our call volumes for 911. And as you can see, it has definitely elevated. So preparation for next-gen 911, which is the future of 911, it can easily be explained as a migration of receiving voice-only calls to receiving calls with data packets attached, better known as the Internet of Things, the IoT. In the future, more devices and actual phones will notify 911 of an emergency, transforming the industry. ECC's network for call handling and radio dispatch is run under our EZNet, which is maintained by Motorola. This is a secure network that is redundant and resilient, providing service to ECC when outages or failure of service may occur. This public safety grade IP network, it's the backbone structure for bringing in additional data, such as enhanced location data, additional caller data, and scene video. So we're really proud of this one. One major CIP project completed in 2022, which I'm hoping you all will attend the grand opening, was remodeling the Emergency Communication Center. This remodel incorporated ECC, MSO, and BPD, bringing them together in one space for call taking, dispatching, and most importantly, increased internal communications. The new stations and reconfiguration of the work areas designed to hold bigger monitors to display more data-related information, enhance call flow process, and create quicker and more efficient communication between the agencies. Because of this, we'll be able to handle more data coming into the center more efficiently with technology such as text 911, telematics, and other automated alerts. So this is a major achievement here, as previously stated. Bradenton is now co-located with ECC and MSO Dispatch to improve, enhance internal communications. Again, to provide a high level of service to the entire community. This co-location is an impressive accomplishment as it eliminates the need to make a telephone call for real-time updates regarding multi-agency responses. And I know this was mentioned, as Jake, with the Triage accreditation, Manatee County ECC is a Triage accredited center for excellence. These standards provide consistency among all calls received. This includes standard CPR instructions, childbirth, scene safety instructions, and hazardous situations. Because of these instructions, all 911 calls are treated equally. Manatee County ECC is proud to meet these standards, and only 13 of 911 centers throughout the world has achieved this Triage accreditation. So we continue to strive to provide the best standard of service for all calls 911 by achieving and maintaining these accreditations and reaccredited. So we have to reaccredit every 2 years to make sure that we keep these standards up. This isn't a one-time deal, yay, you did it. We have to work hard to keep this going. Technology improvements on our 911 call handling system. So technology improvements and upgrades are vital to the success of our telecommunicators. We've already installed new equipment for them to use and are working towards finishing the server upgrade. This new equipment also brings new features for talk-to-text translation and eventually scene video and outbound texting from the 911 center. And moving on into our CAD, which has been mentioned. Upgrading the CAD system will provide more avenues for receiving data. We'll be gaining more features and implementing a more efficient fire response plan for the entire county. One thing we all learned from the pandemic, and this is actually pretty cool, is remote 911 call taking. So from this pandemic is how well we can work remotely. That has been proven to be successful in the 911 industry as well, and we're striving to bring those capabilities to Manatee County and enhance the telecommunicator position. Research data has shown that this model will help reduce sick time, increase employees' morales, and actually increase staffing at a moment's notice. This is planned to go live in the near future, and once we achieve this, we will be one of 3 911 centers throughout the nation to achieve remote 911 call taking. So it's a really big achievement. We're extremely proud of it. And I have to thank IT too, because they've been working very diligently with us to help make that happen. And with that, I'll take questions before I introduce Deputy Director.
Commissioner Whitmore.
How are you going to deal with HIPAA if you're doing remote? And also, what about, I know the county offers MiFi, so will those people that are working remotely have a secure internet? Of course, and you know what I'm saying. What if the electric goes out? Stuff like that. Because in the EOC, we have emergency backup.
So one of the scariest things of being the chief of 911 is when we go dark. I can tell you that it's, you hear the lines ringing, but when the lines go silent, that's when it hurts. With remote call taking, we have built in redundancy with the MiFi, and we're also providing that network to make sure it's secure. So it's not like somebody's going to be able to go to Bright House and say, hey, I want an internet connection. Now I'm going to start taking some 911 calls. And that's where we've been working extremely thoroughly with IT to make sure that we can make that happen.
So they will have a MiFi at home just to protect, so there's no interruption?
Correct.
Because that's important.
Yeah, it's completely separate.
Okay.
It's a completely separate, whatever they want to do for their own personal internet connection, they can do, but this is specifically for 911 call taking.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much.
Anyway, okay, thank you. And I'd like to introduce Deputy Director Steve Lichauer. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Lichauer, Deputy Director of Public Safety and Chief of Emergency Management. What I'll do is summarize the slides. So emergency management is governed by Florida statute and responsible for the development of disaster mitigation, preparedness, response of both natural and man-made hazards. We conduct training for our partners and a community organization in addition to citizen hurricane preparedness presentations. Emergency management staff is on call 24/7, and our motto is communicate, collaborate. In the following slides, I will explain how we work to achieve our responsibility for mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery activities. Emergency management response tours is involved in various types of incidents, events, both planned and unplanned. And this is just an example of some of the things we've done over the last year and a half. Obviously, COVID sites, F1 tornado in IMG Country Club, one that we can't forget, Piney Point, an airplane crash in Sarasota Bay just last November, the scrapyard fire just last month, and then the hurricane exercise that we had again just last month. Our current projects and initiatives, Manatee Emergency Operation Work Group is a work group that meets quarterly involving various county departments, cities, law enforcement, fire agencies, American Red Cross, Salvation Army, FPL, and other related partners to review and discuss various policies, projects, and plans that assist all partners during events and incidences. The Reunification and Family Assistance Plan provides a framework to respond to mass casualties and/or fatality events where a robust spectrum of services are required. Incidents resulting in major casualties or fatalities present significant resource challenges. Among those challenges are meeting the needs of victims and their families, particularly with unique circumstances major incidents create. The whole Community Reunification Project has brought together all of our partners, local, state, and neighboring counties to address these needs for such incidents as the Pulse nightclub shootings or Surfside building collapse. EMAP accreditation will be explained in a later slide. Enhancements, continuity of operation planning establishes uniform guidance to support mission essential functions of county departments and other county agencies during any type of emergency that may disrupt normal operations. Manatee County's COOP plan will be reviewed and updated in the near future to provide guidance to prepare for, respond to, recover from, and mitigate the emergency with the result of being able to return to normal operating conditions. The EMAP program is a 4 to 5 year process with over 66 standards that increases the effectiveness of emergency management. It is intended to promote consistent quality in emergency management, thus providing tangible benefits to the community and public infrastructure. EMAP looks at the county's entire emergency management program and not just the emergency management division. It also provides emergency management with the credibility and recognition of its hard work, dedication, capabilities. Emergency management hosts a variety of training topics to include recovery, which are mostly financed by both state and federal grants. Manatee County has planned extremely well for response to event. This year's annual exercise laid the foundation for recovery so that we are better prepared to address the needs and issues regarding recovery. Additional training is being scheduled for our emergency support function leads and partners. There are several new leads and changes to task and function, so we strive to have all as prepared as possible when an event occurs. Before I turn this back over to Director Sauer, I just want to remind all of you of the Hurricane Expo at the Convention Center today from 4 to 7. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. And as we discussed earlier, I wish I could be there this afternoon, but I have prior commitments. I love the work that you do to prepare our community for hurricane season. We'll be together tomorrow night doing that. And our CERT teams, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for that, because that has such an impact positively on our community. Thank you to the ECC division chief also, and the presentation was excellent. And I must take a moment to thank code enforcement. Joel Richmond has done just a Class A job in that role. Thank you, Joel, for everything that you did and everything you continue to do. Code enforcement is the heart of our success in District 4. We rely on you guys a lot, and you make District 4 a much better place. Thank you. I know it's hard work. I'm always here to support you and help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jake?
I had one.
That's right, I'm sorry. Commissioner Whitmore.
Steve, I don't work at the home health anymore, but you have always put a letter out to all the ancillary organizations, healthcare, on emergency management that's required by them for a hurricane evacuation. And I just, since I'm not on top of it anymore, hopefully you're still sending that out to all the agencies.
We will be. We're waiting on this year's new hurricane guide that should
Okay.
be out the 1st of June. And so we'll do that in conjunction with the new guides coming out.
And that's a new thing that's the thing that they do. They educate the public and all the ancillary healthcare facilities on, and every patient that goes home or is being treated gets a copy of that on where to call if you need a transport to be evacuated to a medical shelter, et cetera. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Deputy Director, that's got a nice ring to it. I didn't want to just let it go, and I always mention that to Deputy Director Crutchfield when he's here, and I had to do it with you as well. And it's nice to know, I mean, you've done so many things so well in Manatee County over many, many years. It is so wonderful to finally see you get some of the recognition that you truly deserve. And I will also add that if it hadn't have been for you a few years back, I don't know that we would have CERT today. So I just thank you for all the hard work, your dedication, and congratulations on a well-deserved promotion.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. Mr. Sauer.
Thank you all. So as you can see, our 6 divisions and their respective chiefs, deputy directors, are subject matter experts within their fields. This team works closely with each other, and all of us plan, communicate, and respond to emergencies as a team. As the department grows, we have shown a need to increase leadership to more effectively manage the increasing demands put onto the department. I am proud to welcome the 2 new deputy directors that will assist me and the team, James Crutchfield, who will oversee EMS, healthcare, homeless outreach, community paramedics, and the 911 division, and Deputy Director Steve Litschauer, who will oversee emergency management, beach patrol, animal services, and code enforcement. So under the new structure, you can see here, as I said before, Deputy Director Crutchfield will be receiving the healthcare services additions as well as the homeless outreach team, and as well as 911 for its telehealth needs as well. And then Deputy Director Steve Litschauer will oversee animal services, beach patrol, emergency management, and code enforcement. With us today, as before I turn it over for any questions, we do have our new Strategic Affairs Manager who replaced Chloe Conboy, James Nicholson. He comes from the Tampa Police Department as PIO, and Raquel Bothas is our Senior Fiscal Manager who comes from the Manatee County Clerk of Court. So with that, we do have some action items for you guys today, and one is a motion to approve the name changes from Manatee County Animal Services to Manatee County Animal Welfare, and the other motion is to approve the division name change from Beach Patrol to Beach Patrol and Water Safety that will encompass all lifeguards that are performed within the Manatee County government.
I move approval of the new name change to from Animal Services to Animal Welfare.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Serbia and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on the name change?
Right, I just want it done.
All right, seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and, well, I guess we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who's called in to discuss the name change from Animal Services to Animal Welfare?
No callers.
We have no callers. We'll close public comment, and we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, Mr. Clerk, it passes unanimously.
I move to approve the division name change from Beach Patrol to Beach Patrol and Water Safety.
So a motion by Commissioner Satcher and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. We'll open this up to public comment. Anyone like to come forward to speak on the name change for beach patrol and water safety? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Anyone on the phone?
No callers.
No callers. We'll close public comment, move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Mr. Clerk, it passes unanimously. Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we probably need one other motion, and perhaps the county attorney can help, but I think we need a motion to approve the realignment of units and divisions as presented to you today.
So moved.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. We'll open this to public comment. Anyone like to come forward to speak on the realignment motion? Seeing no one, will go to the phone. Anyone on the phone?
No callers.
Okay, we have no callers. We're going to close public comment. Commissioner Ball, you're on the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question. On the last frame that we saw, where it showed the different levels
Yeah, if you could go back to
of
that.
positions,
Go back to
what was that one that was next to the director's name at the top to the right?
that. The administrative specialist?
Yeah, so-
Julie Spicer. She went over a number of months ago.
Okay, well, that's not what I was.
Oh.
I mean, I mean, we're looking at this, and so I would think that the deputy directors would be right under the director. So I wasn't sure how that came. I didn't know what that meant, is what I guess I'm asking.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
normally that would be a smaller box, just off of, you know.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it'd normally be a smaller box, and we're working on using Vizio for this type of.
My question is, before I vote, is it the director and then the two deputy directors
Yes.
as far as the supervision?
The management structure, absolutely. And
Okay.
what I do want to note, because this is important, that even though the board in last year's budget approved a new position of deputy director for public safety, we did not fill that position. We were able to realign management by reclassifying the individual chief positions so that they still function as the chief, they fill that role, but they take on the additional responsibilities as a deputy director over new divisions. So we have not utilized that new management FTE. As in all of the other restructuring, we have used existing positions, existing management positions. We've just enhanced them, and these folks have taken on additional responsibilities. And we'll be giving you a report of what kind of savings we've achieved with all of these reorganizations, redesign moving forward to align management to provide broader support for these divisions.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore is on the board. Commissioner
Yes.
Whitmore.
I've never been anywhere where deputies don't report to the director. So that's the way an organizational chart is.
That's how the deputies report
I
to the
know.
directors. Yeah.
I know. And then the deputies have the departments under them, but ultimately the director is the one that's responsible for the department. The strategic affairs manager, is that, I mean, sorry, that was
The former
Chloe,
Chloe.
right?
The former Chloe.
Why don't you just say PIO?
Well, I don't
Is
know.
that what it
He's
is?
the director. It's his department.
I thought Chloe was a PIO.
We do have a county PIO, and that's Bill Logan. James Nicholson
Oh.
is a strategic affairs
So
manager
we've
within
gotten
public
fancy.
safety. He works very closely with Bill Logan so that all of our messages line up and go out through.
So it's
Bill
just a
Logan.
public, okay, I'm sorry, it's
And
strategic
that's
affairs.
important to note. Yeah, and probably what I need to do is we need to add that to the communication. With the addition of Bill Logan as the information outreach manager, he is the PIO for Manatee County government, and by working collaboratively with like the utilities information outreach folks, it's a common message, common theme, so everybody knows it's coming from Manatee County government.
Commissioner Whitmore. I apologize. Commissioner Servia.
My comment is after this vote, sir.
We'll
Thank
move
you.
forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Mr. Clerk, it passes unanimously. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Hopes, do we need a motion, as you alluded to earlier, for the two homeless outreach positions?
You approve the position. By you approving this realignment, it
was within
brings,
there.
it centralizes. And I'm glad you brought it up because a lot of thought has gone into where to house this homeless outreach unit. And I'm a firm believer that the issue of homelessness is both a health, behavioral health, medical issue kind of focus. If not only do we need to provide housing, but we need to provide all these services that get to the root cause of the source of homelessness, because it's not usually just economic. And so I'm really pleased with the work that all these folks have done. As you've seen today, these things don't happen by chance. This happens by thought, collaboration, and shared decision-making to create a strategy that results in sort of the realignment of these divisions to really enhance services to Manatee County. So I appreciate your support as we go through this. We've got a few more departments to go, but I'm really proud of all of our employees, and especially our managers that have come together, have stepped up to take additional responsibilities, and really this is the department that is so close on the ground with the people of Manatee County, and really does protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, anything else? Okay, we'll resume at 2:30 in this room. We're in recess.
So do we go to public safety now?
building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our planning division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our building division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community. Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility: to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future.
Manatee County Animal Services has always done a great job of promoting responsible pet ownership within our family of facilities. And now that family is growing on this paw-inspiring edition of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Carol Whitmore, and I'm proud to represent all of Manatee County as one of your at-large county commissioners. On December 14th of last year, Manatee County Commissioners unanimously approved an agreement with the Bishop Parker Foundation to donate this $18 million Bishop Animal Shelter. This gift includes the old shelter building that was built in 1958, the new 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that was built just 2 years ago, and nearly 15 acres of land. To say that we're excited is an understatement. Manatee County plans on honoring this gift by incorporating it into our current facilities, initially as an animal intake site. This will assure that incoming pets are medically cleared before joining our adoptable companion animals. This change will see our surgical operations move to the Bishop's state-of-the-art treatment center that will serve as our primary location for things like x-rays, surgical procedures, and as a place for injured animals to be assessed, diagnosed, and healed. The addition of the Bishop gift will also give both facilities room to breathe for some upcoming and much-needed improvements. For now, pet adoptions will take place at the Palmetto facility as we determine what areas of the Bishop can be utilized for that need in the future. The Bishops have long recognized Manatee County Animal Services as a champion of animal welfare with a high save rate, and this gift is a testament to that. We welcome the Bishop Parker Foundation's donation of this facility and see it as a turning point in Manatee County's ability to continue to provide every healthy and treatable animal the chance to find a loving and deserving home.
Welcome, everyone, to the Bradenton City Council meeting, Wednesday, May 11th, 8:30 a.m., City Hall Chambers. As always, we will start the meeting this morning with an invocation and a prayer. So if we have Pastor A. Don Hollis up here, please come forward. It's a certified lay minister with First United Methodist Church of Bradenton. Please stand.
Mr. Mayor, council members, attendees, hear these words from Scripture. 1 Timothy 2, 1 and 2. I urge then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings, and all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. Let us be in an attitude of prayer. Loving and gracious Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, we are grateful for your presence among us. May our discussions be fruitful, conducted with respect for the issues and each other. We now devote our skills and best interest to the business of this community. We recognize the wisdom that comes from your word, Father, believing we can apply it to the concerns and plans this body is pledged to deal with for the betterment of all. Give us, we pray, fortitude for tough decisions, expecting victory won through many advisors. Strengthen our hearts as we plan our course, order our steps as we seek divine guidance. Bless the order of our agenda with positive outcomes, providing the city of Bradenton and even surrounding communities with the results of just governance. We ask all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. At this time, if I could ask Chief Kramer to come forward and lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Chief Kramer, if you'll stay up at this moment. I'm going to take the privilege that I have to deviate a little bit from the agenda, and at this time, I'm going to walk out to the podium. City Council, Administrator, all staff. This time, I just want to recognize Josh Kramer. At this time, he's our Assistant Chief, but this will be his last meeting as Assistant Chief and retiring after 27 years. And it's one of those things that when you look at any person that goes to a job and time they spend at doing something, 27 years is a long time, and when you look at it when it's over, it's a fast time. In 1995, Chief Kramer came in to this department, had a lot of different responsibilities up until Assistant Chief. So just want to recognize what a great honor it is to have known him since that, when I was on the Police Pension Board, a little bit, because at that time he was an officer. But one of the things that I read in some of the bio stuff lately, what he's done is that one of his most humbled things that he did was when he was a training officer, helping others, and then seeing some of those people actually retire before you. So, that they came in and stayed a long time and retired. But it's just an honor that you've served our city for that long, and we're going to miss you, and we hope you won't go far. I know you're going to do a little traveling for a while and enjoy with your wife, but enjoy it, and thank you for what you've done for not only every day for the city, but just what you've done for our whole community. So we appreciate it. We'll give you this plaque here. 27 years, it's a little token, but we appreciate what you've done. I'd like to ask all the council to come around so we can get a picture with Chief Kramer and that. Take a picture, then we'll let him say a few words. Let's do it. Then we'll give get a picture with the council, then we'll get everybody up. Maybe even a firefighter too could come in there that's retired. Let's get everybody up now that is involved. Come on, police officers and staff and Dougie. Anybody else? Another firefighter assistant there?
I'd like my wife Maria to come up.
Come up, our family, all family.
Maria. Maria.
Jenny?
Like this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I didn't prepare any remarks. I do have a few things to say, though. All those officers who are standing here behind me, that's the only way that any of us get to this point, which is retirement. And that's the goal for all of us when we come in. May 8th, 1995, I was told, hey, here's your end date. And I was like, gosh, that's a long way from now. And here we are. And I'm so happy. Those officers here keeping me where we need to go. My wife, Maria, though, is the one who, she moves around on me a lot. So she's the reason I am able to stand here, though. She lifts me up. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. The chief, obviously not here, I think because she was going to get emotional today. Really is why she decided not to be here.
And we'll remind her of that often.
Of course.
So.
No, but I couldn't be in this position without her confidence in me, her support, her leadership, which all these officers know, despite some people being upset about things here and there. We would not be in a position as a department as we are right now without her. Mr. Mayor, I do thank you again. I will not be going too far. I hope to be actually very close here very shortly. So thank you all again.
Thank you, appreciate it. Josh.
Chief Kramer, congratulations. I've enjoyed working with you, and maybe we'll get to continue on. One thing, most important thing I want to know is, will your wife still provide us with peanut brittle during the holidays? Because that is the best peanut brittle I've ever had.
There are a lot of people in the audience with that same question.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a wait and see attitude on that one. But
I don't know
there are certain
that.
people who will always receive, yes. Better to give than to receive in the
right.
holiday season, so yes.
Councilwoman Barnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assistant Chief Kramer, thank you for everything that you've done for this community. Maria, thank you for sharing him with us for as long as you shared him with us. I wish you all the best in the future, and go Knowles.
Go Knowles.
All right.
Scott and I are feeling lonely up here. So.
Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on, but what I'd like to do is, there's a couple of different groups here. Why don't we kind of walk up? Sarah, Max, and our county people come up to the podium while we read our National Economic Development Week proclamation, if that's all right. Ms. Melton.
National Economic Development Week, May 9th through 13th, 2022. Whereas Economic Development Week is an event created by the International Economic Development Council to celebrate the achievements of economic developers. And whereas the International Economic Development Council is the largest professional economic development organization dedicated to serving economic developers. And whereas economic developers promote economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas economic developers stimulate and incubate entrepreneurism in order to establish the next generation of new businesses, which is the hallmark of the American economy. And whereas economic developers are engaged in a wide variety of settings, including rural and urban, local, state, provincial, and federal governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, universities, and a variety of other institutions. And whereas economic developers attract and retain high-quality jobs, develop vibrant communities, and improve the quality of life in their regions. And whereas economic developers work in the city of Bradenton within the state of Florida, and now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, do hereby proclaim May 9th through the 13th, 2022, as National Economic Development Week, and remind individuals of the importance of this community celebration, which supports expanding career opportunities and improving quality of life. Signed, Jean Brown, Mayor.
Thank you. Sarah, you want to say a few words?
Yes, Mayor Brown, this has been in council. This has been a privilege this week to spearhead the work for Economic Development Week. So you'll see that hashtag EconDevWeek 2022. We hope that we get a great picture from today that we can pair with your proclamation and share on social media. I think you and Mr. Perry had the opportunity to participate on Monday in our theme this year, talking about education as an economic development driver. And the key piece, we were able to entertain the new CEO of High Tech Corridor, Paws, and it was very exciting at the end of our evening at Manatee Technical College for him to say, what you're doing here in education is absolutely incredible. And I think for us in the overall context of our region is as much as we want to attract companies, as much as we want to do things in today's world, it's talent creation that makes the difference in creating great places to start and grow businesses and families. So I thank you for your support for that and for the team of people that work together every day, because economic development is a team sport. Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else want to? Max, you want to say a few words? Or?
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mr. Perry, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Rudisill. Max Stewart, I am the Vice President of Economic Development for the Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation, the lead economic development corporation for Manatee County's 9 communities. And so on behalf of Sharon Hillstrom, our President and CEO, and our entire team, thank you for supporting economic development in the city of Bradenton and for what you guys do to promote the well-being of the community and also raise the level of economic development in the area. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think you said something, Max, that the EDC serves all the communities in Manatee County, and one of the most important things I think as we look, even with Mr. Perry and I going Monday night and listening to some of the speakers, when you looked at the collaboration, and we say, what can we do as the city of Bradenton in our 14.4 square miles? We may not have the mass land to give like the county might or others. But what we have is our innovation in our downtown area that may be able to grow in some of the developments that are going to happen. So, we have the density and the height that we can work, and that's a benefit to us. So how are we as a council and a city going to make some of those Amazons maybe come into our town because we have some vertical space? We don't have that land, but there's opportunity, and that's what excited me, even learning more on Monday with the group. And one thing I did tell Mr. Perry when we were leaving is, I guess if you're a 30-year admiral or DOD military person, then you go into this going in your career, because it was interesting hearing those gentlemen's careers of what they have done and next steps, so for what they can do. So thank you for bringing them, Sarah and Max, and all you do.
Thank you all.
And we've got our county people here, I think, that Katerina. Yep.
And then I'll do that.
Mhm.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Perry, and Mr. Rudisil. Congratulations on being a part of Economic Development Week in Bradenton and in Manatee County. And Sarah really did the heavy lifting of this celebration and getting the work done. But know that Manatee County is your partner year-round to assist with the heavy lifting of economic development on a day-to-day basis. And we spoke yesterday when the county received its proclamation on the work that comes with government-led, locally-led economic development. And so we certainly support the work that you do, certainly want to see your downtown continue to grow and be vibrant and to serve all the residents. And also know that in addition to your wonderful economic development staff, everyone that you employ contributes to economic development in the city of Bradenton. We're proud to be a partner, and again, thank you so much for the recognition.
Appreciate that, and we appreciate the collaboration that going forward, our city and our county and other cities are going to continue to grow on. So thank you for what you do, and appreciate you being here.
Thank you, absolutely.
Now, Katerina coming in and
Katerina Chiragio-Siren, CRA Executive Director. This is only 1 week of recognition, but it's a year-long partnership, a year-long effort. The CRA team is small, but we're mighty, and we, in addition to our community redevelopment, we do wear economic development hats. And I'm blessed to be working with all the people behind me and many others in our community to support economic development initiatives. And I'm pleased to also say, as we're in the process of hiring a CRA manager, the candidate that we would like to bring forward has excellent economic development skills. So in the next year, you'll be seeing a lot more initiatives from the CRA to support economic development for the city of Bradenton. So thank you all for the support, and thank you to my wonderful partners for being here for Economic Development Week.
good. And before we go, Ms. Barnaby, did you have?
No,
I was going to ask for the picture, but I was going to ask everybody to go down, just like get up again and go down. So thank you.
You gotta turn. You gotta turn.
We need one of those podiums for you. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, moving on, Madam Clerk.
We do not have any presentations today.
All right, and at this time, then we go to citizen comment. I do not have any cards for citizen comment, so okay, so if we have somebody, did you fill out a card? Okay, if you can come forward, state it, and then just fill out the card when you're done. But we'll have citizen comments for 3 minutes on any non-agenda items. So at this time, come forward. State your name and your address for the record.
Good morning.
I'll fill out my card afterwards.
And you'll
Sorry
have
about
three,
that.
3 minutes. Thank
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Zoller. I live at 512 Riverside Drive East. Good morning to you all. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job. And the Riverwalk by my house is looking great. So thanks to Jim and the NDC crew for doing a great job so far. So a few weeks ago, I and a few of my neighbors received a letter from the Army Corps of Engineers that included a 69-character case-sensitive link to a website regarding a proposed project near us. If you were lucky enough to type in the 69-character link correctly into your browser, you were then directed to a website. You had to navigate through several other pages until you found a link to an application for a project in our neighborhood, with another link with pictures. Luckily, we found it. The proposed project included 220 slip marina surrounded by a steel sheet pile wall extending roughly 700 feet north of Caddy's Restaurant into the Manatee River. Caddy's is located just east of the Manatee Memorial Hospital at 801 Riverside Drive East, Bradenton, Florida. 90% of the slips are proposed to be rented out for profit. Included in the email was an email addressed to Tracy Hurst to submit any public comment within 21 days, which is tomorrow, actually. So we've requested a time extension with the Army Corps to make more people aware of the project. The neighbors, several of my neighbors we've met a few times, and we've got some comments that we've submitted to the Army Corps. They include some of the following, although it's not limited to that, but we've got some dredging and environmental impact concerns to seagrass, oysters, mangroves, fish, and manatees. We've got some visual impact comments for the homeowners and the new Riverwalk users. This thing's going to be, right now it's got steel sheet pile walls around the outside, but we all know from downtown, the marina, that eventually, after it fails a couple times, you're going to have to surround it, probably the entire thing, by the steel sheet pile walls. So the other comment, since I happen to be a drainage engineer, my concern are flooding impacts too, since we're going to be adding hundreds of concrete piles and a sheet pile wall, is the impact to blocking the river flow. So basically, overall, we feel like the project is a little too large, or a lot too large, a little out of scale, and it doesn't fit into the neighborhood. We feel like it's infringing on our rights. It's, not only extending in front of us, but it's basically blocking the entire river. So we think it should be scaled down, should stay in front of their property, and really, as a operational standpoint, it should kind of wrap around their property instead of one dock extending out the entire thing. So, in addition to the Army Corps Marina application, there's newly erected, in addition to this application.
you. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Can I have one more question?
3 minutes is up. We have to stick within our policy. Thank you. Is there any other citizen comment? Any other citizen comment? All right, hearing none. Any council comment?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Mr. Sanders?
I asked Mr. Rizzo a question. Is this something they should have not told us or sent? I mean, I live there. That's my ward, and I'm a councilman, and I have to read about it in the paper.
I mean, Mr. Mayor, at this point, as far as I know, there's no application in at the city. I don't believe that the permitting process through the Army Corps requires that notice be provided to local elected officials. They're completely independent from the permitting process at the city. So, I mean, to the extent that what they're proposing requires them to get approvals from the city, that will come back.
I'm not asking about approvals. I'm asking about the common courtesy to pick up the phone or send us an email to tell us that these letters are going out to our constituents without our knowledge.
That's nobody got anything up here either.
Well, I know, but there's been, what I read in the paper, there's been, Mr. Mayor, I think you met with the developers.
Not about that, just about a
Well,
development.
I don't know what you met about, but
Well, what's in the paper isn't always what the facts are.
well,
Mr.
I can
Sanders,
ask you
know
now, have
that.
you met with them?
I met with a developer talking about Tarpon Point, but not the marina. They didn't say anything about that. So.
And
Mr. Perry and I met, and I think maybe they were going to be talking to others, but I don't know.
I don't even think that's the same developer.
Oh, it's not the same developer? So we talked about Tarpon Point, yeah. So I don't know anything about this.
Okay, Mr. Riddell, I asked you a couple of weeks ago or more about a legal opinion for how a previous administrator could be a consultant to this group, and if that is a violation of any inside knowledge he might have with how the city operates to actually converse with myself or others on this board on something like this. And have you researched that, or do you need more time?
Well, no, we've researched it. We've got a draft. I expect that memo to go out to the council within the next couple days.
So today you wouldn't have an opinion. You just don't know today. Okay.
No, I mean I can give you the sneak preview if that's what you're asking. We're not aware of anything that prohibits employees or appointed city officials from representing clients before the city after they've left their position. So there are restrictions on elected officials, but not on appointed officials and employees. Okay. Now, that being said, there are provisions in the statute that would allow the city to adopt an ordinance to prohibit employees and appointed officials from representing clients and lobbying the city for a period of time after they leave office. So that is an option that the city council has.
Going forward.
Going
We don't
forward.
have anything on record now back that the city.
Well,
didn't
I
use.
would propose that we start an ordinance for that, and if we want to discuss it, Mr. Mayor, then I'd be glad to, or make a motion now that we develop an ordinance to prevent that, because I think it's creates a conflict, and that concerns me that, does anybody else feel the same way?
I would like to get, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I was just going to say, I think at this moment, you can make any motion you want, and then if we get a second, we can go forward. But at this moment, I think it's inappropriate till we get more information and get the final presentation, so I can look into what the state statute says. And I know there is a constitutional product coming up soon for elected officials that's going to, I believe, 6 years to be in front of, but that was voted on by the public a few years ago. So
That's correct, and that's addressed in the memo as well.
Yeah, but that's elected officials, and we all know that administrators or managers have much more knowledge about individual inside dealings with planning, zoning, and those sorts of things than any council person would, unless they're working here full-time. So, to me, the city should adopt an ordinance that prevents that from happening, and especially in this case, since there's been accusations of ownership by that individual. It seems quite conflicting.
Well, Mr. Sanders, I'm not going to go into the
I didn't-
years and years of things, but accusations are accusations, and we shouldn't be saying anything until there's proof. If you got proof of something, bring it up, please. Mrs. Coker, I believe, had a comment. So.
Oh, I just was going to
Yeah.
say, I mean, I think it's appropriate to discuss it in a workshop. I hate to do something, as a knee-jerk reaction, but I think it should be looked at, what's happened in other communities, what are the repercussions, but I think it's worthy of a workshop for sure.
Mrs. Coachman?
Yeah, I agree with Councilwoman Coker. It seems like some of us are in the fog about it, so I would rather spend some time in a workshop getting more information, because I'm not privy to maybe some of the things that are out there.
All right, thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Moving on, Mrs. Melton.
Next is the consent agenda. We're requesting approval of items A through J.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve.
Second. We have a move to approve by Ms. Barnaby, a second by Mrs. Coachman. Any further discussion?
I would like to remove item A and H.
Mrs. Barnaby, do you have any objection to that?
No, sir.
Seconder? No? Okay, so we have a motion by Mrs. Barnaby, a second by Mrs. Coachman with a removal of A and H suggested by Mr. Sanders, which was approved by the motioner in the second. So all in favor of the consent agenda, taking off A and H, say aye.
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 I don't know why I said aye. Let's start the vote in Ward 4. I didn't think in that.
Yes.
Ward 5.
Yes.
Ward 1.
Yes.
Ward 2.
Yes.
Ward 4 is not here, 3 is not here, so thank you. Approved, Mr. Sanders.
Yes, item A is allowing, I'd like to have a little more in detail depth of this, Doctor. And by the way, I was in your fine city last week at Venice.
Yes, I heard.
And you heard, yeah. And I'm telling you what, that's a very well friendly city, well organized. It seems like a big family.
It is.
And they spoke very highly of you. And I said, well, we did a good job capturing you, and and that's right. And you can't, and we're not going to let you go back, because anybody that comes from an environment like that is welcome in my city. I'm telling you. So I appreciate your past, experience with Venice, and hope that you would do the same for us.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay.
So the question I have for you is, this is a program that allows texting among who? All officials? Anybody that's got a cellular phone that's given to them by the city, or does this include department heads? Does it include employees? Who all does it include, and what can they do with the text, and can they convert files and information with this text?
Sure. So what this software is we're planning a pilot program, just a couple dozen phones, city-issued devices. And what this will do is automatically capture text messages. So we won't have to screenshot the messages and email them in. They'll go into a platform, so when we have to do searches, you put in your keywords, it pulls the information down.
Mm.
So we're going to test this amongst a few folks around the city. If it works, then we plan the future fiscal year to roll this out on a wider scale. And that would be for anyone who's getting a stipend. The plan is to replace that with a city phone, and this software will be on there. So you won't have to worry about emailing messages.
These are not city phones. We've got several cell phones issued to individuals, mostly senior management right now. Is that true?
Folks have their own phones. They have a stipend, but they have their own phones.
A stipend, but you're going to convert those to city phones that would have the ability to text and capture the information. Is that something that's done in other cities, or?
Yes.
Did they do that in Venice?
Yes, we're kind of on an island, as we're one of the very few organizations in the two counties that are not doing this.
That's not doing that.
Correct.
And so the same information versus an email be communicated on the text? If I'm communicating with you on the text and I say, look, send me the file of whatever, I can attach that, the PDF, and just send that right straight through the text so that you can get it wherever you might be?
Text has some limitation.
I know it does, but you can get some, especially if the phone has capabilities to open it.
If it does, right, but it's mainly wording and pictures. Limited video.
Right.
It's not much, some files you can send, but all of that is captured through this system as well.
So what would be your reasoning for doing this, other than it's just a good thing to do?
It's an easier process for both sides of the communication, person sending a text, receiving a text, also for when there's a request made for messages. So it's a single platform, you log in, download, and it's easier to produce. It's faster for staff.
So we wouldn't get into a situation where somebody might say, Hillary, where's your 30,000 emails? Would we? And they'd all be in a text that we wouldn't be have access to? And I saw that there's language in here that complies with state statute in sunshine of providing information. So texts are public information.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody agree on that? Mr. Rittisell? Do you have any, I had a conversation with you about it. You indicated you did not think they were public record.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
Text messages can clearly be a public record. What I said was not all text messages are public record.
So you do recommend that you wouldn't use the city issued phone for personal information. You keep your stuff separate and don't use them, intermingle them.
Yes, sir.
And that would be a policy that would have to be set out
Yes, sir.
with this. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I see the cost there. So is this not creating a third layer of public information to the public that now they have to make a public information request through our PI officer? And that, let's just say a reporter out here wants to get information, he or she is now going to have to ask for this text information, because he would not only have to ask for the documents, he'd have to ask for the emails, and now he would have to ask for the text. But we don't capture that text in-house. We have to go to the third party and request it and ensure that they will come back to us to get that information. So that could possibly slow up a public information request.
No, sir. I've used this software for several years. Okay. I was administering at Venice and at Hollywood.
So tell me how it would not slow up the process if I'm a reporter and I'm calling in to the city, the PI, and say, I'd like to have all texts of Mr. Sanders in the last 30 days. You would make a request to that third-party vendor we're...
No, sorry, the request comes to us.
No, I mean, the request comes to us, and then we request it from them.
We log into a website. We log into a website.
And we have access to it?
Yes, it would be under our account. We log in, put the parameters, and we download the information.
And so we have that quickly to
Yes.
our... Okay, great. That sounds good. Thank you.
Is that a motion to?
That's a motion to accept this.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Ms. Coker. Start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sanders, H.
H, I believe, is an easement vacation, and you just give me a brief of what this is, and that we don't need this any further in the city for an actual easement, because now we're giving it to a private business. Is that correct?
Right, and it is an easement, not a right-of-way, and it is just vacation because it has no utilities, no public need for it in the future, for a veterinary office on the north side of Manatee.
So we're just undoing the easement, and then
Yes.
does that become the property of the,
Well, it already is their property.
We just got an
We're
easement
removing
on it.
any right to that easement, yes.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Okay.
I've motion to approve that, yes, a motion to approve.
Yep, okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Coker. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
and 5.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on.
Mayor?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Just on
Perry.
point E, the IAFF collective bargaining agreement, I appreciate council's approval of that within the consent agenda. Mr. Huffman is here, and I just want to express our thanks on behalf of myself and I think council as well, to the representatives of IAAF getting with us and trying to negotiate in really good faith an agreement that addresses a wage level that we feel is competitive and fair in today's marketplace for our public safety professionals. It's affordable for the city, and I think it's also hopeful for the rank and file to show our appreciation and the like. So I just wanted to point that out. That's a fairly significant issue on the agenda this morning. And as we all know, we're going through collective bargaining across the spectrum of the three entities that we do that with, the three unions. And so this is the first of three. It was done by our staff with a lot of hard work, which we all appreciate. And I think it sets us on a good course for the next 3 years in fairly tumultuous financial inflationary times.
Thank you. Moving forward, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have under new business, under Attorney Rudisil.
Mr. Rudisil, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As council is aware, there was a suit filed against the city in federal court several months ago by a number of environmental groups as a consolidated claim. We've been working for the last several months to negotiate a settlement of that suit, and so that is what is before you today. It is a consent decree that would be submitted to the federal court for their approval. In essence, the agreement provides for the city to make a number of improvements to its wastewater system over the next several years. The agreement provides for either a settlement payment to the Tampa Bay Estuary Program or a public interest project that the city could do in lieu of that payment. The agreement provides for attorney's fees and costs be paid to the plaintiff and their consultant. At this time, we don't have a final negotiated figure on the attorney's fees. We do expect to have that shortly, and we'll bring that back to the council. In the alternative, that could be brought as a separate claim that they could pursue through the court, or that we could jointly put toward the court to determine a fee amount if we couldn't reach agreement on that. And then the agreement provides for additional reporting requirements moving forward, notice requirements, things like that, and there's a penalty schedule moving forward if there are future violations of the permit requirements. So I wouldn't recommend that the council get into a discussion on this item, as it is still ongoing litigation until we have this settlement finalized. However, there have been some questions about what the costs are moving forward. And I talked to Mr. Perry, and I think he can go into some of those areas today, just so the council has a better feel for kind of what those numbers are moving forward.
Mr. Perry?
Mayor, council.
I'm going to try to provide a brief overview of the costs, and it's a very good question, what the longer term costs are, without getting into a great detail and respecting the legal advice of Mr. Rudisil and where we are, because any public statement that made in this forum, since it's an unsettled lawsuit at this point, if it was to proceed to litigation, it would be a statement of an official and could jeopardize our position in the case. But I'm going to try to talk basically about this, the fundamentals of it. So there's 4 parts of the settlement. It really deals with remediation to prevent bypasses from happening. The crux of the case is a Clean Water Act under federal statute violations. We have a permit to basically put certain types of pollutants into the river. It's issued by the state. This lawsuit says that even if you have a permit to do that, there's a private right of action of what are called citizens, and that's the jurisdictional gravamen of it. St. Pete basically said, well, if we have a permit, we have a safe harbor. The state issued that. It went to court. The district court, the federal district court, said it's not a safe harbor. There's still an independent action. They litigated just that. They did some discovery, litigated just that. After about 2 years, they ended up going through the process. There was, I think, $1.6 million in legal fees that were associated with that particular case, and they capitulated and said, what do we do to fix it? We knew that going in, so we didn't want to go down that road. We wanted to get right to trying to look at remediation. The good news was that I think we impressed upon the plaintiffs, Mr. Bloom, Waterkeepers, et al., all others, we impressed upon them that Mr. McClellan and the team over at Public Works have been working to both mitigate and remediate this problem. They were, I think, 60% on design, engineering design solutions, dealing with water treatment specifically. There's two problems that contribute to this. One is I&I, the sewer system. When it rains heavily in July and August, the penetration of water, because it's so saturated the ground, gets into our sewer system. So if we have a sanitary sewer system that's a closed loop, and that system basically has water coming into it, it increases the volume coming into our treatment capacity. And that's really what the problem is to start with, a breached sanitary sewer system. How do you get one of them? They're aged. They've been here for 40, 50 years, made of clay, cast iron, other types of destructive, corrosive materials. Generally speaking, you got pipes, you got manholes, manhole covers. There's things called pick systems that basically are designed to stop the rain from just getting in the creases of the manhole. That's kind of how sensitive the water volumes can be. The pump stations as the third element. Jim had been working on this, getting back to that, and we had been doing a lining system, inspection and lining system repair for quite some time. So we were already down the road on that to a certain extent, and again, when it comes from the sanitary sewer pipe system, it goes to water treatment. Here's the second problem that it hits. When it hits water treatment, we have 20 million gallons per day capacity. Sounds like a lot of water that you can process, 20 million gallons a day. On average, we do about 11 million gallons per day, so we have 9 million gallons of excess capacity. But what happens in July and August, when you have this penetration into our system, you get clogs at the filtering system. That water treatment has, I believe it's 5 filters, and when one gets clogged, you got to shut down the entire plant to clear that grate, the filter system. And when you have to shut it down, obviously our capacity to treat goes significantly down. So what Jim was doing was trying to get design engineer solutions so that we could shut down one filter but still operate the other 80% of the plant. Kind of a key concept and the like, and that's what we're moving towards. The cost associated with that, and I don't have the specifics to have very precise data, but I think I can kind of estimate it at around $6 million or so. Then the second part of it is, again, getting back to the sanitary sewer lining system and the pipes and the like. There's an agreement to do a certain amount of mileage per year to try to get that completed. I think we have 75 miles. Is that about right, Jim?
In the agreement is 61.
61. Yeah, miles of piping that has to be inspected and lined if necessary. We'll do that over the course of the next 3 years. We'll fix the water treatment system itself and those filters, they're called clarifiers and mud pits. We'll fix that. The good news is that we can use our ARPA money, as you've all approved. I think it was $7.9 million in one of the prior legislation authorizations, appropriation authorizations. And so now we're using federal money that all of our taxpayers have probably sent to Washington on something that we'll get a 50-year benefit from, not on buying something that we'll get a 2-year benefit from. I&I as a problem is across the state of Florida because we get a lot of heavy rain, the soil conditions, a whole host of things. A lot of entities have that. And so, it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. Most municipalities, local governments, they go, we don't have the money to tear up roads and replace piping with PVC, non-destructive corrosive materials. And so they do a little bit here, a little bit there. Jim's been doing, as I said, a good amount of that within our budget overall. This accelerates that. So we've got the remediation of those problems I talked about, a reporting requirement that has to be in compliance with providing information to the state DEP, the plaintiffs in certain cases, posting on our website what our loads are. Nitrite loads, it's a bad thing. That's the second problem. You got this thing where you're putting things in the water, they're pollutants. Tell us about the chemical composition, the biochemistry of it. Nitrites in particular, red tide, oyster, dead seas, dead bottoms, things like that. Most of the science suggests that that's contributing to it. We don't want that. We all cherish our waterways. And so the second part is the reporting. The third part is the penalties. There's a few other smaller components, and ultimately there's a list of payments if we were to continue having these problems after a certain period of time. Daily, monthly assessed fines, we try to work them out. I can tell you that Jim and Jim's team, being Kim Clayback from the engineering side and Susan Hokeley from the environmental sciences side, particularly, she's really good at that environmental science, biochemistry type of thing, microbiology, all that stuff that people do that. That's kind of what she supported. We probably had, with Mr. Rudisell, Mr. McClellan, myself, Ms. McClellan's staff, I don't know, I'd say 50, probably meetings back and forth at some point in time on Zoom and the like. This was a very, very complex issue to try to address. I've handled it in other jurisdictions twice. I've never seen it done as quickly, as efficiently, with a better long-term solution and more economically than we were able to do. We got a 60-day letter. I want to say it was back in late November, because January was the deadline. You have to give a 60-day letter before you can bring a suit under the federal statute. We received that. It's now May, 5 months later. It's kind of unheard of to do things that quickly. But since we were already well on our path to telling them that we realize there's problems, these are what the problems are, these are what our solutions are, we were well prepared to bypass a lot of the back and forth and get right to the crux of trying to fix the problem. That's what this involves. Mr. Rudisell talked about legal fees. Legal fees for their lawyers, approximately $200,000. Again, St. Pete goes through discovery, pretrial motion practice, loses that pretrial motion practice on a dispositive motion, $1.6 million. Not to try the case, just to get through a motion for summary judgment that they lost, or a 12B6. I'm not sure what they filed. So as we move forward, we're going to take that $7 million. Jim puts a certain amount in his capital budget each and every year for sewer lining, pump replacement, other types of things that will be attributable to resolution of this lawsuit. But there could come a time, and when I say come a time, we'll probably have to supplement that over the next 3 years as we identify particular categories that we're a little short on either money or actually getting things done for the remediation efforts, where we have to plus that up. And we'll look for state grants through DEP, other types of funding sources before we would ever hit any sort of city funding. And it's likely that we'll find a good amount of that. I've talked to one of our representatives from Tallahassee, and we have a project in right now that we think is helpful. That's kind of the overview of where we're at on it. The short version is, I've seen these things go into place, and they're supposed to resolve themselves within 2 years, 3 years, and they last 10. And every year you've got to pay their lawyers, your lawyers, other things that come up. We don't want that. We want to get down to business, take care of the problem, meet our obligations under this settlement agreement, and there's a provision in there that says, this is what the problem, usually it's a moving target. We really stress that we want to know where the goalposts are, what it is we have to do specifically, and then allow us to self-audit, and at that point, after self-auditing of those things, check the box, it's done, go piece by piece to the federal court and say, vacate this, vacate that, vacate the entirety of the provision, and ultimately in 3 to 4 years, hopefully, be done with our obligations entirety. That's pretty good when you think about 3 or 4 years from 2022, because we have to be out of the river by 2032, and ultimately, we don't want to be discharging these, and it's all treated water. The permit is, the permit allows us to do treated and untreated, but the reality is what most jurisdictions do that are on waterways is they treat the water to EPA drinking water standards, and they put it back in the river when they have these kinds of issues. We want to basically move to the next level, which is injection technology, injection well, so we stay out of the river as required by Florida state law by 2032. This will probably get us, I'd say 60, 70% there, maybe even a little bit more, maybe 75% to the ultimate goal. But these are long-term plans and long-term commitments as you hear this protracted explanation I'm giving. That's what the settlement involves.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rudisell, any follow-up, or? Nope. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Mr. Sanders has a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Coachman first. Discussion? Hearing none, we'll start
nope,
the vote.
nope.
Nope. Well,
I do have some discussion.
okay, so again, we want to, if we want to get into too in-depth,
I'm not.
we need to executive session.
I don't need to be coached, thank you.
Sir, it's my chair. If we need to get into executive session, we will, which will have to be different.
I've
So
spoke
the
to-
attorney has appropriate talk, but go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we bring this back up in a meeting very shortly, perhaps next month, after we've signed this agreement. The issue is we haven't signed the agreement, so I've agreed not to say anything about costs and that sort of thing, so, with Mr. Rizzo. But I do want us to follow up so that the public knows what this could cost the city, and follow up with what requirements are going to be required of citizens at a future meeting. And I want an agreement that we will do this timely and with follow-up meetings to keep everybody up to date on where we're at with this after we sign this. So I don't want this just signed and it goes away because there's a significant cost here. And but I'm agreeing with it because this is the only way for us to get this done.
And we agree, Mr. Perry's already said that he would bring it back and Mr. Rudisell said when we get the final cost over as we go. And it may take longer than one meeting because.
This will take a long time.
Right, I mean, there certainly can be brought back for, to dig in some more on what the ongoing costs will be and things like that. I think Mr. Sanders is referring to the, excuse me, that there is a requirement in the settlement that the city would bring back an ordinance to address some of the private lateral lines and how those, and there are a lot of options for how the city can handle that, and there will certainly be public meetings and hearings and discussion on that, as it would have to be done by ordinance, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote. Ward 2?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5?
Yes.
1?
Yes.
Carries unanimously, 4-0. All right, at this time, it's about 9:30. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:35. Thank you.
Mayor, during the break, if
Yes.
I could just be heard real quickly,
Yeah.
I've asked Solid Waste, Jim, you want to tell folks what we have planned during our break and surrounding area? Tough time.
Yeah, in the back parking lot over by the entrance to the hotel entrance to the parking garage, we've brought down one of our solid waste trucks that we have equipped with the banners that we're putting on the trucks related to our recycle program. And next to it is one of the blue recycle containers that we'll be deploying. So we encourage you to go take a look and see what we're talking about.
And Jim has his staff, Mr. Cho and Craig and some other folks from there that answer any questions for you.
Yes.
All right, so it's 9:29 now. Let's go till 9:40. That gives us 11 minutes to walk out and use the restroom and come back in, so we will
Want to ride in the
reconvene
truck, we'll arrange
at
that for later
9:40
on.
for later. yeah.
We're gonna need you back here.
Right. Yeah, you can try. You got your CDL license?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Singer is ready. Thank you.
Good morning, Robin Singer, Planning and Community Development Director. Here today to discuss the visioning process that was proposed as part of our discussions on the comprehensive plan. We'd be looking for a facilitator to run that program. Before we put out an RFP, I wanted to make sure that we're agreed in terms of the scope of services and what our expectations would be for that process. We expect this to be a very broad-based opinion process for the city's residents, business owners, and nonprofits to participate in. So we are anticipating that the facilitator will, at a minimum, interview the mayor, each city council member, and city administrator, that they will hold at least one public workshop in each of the wards, that they will hold at least one public meeting with the business community and one with the nonprofit organizations, and also have at least one meeting with the city department directors, which could be a collective meeting. And then they would provide a summary of those results, and then that in turn would be followed up with a citywide electronic survey, so anybody who wasn't able to physically participate in the meetings, and we'll look to find somebody who can also promote electronic participation in the meetings where possible. But in any case, if they weren't able to participate in the meetings, they can still participate in the online survey, and then they would prepare and present a final report. Again, very broad-based, not just planning-oriented, but in a lot of different aspects of how the city works, and what their needs are as a resident of the community, and also being able to decipher who is actually a resident of the city. They're going to register through a process, we would expect. So we want to pick a facilitator who's technologically proficient in surveying, in collecting data and analyzing that data, and also knows how to maximize participation. So that's what we expect to have at a minimum within the RFP scope of work, and so I wanted to bring it up for discussion and confirmation that we want to move forward on this process. Staff did look at other communities and the costs associated with their visioning process, and it's a very broad range of costs, to one that conducted a process for under $10,000 to one that was close to $400,000. So your scope of work is important in determining what those costs are going to be, and we can always negotiate back from, but I think we need to ask for the maximum of what we want, because you don't want to increase that and therefore increase your costs after you've gotten selected a facilitator. You want to make sure that we've hit the top end of what we think we want, and then we can always dial back from there if it's not financially feasible. So with that, I'm just here for questions or input.
Questions?
Any question?
Question?
Now, hold on, let me see if anybody, Mr. Sanders?
Anybody want to go before me?
Mr.
No?
Sanders?
Okay. Thank you. 3 years, 5 months, and 11 days. I've been in office and I've asked for this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I agree with everything you said, and the last time we did one was 2010, a full scope one. So it will be almost 13 years. So even if the cost is $400,000, you divide it by 13, it's minuscule, because we're not doing this every year. We should be doing it every 5 to 7 years, probably, not 13. So I'm in favor of this. I've been asking for this, again, for 3 years, 5 months, and 11 days. Thank you very much, Mrs. Singer.
Any other discussion? Ms. Barnaby?
Ms. Singer, thank you for bringing this forward to us, and thank you for asking for our input. I'm wondering, because it says hold one public workshop in each of the wards, the way that some of our wards are constructed, my ward tends to run, it goes west and then south a great distance. And within some of that ward, there are several population clusters or community clusters. I'm thinking that we might get a better turnout if we hold like 2 workshops in each ward, so that you can do a east and west within the ward or a north and south within the ward.
I'm looking at, I go from Riverview Boulevard to almost all the way to State Road 70, down at the bottom part of Ward 2, and I've got some of the areas have big clusters of population, like Ironwood and Pine Brook, and then some of the apartment complexes to the south, sort of thing. So I understand maybe thinking that one meeting might be best, but looking at the way our wards are constructed, we might want to do 2 meetings in each ward. And maybe even do it so that one of the meetings is at the daytime for people that might not want to drive at night, and one meeting is held after business hours for the people that are working folk. And you can pick which one you would want to go to, but if we only have one, it might make it very difficult for those individuals that live at the two parts of it to. I mean, I'm sitting here trying to think where I would hold one meeting that would be central to everybody.
And I think that's a great, in all the wards and timing. And again, we may, sometimes you might want to have it it might not be exactly in the ward, but it might be convenient for people that live. And then we may end up having, I think, one citywide meeting too, because if it's location-wise and timing, and we see that, a lot of it's going to be timing. I think, is it June, July? Is it August, September? Is it November, December?
Yeah.
And so some of that will play out, and maybe we end up having more meetings as we go forward, so.
And I think that's another question that needs to be answered, is when you want to start the process.
So how long will the RFP take?
RFP, probably, I would give it a couple of months for responses and
come back to us?
selection committee, yeah. And then coming back with a couple of choices.
Should we do 90 days like we did other RFPs we're doing now, or?
Yeah, probably altogether.
All right, so do we need a motion to kind of give you direction to continue going forward? Would you like that?
I would, and if you could also discuss or include within the motion about when we should start the process. When do you see it? Do you want to start it in the fall? Do you want to wait until full season in January, or when would you like to start the
We
process?
know the traffic has drastically died down at some times during the day, unless our streets are closed in some areas. Yesterday, but that's progress in that. So yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd like to provide a motion to direct staff to begin the RFP process, or to put it together, with looking at beginning it in January.
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Discussion, all right. Discussion.
I'm just kind of getting this wasn't in my attachment. So we're doing an RFP for to hire a consultant to do this, and you want the RFP to begin in January, or you want us to be through the whole selection
Well,
process to begin?
I would like, no, perhaps I wasn't clear. I apologize. I'd like us to start the RFP process, get someone in place, and begin the meetings in January. My thought being, we've got the budget coming up, and all of the budget workshops that we have, and then the 2 501 meetings that we have to do. And I'm thinking getting through that and getting through the holidays. I mean, I remember coming to a city meeting, it was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and there was a lot of stuff on that agenda, and there was a lot of stuff that was done, and nobody was paying attention, or nobody was at the meeting, because it was the day before Thanksgiving. And that's one of the reasons that, when we started talking about our schedule, that's one of the reasons back in the day that we started having one meeting in November, way before the holiday, because of all of the people that would travel for the holidays and not be paying attention to what government was doing. So that's my thought behind my motion.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'm opposed to 90 days. I think we need to do it as soon as possible because there's numerous people out here that do this for a living. They'd be knocking your door down within 30 days. And if we don't get the bids back RFQ, then I guess we could extend it if we only end up with one or two, but that's not going to be the case. We had a gentleman here just the last meeting that does that, and there's numerous people that do that. So doing that to me is only intended to delay the process. And to start this in January, that's ridiculous. This needs to be started. It should have already been done. Now I go to not 3 years, 5 months, 11 days. I go to 4 years. Anybody hear a pin drop? That is unreasonable, unbelievable that we would suggest that.
Okay,
I'll
I'll
vote.
call the question.
Okay. Question's been called. We'll vote on calling the question. Is there a second to?
Second.
Second. I already have a motion and a second. Call the question. We'll start the vote in Ward 3, which
No.
we're not. 4?
No.
1? 5?
No.
5? 1?
Yes.
Yes.
2, so the tie is 2-2. And then that's my vote, I guess, Mr.
No.
Rudisil?
No.
Yes.
2-2.
Point of order here, Mr. Rudisil. Mayor does not have an overriding vote on an item like this. It's only in an ordinance, per the charter, the way I read it.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
I want it.
Oh. It says the mayor has a veto power on ordinances.
Not veto. This is not a veto.
Or tying vote.
Yes.
So there's no limitation on where the mayor votes in the event of a tie.
So I have the authority to vote when there's a
Correct.
tie. Correct, and that's what I knew. So the mayor will vote yes on calling the question. So at this point, we'll start the vote to approve the motion by Ms. Barnaby, seconded by Ms. Coker. We will start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
4.
No.
Motion passes 3-1. Thank you, Ms. Singer.
Thank you.
Moving on to next unfinished business.
Good morning, Dr. Christophe St. Louis, Assistant City Administrator. Just provide you with just a 2-3 minute update on where we are with the scooter program. So we have finally begun discussions with Bird Bikes, and they sent over a draft agreement. It was a boilerplate agreement, so I sent them our mobility ordinance 3092 that was approved last year, so they can adjust their agreement and get it back over to us. Got a copy late Monday, so we're reviewing it. I do want to meet with the group that met on the RFP so we can discuss it. I've also been in touch with some other cities just to see how their programs have run with them. Pensacola, Miami, waiting to hear back from them. So we'll have something that's in a bit, better order before getting over to Mr. Rudisil for his review, and then we'll come back again with council.
Any questions?
Not on that matter, but I might have two other questions, if that's okay. Pardon?
For him?
Or, I don't know when the appropriate time to bring up other
So
things
just
that
any
might be
questions
unfinished.
for him? Any from the scooter? All right, hearing none, Ms. Coker?
Okay, two things. First off, I'd like to know about the garage lease spaces. I don't know if that's going to be going in your report.
I was going to put that in my report, but I can address it now. It's a pretty short discussion. We are in final stages of finalizing the lease agreements, getting the signed lease agreements back. Mr. Barker and I have been having dialogues about certain questions some of the vendors have. Nothing really of significance. I would imagine what we'll see is them beginning to occupy it probably in a week or two, opening for business June 1st. That's what we wanted. There's some sign permit issues that come off. We have a great selection. I've been talking with some of the folks themselves, the vendors and the principals, the owners of the businesses. Everybody's really excited. And I think it's a great selection and slate of retail we have. I talked about the various 5 folks and the spectrum of services and goods they provide and the like. So I think it's great, and I'm glad it went slow, but I think we did it right. There's still a couple loose ends. People like, can I paint the air conditioner? No. Yeah, things like that. But otherwise, everybody's really excited. Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sanders.
So when did you expect the move-ins of these?
I believe June 1st. Yeah,
June 1st.
We were actually asked, Mr. Barker asked me, most of the tenants said we want to start moving in there as soon as the lease is signed, and I think we have 1 or 2 signed. I'm not quite sure. And ultimately, they want to start setting up and look for a June 1st opening date. So they could be coming in fairly quick.
Good, good job. I appreciate what you did. I told you that before, that it's, whether controversy over who gets what, but I think there's a good variety of selection there. Only question I had is, that garage, is that in the CRA?
I believe the entire project is.
Okay, is there any reason why the CRA was not involved in this selection process, as it's in the CRAs would have the full authority over that?
It's city-owned property.
Within the CRA, though?
I'm not so sure that the CRA has any sort of supremacy or overriding interest in it. As a practical matter, each and every member of this council is also a member of the CRA, so I would hope that we're all mindful of that cross direction.
Just curious.
Yep. That's
And I have one other question.
Yes.
I seem to remember that we tabled a motion at the last meeting about some of the...
There was a motion that was on the consent agenda that was pulled and ultimately tabled. It dealt with the request to put people into senior service within the Florida retirement system. The short version on that was there was questions from Councilor Sanders, and Councilor Sanders had asked Ms. Taylor, who's here to explain it, in regards to would they be giving up their rights? And really, if you're not in senior management...
Mr. Mayor, if we could.
Please, Scott. Yeah.
Before we can engage in discussion, we need to have a motion to pull that resolution off the table and then see if that.
I object because I specifically said in that motion that we had to have data to disprove my indication that the council had the power to hire, fire department heads and senior management. And I said I want that 7 days, at least 7 days prior, and on the agenda, and it's neither one. So I don't think we can do this. I don't think we can do it because that was my motion, and it was seconded, and it was voted on 5-0, that we have information. I have zero information. None, zero.
Mayor, I'm going to try to understand Councilor's questions about data to disprove something to start with. I think whenever you try to prove a negative, that through formal logic, that doesn't work. But that being said, as it relates specifically to the second part, I think we're asking for a legal opinion about whether these people work for the council, myself, the mayor, or anybody else, which is a charter question.
That's right.
Pretty simple.
And it's under administrative powers that we've voted on by resolution, which I had the documents, but I wasn't prepared because I didn't know this was on the agenda. And I suppose we can talk about anything, but my motion was clearly stated that we need to have this prior to the meeting so that we can review the facts if they're in opposite opinion of mine. My opinion is, by the charter and administrative responsibilities, were that the council hires and fires department heads and senior management. It's always been that way since I've been here. And now you're asking to move that with the gentleman gone that made my second without discussing with the full council here. And this changes the council's powers. It overrides them, but it can be disputed at a later date. But I see no reason to bring this up at this time, and I'm opposed to this adamantly, that this needs to be brought up when we have a full council, and at the next meeting at the earliest. And I'm not happy that this is being untabled while the councilman is out and without the data that I asked for.
Well, first off, I'm going to address the councilman not being here. That's that person's choice not to be here. So you can't hold hostage this council when there's a majority here. So that has nothing to do with this vote, that somebody's not here, or that this information. That, it doesn't matter who's here. If we have a majority, we can, a quorum, if we have a quorum, we can have a council meeting.
You're talking about the authority of the council, though.
Well, but let's hear Mr. Ruda.
That's mandated by charter and administrative codes and resolutions, and I don't have any of that.
The charter fits.
I do have it upstairs if you'd like to take a recess and I go up there and research it.
The charter fits your opinion when it fits your opinion, but when it doesn't fit your opinion, you don't like it. So you can't have it both ways.
I object to that, Mr. Mayor.
Well, sir, you just brought something up.
The
We'll be
charter
in order,
says
please.
what it says.
And you keep making up different things like you
No,
just
I
said
don't
this
make up
morning.
different
It
things. I
doesn't
can
give
read.
them, yeah, but so can I. And you made a statement this morning that was incorrect on that.
What's that?
About the vote with the mayor, the tie vote. You said it's
Okay,
only
but
for
he
others.
didn't know, so he had to
Right.
look it up too.
Well, but he was confirming. So I knew what it was, but I let our attorney, you asked the attorney a question, he answered it.
What does
You
this
were
got to
wrong.
do with that?
Because you're bringing stuff up. So, Mr.
That's what my
Rudisell.
job is, sir.
No, it's not your job
Yes,
to
it's my job
disrupt
to
meetings, so, Mr. Rudisell?
Anything and everything.
Well, first of all, I would go back to my initial comment, which was we need to have a motion to pull this thing off the table. I would like, I don't know if we have available what the actual motion was when it was tabled. I know there might have been some additional discussion that went along with that. I don't know what was actually incorporated into the motion, but I think we can answer your questions if that's what.
I asked for documentations that support your allegations that the city administrator has full authority to fire department heads and managers without the approval of council.
That was not discussed, and that
is exactly what that document was referring to.
It doesn't do that. That resolution establishes exempt employees for the retirement system. It doesn't have anything to do with appointing department heads.
The retirement system is a different issue. Please don't use that as the excuse to.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to untable so we can have the discussion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a
I
second.
didn't get a legal opinion.
We have a
on whether
motion
can
and
do
a second on the floor to untable the discussion of the April 27th meeting, item A on the consent agenda. Hearing no, we're going to start the vote. in
Oh, wait a
Ward-
minute. We
we're gonna
have to have a
start-
legal opinion first.
We're going to start the vote in Ward 1.
I'm asking
Yes.
for a legal opinion
Ward
first.
2,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Legal opinion first.
Ward 4, yes or no?
Legal opinion first.
We have our opinion from to
He hasn't given
untable.
I don't know what the legal opinion is that's being asked for.
That I asked for this to be tabled until we had information that verified this. Now, if it didn't get into the record, that's also another issue, that we discuss things and we ask for it in record, and then somehow it doesn't get in there. So I'm a little confused.
The
on
minutes say
it.
that,
We don't have minutes.
The summary,
Call the
I'm
question.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
We don't have any minutes.
The summary
There's a
of,
vote on the floor, yes or no, Mr. Sanders?
To
No.
have this
No.
discussion.
Right,
Yeah.
to no by Mr. Sanders, Mrs. Coachman, yes or no?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1 to bring it off the table. Now, Mr. Rudisell, any suggestions?
Well, let's start by passing out the resolution if we have it.
Yes.
Here it is. Does she need this again?
Thank you. Which everyone had this resolution last meeting in their documentation to read, so this is nothing new.
No, but I have a question to this clerk. You already had these ready to hand out.
Yes, sir, I come prepared when I can, just in case something comes up.
You have all of last meeting's documents?
Any table
Tabled
documents?
motion.
Any table
that might come
document?
up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the reading of the table and what the,
In the summary of actions, it says, after further discussion, Councilman Sanders made a motion to table item B to a later meeting. The motion was seconded by Councilman Roth and passed 5-0.
but that's a summary of what the,
Those are actions taken during the meeting, yes, sir.
but they may not be 100% accurate with what the discussion was.
That was the motion.
Yes, sir.
That's a summary that you've put in writing of your interpretation of what was said.
Mr. Perry?
So can we have a discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Perry, the question I asked, does this change anything in the charter for you to hire and fire any employee?
I don't think I could change the charter. From my perch on the second floor as the city administrator, I think that would take a vote of the public to amend the
To
charter.
change the charter, right?
Yes, but that's not the proper question. Mr. Perry, at the last meeting, you
sir.
said,
Hold
can
on,
I
Mr.
address him?
Address the chair, please, first. Mr.
Okay,
Perry,
can I address Mr. Perry?
Mr. Perry, are you finished with comments?
I thought he was.
Mr. Sanders?
At the last meeting, I was clear, I went back and watched the tape several times, that you said you did not believe that the council had the right to authorize a firing of any senior manager or department head. You did not interpret the charter or any other document that was in opposite opinion of mine, and I asked for that to be tabled and for us to review it in ample time, not just undo something at the meeting with no documentation, no supporting documents and to give a legal opinion on. And now we're doing exactly what I was feared of, and I don't like that. It's not what the process should be. And you did say that. If you'd like to go back, I can print screen where you said that you believe that you have the full authority to fire any employee, department head, or senior manager without the authority of the council. Now, if I'm wrong or you want to make a statement today that says just the opposite, I'll entertain it.
Mayor?
Yes, sir, Mr. Perry.
Counselor Sanders, I'm going to assume arguendo that your recitation of the facts of what I said were somewhat accurate.
Somewhat accurate? Okay.
I would modify it to say that my statements about the council having authority, there are certain provisions in there in the charter that deal with, like the chief of police being a carve-out, so to speak, to the mayor's exclusive authority. Generally speaking, I would think, and I'd defer to legal counsel, who I've had conversations with about this issue. At a certain level, I've had those conversations. I haven't done the legal research within different areas of authority for state law as well as other tertiary authority. But I'd say that a city administrator, and under our charter, the language I've seen, is the person that's responsible for administration of the HR ordinances, classification rules of the city, that it isn't any one counselor. If you think about it, everybody would be fired if it was just one counselor. in the
No,
next
who said
couple of
that?
weeks.
I'm just.
No,
thinking
it's
about some of the things
it's a
I've
majority
seen.
vote of the council.
Okay.
And in the charter, it does not mention administrator at all.
Please, let him finish.
Okay, well, it's not in the charter.
As far, I'll probably defer to Mr. Rudisell, because there's also the approval process of directors and the like. And I think that there's somewhat of a misunderstanding about the exact express language of the charter that I think Mr. Rudisell can explain. I think we ought to probably all hear Mr. Rudisell's interpretation of these issues.
Thank you, and
before
that's
we
exactly what I
proceed
asked for, to
accordingly.
have that.
No, you asked me.
I asked
You directed your comments to me.
Okay.
And I'm answering the question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
But that's exactly what I said, that we need to have documentation, a legal opinion of this. In our charter, there is no administrator. In our charter, there's a clause that we can make a city manager, but it has to go to referendum of the public. That's the only mention of anybody in between mayor, council, and our employees. That's all the charter says. Trust me. And if you want to research it here, but that's the point I'm getting at, is why don't we just take a little bit of time, take a deep breath, and research it? I know you laugh because you want to give up, fine, that's up to you, but I'm not willing to do that. I'm certainly not willing to do it with a councilman that was the second motion on this. I just don't think that looks transparent.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rudisell.
If the council wants me to dig into whether or not, and who has the authority to appoint the department heads and different senior management personnel, that is certainly something that I am happy to do. However, nothing in this resolution alters the charter, the code of ordinances, or purports to give any authority to anyone to appoint any personnel. So I don't understand why this discussion is being tied to this resolution. I mean, I'm looking at it, a resolution which, by the way, is coming to the city council for approval. It states, it defines the department heads, it defines the senior management class, and says those positions are exempt from the merit personnel system. That's it.
So, with that said, city council must be brought, if Mr. Perry, as administrator, is going to fire our planning director, for example, he has to come before us and make a recommendation, is the way I read it. It's not in here, but this is where this is headed.
No.
Is that still true? I don't want to ask you, is that still true? Is that still true?
If this council wants me to issue an opinion about what authority Mr. Perry has to hire and fire specific personnel, I am happy to provide that.
I do.
I did not understand that to be what was requested at the last meeting. I may have been confused about the discussion, but I think it's irrelevant to this resolution. And I will say, I'm not aware of any employees being either appointed to a department head position or terminated from a department head position without coming to the council.
Well, we hired a city administrator, and I don't believe we had an actual vote on it. Assistant city administrator.
That's exempt under,
That's
We
exempt?
did have a
it's
vote.
not a charter position where Mr. Perry hires his employees. So,
Well, wait a minute, that's just an opposite of what he just said. Again, I'd like to have an opinion on that.
again, one person, obviously you've stated your opinion. Is there
Okay.
any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Barnaby.
I'm trying to understand how we've gotten so far afield. We tabled this at the last meeting. A member of the council was asking when we were going to bring this back. Under the procedures that we usually follow. We had a 20, 30-minute discussion before we even voted to take it off the table, and we should never have done that. If something's tabled, it's tabled until it's brought off the table. And that's what we were trying to get to, because that's the procedure, that's what you're supposed to do. And that's called being transparent.
No, it's not.
Mr. Sanders, let her finish, please.
Okay. Ms. Barnes, have you finished?
No, I hadn't, but thank you. This seems like such a simple resolution. I do not understand how we've gone so far afield here. And it seems to me that there are times that the waters get muddied, and I don't understand the intent. I'm just going to say it that way. But we had a motion to take it off the table. It has been removed from the table. So at this time, I would like to make a motion for the approval of Resolution 22-22 defining department head, senior management class, and merit board.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coker. All right. Further discussion? Mr. Sanders?
This was, last meeting was on the consent agenda, not on the agenda to discuss. I pulled it, just for the record.
Okay.
Consent agendas are, I'm not a big fan of consent agendas on controversial issues like this, or large dollar issues like this, and authority issues like this, that may possibly change the dynamics of our employees in the reporting system. And I haven't heard anybody say out loud that this does not change that. If so, make that a legal opinion today, and I'll go from there, but I will not vote for this.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Ms. Coachman?
I'm hesitant to say, but I'm confused. This memorandum is talking about senior management and the merit board. I'm not gathering from this that it's talking about hiring or firing and who has the power. I'm just trying to understand what is it we're voting on right now. I mean, are we voting on this, or are we voting on this?
My motion, Mr. Mayor, if I may, my motion has to do with Resolution 22-22 and Resolution 22-22 only.
Only, okay.
Because what we are doing is we are designating people and their ability to go into the Florida retirement system.
Yeah.
As I read it. If I'm incorrect, please let me know.
Just reading from the ordinance, there are three things that the ordinance does. It defines the department heads.
Ordinance or resolution?
Please let her
Sorry,
finish.
resolution.
Interruptions.
Defines the department heads, defines Florida State Retirement Senior Management Class, and defines the Merit Board exempt employees.
Right.
That's it.
So there's no
Ms.
hiring.
Coachman still has the floor. Please address the chair. Mrs. Coachman still has the
Oh,
floor.
I'm sorry, I did not thought she was done.
And
I'm
please
sorry.
address the chair when you want to be recognized.
Getting clarification.
Okay.
That's what was going on. Okay, so that's what I understood from it in that step. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Call the question?
All right, we have a motion to call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to call the question. We'll start the vote in Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3, 4.
Three's gone.
3's gone.
I
Yes
will-
or no vote?
Well, I want to qualify it. May I?
Continue. It's a yes or no vote, though. It's a question, is the
Well,
not
it's not
discussion.
yes or no to me.
Right.
I will vote for it so that I can undo it at the very next meeting, and I intend to, when we have a full council here. I want this discussion before. So yes, only because that authorizes me to undo it.
This
Thank
calls
you.
the question. So 5.
Yes.
Question is carried 4-0. All right, the motion on the floor. And we will start the vote in Ward 2.
Yes.
4,
Yes, with my conditions.
5,
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Carries 4-0. All right, Mr. Perry, anything else you have before we move to council reports?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right, we'll start the council reports in Ward 4.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to know when we're going to have a public meeting on the streets that are going to be changing directions for traffic flow downtown Bradenton. I understand that that's a possibility to happen very soon, and we haven't told the public. Can you tell us when that will be? FDOT has made some final conclusions on one-way streets, et cetera, et cetera. It hasn't been presented to us yet. Mr. McClellan probably addressed this. Mr. McClellan, you're the one that asked me to question why we haven't addressed this with the public and the council. So,
If you're referring to the project that is the short-term alternative
Right.
from the CCMNA
Exactly.
project, we have asked DOT to come before council to make a presentation. They had come before council 4 years ago, I think, made a presentation. Council's different, administrator's different, mayor's different. I've told them, you need to get in front of council to present that information. So that request has been made, and as soon as we find out when they're available to do so, you will be made notified.
They are going to come next meeting and give us an update on some things. I don't know if that's part of that.
I would think it probably would be. I mean, the project that they're proposing to do is not set to be let for construction until next March, I believe. So we met with them in March when they were like, we're
Ready to go.
finalizing design. We're like, whoa.
hold it.
But as part of that, they're not changing anything from making anything one way. It's changing the methodologies of where turns are allowed on First Street and on Ninth Street.
Let's let them bring that to the whole council, because
Absolutely.
I just heard about it the other day, and we went for a ride to see, because your staff was dealing with it and had some concerns on different things, and that's where we bring it up. So we did talk with LK, our secretary, which from everything I heard from 2013, from Mr. Gallo, especially over the years, that FDOT didn't care what we said. They were going to do what they want to do on their roads. But this concerns some of our roads. So
Yes.
we want to work with them to try to come up with a solution to move our traffic grid through town better. But we also control this. Some of it we don't control. Others we do control. But the new administration at the FDOT is very considering when you talk about with people in the town now. So no, that is there's some on the agenda next week. I've also asked LK to get more on the agenda, to get more explanation at the direction of Jim.
Perhaps there'll be at least initial discussion associated with it.
Great, good. Thank you. I didn't know it was on the agenda next week, and I've been worried about this for months, that we'll change something and the public does not get a forewarning, whether they like it or dislike it. FDOT probably do what they want anyway. We understand that. They're a totally different entity. But it's our responsibility to inform the public.
And also, this did come up at the MPO, I believe, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it came up. So it has been out there, but a lot of time has gone by.
I will tell you that there is on the city's network, on the Z drive, there is a folder entitled the CMNAA, which was their study, and all of their presentations that they brought before council at that time are in there. So if you wanted to review them ahead of that meeting,
Exactly.
I can send you
Some of
it.
that has changed, hasn't it?
I think there might be some more specifics, but I think the general concept has remained the same.
I haven't read it, but again, because I didn't know, I just thought that you telling me that FDOT is ready to fire the gun, and I'm saying, hold up, pull back, put it in your pocket, and let's get it out so the public knows before we.
And that's exactly what we told them too when we met.
You told them the same thing.
Yes.
And you told me you was concerned that we needed to have a public meeting with the public.
It's been
so it
too
sounds
long.
like it sounds like I'm talking about something that Mr. Mayor, you've already got it worked out. That's great.
Yeah, it's been too long since the information was brought up in
Absolutely. 4
public
years is way
forum.
too long.
And now that it's getting
Nobody's gonna
closer,
remember that.
it needs to
So
be.
next meeting.
They're on the agenda.
They're on the agenda.
Again,
And we-
Mrs. Melton's been working with him on logistics and timing to
That's
make
great.
sure it happens.
Great news, thank you. That's all I needed on that. I would like to, again, because it was mentioned in the comprehensive plan, to have evening meetings in the wards, and which is a good idea. And I understand we used to have evening meetings. We'd have one in the daytime, and we'd have one in the evening, and it was basically two sets of people. In the daytime, it might be lawyers and people that's on staff that's doing that. And I've been requested by numerous people to have at least one evening meeting that the public can come, because a lot of people work and can't be here, and there's a lot of important issues, and I don't think that is good. Is there any appetite, it never has been, but is there any appetite to have at least one city council meeting in the evening versus both of them in the daytime?
Well, I'm just gonna, from my experience, I was very supportive of that when we did it several years ago, and we actually had less people at the night meetings and at a cost to the city because of the staff and that had to be here. And one of the things, and we went back to doing it during the day, and I articulated, and when I got into this position, that if we ever have a situation where it is something that would bring the public more than during the morning meetings, we would schedule a special meeting at night. And I do believe that, like I said, we had less people than we have in the morning meetings than at night, unless that one issue. So Mayor Poston at that time said, if it needs to come back, we'll have a night meeting if there's an event that would create that. So, I don't want to spend a lot of money to be here with less people, if that's the case. But we tried it for 2-3 years, I think. None of you were here at that point.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
Mrs. Barney was here
Before,
and it was done that way.
and it was back to, when I got here in 2013, it was back to morning meetings, and we changed it shortly thereafter to be one in the morning, one at night, and we had less people. So that's just the history of since I've been here. So.
Mr. Mayor, I remember exactly when we went to doing that, and one of the reasons that we did that is we had many issues coming in front of the city that dealt with planning issues, development issues. And what we originally started doing was when you would have a planning issue that would require, first reading and then the second reading and hearing, we would do the first reading at the day meeting and then have the second reading and hearing at the night meeting to be able to encourage residents around those areas to be able to attend. Initially, it did work pretty well, but the minute that we stopped having major development issues in the city, the attendance kind of eked out.
Yeah, that's a good point that you made, because, now that we're proposing to sell City Hall, I think that would be a good time to start those evening meetings again, because it should end like public dope. We got a lot of controversial issues coming at us that I think it would be in the best interest to have public awareness as much as possible. So is anybody disagree with me, or?
Mrs. Coachman?
Thank you. History, and I can understand that it kind of poses or points towards maybe evening wouldn't be that much different, but from where I sit, the public is a little more engaged, I think, now than maybe they were some years back. And we are having some really big issues and that are going to impact the taxpayers quite a bit. So at least maybe while we're tackling some of these really involved things such as selling.
I would like to make a motion that we have.
Can I finish?
I'm sorry. I thought you was done.
So I'm thinking that would be a good idea to possibly have second hearings in the evening and highly publicized, maybe a little extra publicizing or advertising than we normally do. I mean, even mail outs. I mean, I noticed from an event just last night, we've got to do more than just newspaper and website.
Well, Mrs. Coachman, I don't disagree with you, but I think at this point, our schedule is set for the year. But if we want to, we have that, I think it's great that we can say, hey, let's change this when we see something coming. When something's coming. So I think that's a good idea to adjust it when we see an important event, which we've already said we would do. And we even talked about this last year when we set the schedule. If there is an event that we think it would be better to have people at that aren't able to come in the morning, but just to change it automatically now isn't the right time, because that cost us money. And I think at the point when we would get to the point where we say, hey, we know this is coming, and a second reading, we think we want to hear from the public, and then we can evaluate each meeting, they have a special time in that. And I think that's very much within our purview to do, Mr. Rudisell, to do a special meeting at night if we have something on the agenda that comes up. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just have to keep in mind when you're talking about development projects, they have notice requirements that are in the code, so we'd have to kind of anticipate which ones might be controversial or might have a lot of public comment, so there may be some challenges there, but
we have that ability with the right timing.
Yes.
Right. Mrs. Barnaby?
Mr. Reader, so would it be possible when we have these projects that we could open the public hearing, get the people that are here in the morning to participate, and continue just that part of the meeting until after 5 o'clock that night?
Yes,
Because it would be the same day.
So we could still operate our business meeting, which these are, and then do more of a public type event later.
But Mr.
Just hold on, Mr. Sanders, not recognized yet. Mrs. Coker, did you have anything? Okay. Mr. Sanders?
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, if we did something that Mrs. Barnaby just proposed, we would have to vote on that to continue that to the evening meeting, would we not?
Yes.
And so then we'd have the same conversation we're having right now, that we wouldn't get that probably done. I don't want to make a motion that we have one meeting a month in the evening, and the details can be worked out.
Dies because of a lack of a second. Mr. Sanders, anything else? Council report?
Yes. I'm very disappointed that we've kicked the football down to January for a comprehensive plan that's now 13 years old. So that's very concerning to me that we're not openly discussing that right now with the public. But I would like to have on this motion that, on this administrative resolution, what's the number? Let's see the number. 22, or resolution 22-22, I would ask that the city clerk capture the video of that discussion from the time of tabling and before, to get all the information out that I just discussed. I always believe in transparency, and what you say is what you mean. And so I would like to have that and provide it to all the council and mayor and Mr. Rizzo, and make it available to the public if they so choose to listen to that portion of tabling that resolution 2022. It's probably a small clip, very, you can do it with a thumb drive to all the council and a mayor and the city administrator, obviously, and make it, in fact, you can probably put it out on the website if you want, but that's up to you. I mean, I don't care how it's done. I just want to make sure that the full discussion is available for review.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sanders, would it be all right if I sent you the YouTube link and the time?
No.
Okay.
The YouTube link, you have to look at, for example, this morning, 2 hours of meeting, no, wait a minute, come on, you're doing it.
I apologize.
I can't concentrate when you're in my ear. Yeah, sometimes that happens, you know, you get so impassioned about getting your message out that you say those things, right, Mr. Perry? And so, I'm just asking that we all view it. I mean, you can clip that in seconds. You've done it for me numerous times, and just let everybody look
No
at
problem.
it. I mean, come on.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mrs. Coachman?
Thank you. I'll just get to the meat of, I'll ignore all this other stuff I wrote down. But just this last evening, I feel like I'm still on a high from a very successful evening event. The Central CRA Advisory Board had suggested that we have a town hall, which is something that, you know, that's in the plans in the future anyway, for all kinds of different things to get the public's support and be transparent. But it was definitely a successful event. It was calling out the community to hear an update on the Minnie Rogers project and also to provide us their thoughts and input. And council was in the house, everyone was there, and our directors, Mr. McClellan, Ms. Singer, and Ms. Katarina Siren, and CCRA staff. So it was well attended by the city, showing support to the community that, yeah, we want to hear what you have to say, and we want you to know that we're working for you. And it was an opportunity for the community to hear from the gentleman, and this is CRA stuff, but from the gentleman that has bought a, for lack of a better term, deplorable former market, and is aspiring to make it a whole lot better. It's going to be more top-notch. And it gave the opportunity for the community to hear of that, and then less stress on trying to bring a food market, fresh fruits and vegetables and meat to that area, because 13th Ave or Minnie Rogers site is a very difficult site to bring in certain types of retail. But they were excited, and I was super excited. I went home. It was probably the best evening I've had in a long time. You know, I even got some of my school district work done. I was in such a good mood. So, and BPD, oh my gosh, how can I forget? You know, they were supportive. This happened to be at the church that I attend. It was our Family Life Center. And there was some concern from the other officers of the church. Well, we have a daycare there, and we're very protective of who is in and out of that building during the operating hours of the daycare. And I went back and forth with them. Oh, don't worry, we'll be fine. And then when I said, well, some BPD officers will be there, then I was like, okay. So it was really a great event. Kudos to all that work for the citizens. We were there in good number, and I know, Rob, I know you weren't able to, but I know you wanted to be there, and I'm sure you'll be in future ones.
I will be, I promise.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Coachman, are you?
Oh, yeah, I'll
Mr.
stop
Sanders?
there.
Yes, sir.
I think I talked enough.
I forgot to mention that. That was an excellent meeting, and that's why I'm an advocate for, yes, there's a lot of people there and a lot of comments, and I tell you what, I think we resolved a lot of issues in that area, and they came away very excited that we are doing that public. That's the importance to me, is to get the public's input of what they want in their city, and they were very happy. So I'll say that multiple times up here and just keep pounding it. I want the public involved because it's not my city, it's not your city, it's our city.
Time for my report. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to agree wholeheartedly with Councilwoman Coachman, and thank you for all that had something to put it together. I think that all of the people that showed up had great discussions. No one came in with any outside agendas. I thought it was, it didn't have that appearance to me. It seemed like very healthy discussion, and everyone was putting their listening ears on as well as coming up with ideas. I came away with the same thing. And I would like to say, again, as I have, I would like to see that happen in the 14th Street CRA, and I know this isn't the right place, but in the Bradenton CRA. I think that, working with the citizens like that is key to our success. And so thank you for all that put it together. It was wonderful. And I also wanted to report back to you, we have a meeting this Friday with the Sarasota Bay Estuary Policy Board. There's some good news coming out about the state of our waters. They are trying to work on a project with a pilot project to see if they can transplant or grow new seagrasses. That's our big problem right now, is that we lost so much of the seagrasses with the red tide. They haven't seen from the the Piney Point what they had expected. Now there's just some recent blue algae that's been surfacing, and they don't know if that has something to do with the Piney Point, but that's just what I got in my report this week. They are about to give out about 10 grants to different organizations, and of course our district is Sarasota and Manatee, but there are a few Manatee projects. Specifically, there's one for Keep Manatee Beautiful. They're doing a mural on the causeway. Just wanted to keep you guys up to date. As far as the grants, those will be voted on Friday, but that was a recommended one that they were going to go for. And if anybody has any questions that they want me to investigate or anything, our meeting's Friday, just let me know.
You know what, Jane, might be good, or Ms. Coker, I'm sorry, is maybe ask Mr. Tomasco to come
You'd
back.
like him to come back again?
Yeah, see if he has,
Yeah.
doesn't have to be next meeting or whatever, maybe one of our meetings in July or something, or June.
Okay.
July. But
This summer?
I love
Okay.
his realness and the way he addresses things. And because I sat on that board for a number of years, and the other gentleman was great, but Dave has a different.
Well,
concept
and he has
puts
such
it
a
down.
science background and as well as, and that's one of the things that was discussed, is that we're able to do things a lot more efficiently on that board because of the scientific background he and some of the other people have. So rather than having to go and hire a science person, he's going out and doing water sampling himself. And he does it for the love. And he lives up here in Palmetto. So he has a heart for us. And so anyhow, I'm happy to, I'll ask him if he can come.
Appreciate it. Ms. Barnaby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McClellan, if I could ask you to join us at the podium. If you could please give us an update. We've seen the first part of the Riverview Boulevard project done now, and I've gotten wonderful reviews from the neighbors. They're very happy about it. They're very happy that the double yellow line is back where it's supposed to be. So if you can tell us what's next as with the additional part of the project that's going to be down from 26th to 20th, please.
The drainage project is one that is being designed internally by our engineering staff. They're in the final stages of the design, and we're hoping to be able to, at the earliest, probably get something started construction-wise the 1st of August associated with that. our agenda item related to the water keepers has occupied a lot of our engineering staff's time, so that's
Understood.
kind of slowed a few things down.
And if you could also do an update on Lewis Park, I know we've had some delays getting equipment.
Yeah, the biggest association with Lewis Park was we didn't want to tear the park up until we knew the equipment was going to be here so that we could kind of keep the park's destruction to the least amount of time. The current schedule is for that equipment to be available for delivery in July. So we had a meeting scheduled for 11 o'clock today for coordination. I've got notification that it had been canceled. I'm not sure who couldn't make it to the meeting. So we're trying to schedule that coordination meeting for next week, where we'll have the Rotary, our contractor who's doing the civil work associated with everything, as well as our teams there, so that we can kind of coordinate, make sure everything is timed out right.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you so much. Also, we've had some information come in today between with information with the Army Corps of Engineers, with FDOT, some of the larger government agencies that we have to interact with. But I just want everyone to understand, they don't have to talk to us if they don't want to. It's not something that we automatically get contacted about. And while I think that's horribly wrong, they operate in a whole different paradigm than I think many of us would like. So I just wanted to share that. I also wanted to thank Mrs. Coachman and the CCRA Advisory Board, our CCRA, our CRA director and staff, the host of Ward Temple AME. I thought the meeting was wonderful. And I appreciated everyone stepping up and being able to, for us to be able to meet in such a caring atmosphere. So please tell your church thank you so much. I was going to talk about this previously, but this is exciting stuff, folks. The $2 million donation from Mr. and Mrs. Herring with Art Center Manatee, the iconic building that's going to be placed there. I think that this is going to make our front, what I call our front door, when you come over the Green Bridge and you come into Bradenton, I think it's going to make our front door very attractive and very pretty, and I'm very excited about that. I know that the Art Center is still securing donations. I don't mind sharing, I made mine years ago when I was on that board. And I would encourage all of the citizens that want to see the Art Center become the Art Center that our community truly deserves to step up and help them out. With this getting close to the end of the year, and we're going to be having graduations come shortly, I wanted to share a couple of things. One, I wanted to say best wishes to Travis Persinger, who has been the girls basketball coach at Manatee High. He is leaving the school and he is taking a position with Major League Baseball. And it's a very exciting opportunity for him, and so I want to wish him the very best. I also want to share with you about two of the young ladies that I've gotten to know through that program. One of them, Kylie Odell, you have seen here because she was the Manatee High representative to Girl State. She was the recipient of the Bob Bartz Citizenship Award at the Golden Herald Awards recently. She has a 3.9 weighted GPA. She's president of the local Key Club at Manatee High, served as one of the captains on the girls basketball team, and she will be attending Southeastern University, and we're very proud of her. Many of you also remember meeting Ty Barclay, who rode with me in the DeSoto Parade last year. She is participating. She will be going to the state tournament. She placed #1 in regionals and shot put, #3 in discus, and has been appointed or received the United States Marine Corps Distinguished Athlete Award. She's in the top 4% of her class, and she will be attending Florida International University on an athletic scholarship, and we're very proud of her. So to those young ladies and to all of the grads, both high school and colleges that are coming out into the world, we say congratulations. I hope those that have grown up here will come back to us after they finish their education. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Marty. Mr. Sanders?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Barnaby. I used to be on that arts board when I think I first met you back 15 years ago or whatever. I don't think you're on it now, but you've always supported that, and so I like the design and I like what we're doing there, and it is an interest. It's going to be very good for us, and that $2 million donation by Sons was a shot in the arm. That was absolutely, everybody should thank that gentleman for doing that, because he is a true corporate citizen, and he's done other things and will do other things in this city, I believe. So I'm proud to have him as part of our corporate, one of our corporate employers that we support. Mr. McClellan, it's not on the agenda, but I'd like to have an update on the Riverwalk, the two sections, and primarily I'd like you to start with the section that I don't see anything being done right beside the apartments between there and like 9th Street, between 10th Street Court and 9th, where there's fencing up, and that's basically it. Well, why aren't we? I thought we was going to simultaneously do that with the other section.
I believe it's related to the coordination work that they're doing. The work associated with the boardwalk, which is about 80% complete at this point, has been accessed from 14th Street. They're in the process now of remobilizing it and moving over to accessing off of 10th Street Court or off of Riverside from that side for the finishing works associated with that. The fencing is up. The trees in that area, they're proposing that they were going to be knocked down rather than cut down. So I'm assuming that that's related to equipment delivery. I'll have to check to verify that for you as to when they expect to make earnest efforts in that area.
But I thought that they were that NDC was allowed to go ahead because
they are allowed to go ahead.
You did the electric locates and so forth, so I just don't understand why there's not more any activity in that area.
I will find out for you.
I appreciate it. And then the other section in front of Mr. Zoller's house, we're taking out the seawall, and we're now extended it on down to the caddies. And when do you? I don't know if that's been marked again. When are you proposing? When do you think that street will do its?
The thing that they're waiting on, and they didn't want to tear the road up until they get the structures. There's new drainage structures that are going in, so they've been focusing their energy on the wall work, and will continue on that until the structures arrive. Once the structures arrive, then they'll start the process of the work associated with shifting the roadway. But they didn't want to tear that up until they were ready to get all the materials.
When do you think that? Do you have a clue when that would be?
I know the submittals have all been approved for those items, so it's a logistics in terms of the delivery of the structures. I would suspect it's probably at least a couple of weeks before they'll arrive on site.
A couple of weeks. Okay. Then would that road be closed to only local traffic, the people that live on that street? Or?
The MOT that's set up is intended to have it be a one-way roadway.
One-way roadway.
And I think it's intended to be eastbound. I'd have to refer back to
just during construction.
Just during construction.
Well, after completion, it's go back to two-way.
Correct.
Right. Okay. One other thing, we're doing some concrete work that you've done a good job at, but they're bringing some of that concrete sidewalks all the way down to that. Aren't they just wasting their time coming all the way down to the street because it's going to be tore up again?
No, because the only thing that's changing is the curb line. The sidewalk stays in place at that location. The sidewalk's not moving on the south side of the road. The curb line of the road will move back to that location.
Move back to the sidewalk?
Yes.
I thought it was is that 10 feet? I thought it was like 10 feet.
No, what's being moved, so the curb line is being moved from where it is to be adjacent to the sidewalk on the south side. On the north side, there'll be a 10-foot walkway, and what the end result is the road will be narrower than it is now. Right. There'll be thinner travel lanes.
Right. So that's good because that restricts, speeding.
It will be an inhibitance to traffic.
Should be happy about that. That hopefully will guide it to walkability, bicycle, whatever, mobility, versus traffic. So I think that'll make the constituents there very happy that it's, you can get in there, but it's basically, look, we're designing this as a river walk for the public.
Correct.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClellan. All right, I just have a couple things. First off, I'd say congratulate the CCRA and that board and our staff at Katerina and obviously the citizen board that was there. I think you heard a lot of good things last night. And I think that we heard a lot from the citizens, and that was one of the things in June of 2012 I was involved with as just a candidate for city council at that time, and some of the information that was out there that people wanted. So they tried to get that, and we've realized over the years that, you can't always make a square peg fit in a round hole. So engaging the community is something that I've always done with any boards I've been involved in when I was in the leadership roles, and I think that's something that you're going to see more of in the city part of it, as well as we know the CRA. So it's a great thing to have that involvement. And we had some of the standard players, and then we have, and I was glad somebody brought it up, and then when I closed out the meeting last night, bringing up Mrs. Bacon. And Eloise called me a lot, because I was actually on the Housing Authority board or as the liaison at that point, and then also with Braden Village, a lot of things that were going on at the time. So her and I would meet on that 13th Avenue property, and she would tell me what I needed to do, and I would just say, yes, ma'am, and try to figure it out for her. So, we got to remember those that have come before us that are not here anymore, and what they think about and what they do. And I think that we saw with the new energy in the community and what a Miller's-type market can do, and reevaluate what we do. And I think there's an opportunity there. Does that slow it up a little bit? Maybe, but we got to get it right. And again, if you've been around me in this seat and others, I want to get stuff done quick. So I think we've got a great council here. I think the CRA has a great board and staff to do everything. So that was a great event. Mrs. Barnaby talking about the Art Center. And, obviously we all want to thank all the donors in that, especially the one coming in now and kind of putting us closer to that pinnacle. But when you look, that design won an award from the architectural drawings of it already. So, before it was ever even built, it's already an award-winning building design. So we're lucky that that's there. Now it's coming to fruition that we're going to be able to have hopefully an award-winning building when it's done, and I think that will be the architectural. So that's very exciting for the one of the entrances to our city and what we do to continue on Avenue of the Arts. So we're continuing that. The next thing is we're getting old. Our birthday's coming up for the city of Bradenton, May 19th, 1903, and on the 21st, realize Bradenton that the market is going to have an event that going to bring up some of the fun history performance, and one or two of us up here might have a little part in that, reading some things. I don't know how we're going to see, and we're going to bring back some of the old mayors. Some of the ones that might not even still be alive might make a presentation of looks and things. I don't know. But it's going to be a quirky little thing that goes out there and bring up some of that. But just the snapshots of Bradenton's past, and hopefully, we'll see what the future is going to bring and excitement for that. As we've said all along, and I've said quite a bit, we're going to have fun. We're going to continue to have fun in this city, and we'll have our ups and downs at times, but we're going to continue to grow and be positive, and just get through this little time in the summer. I congratulate all the graduates. I think it's the first time in many years I haven't got a card in the mail from a graduate saying, I'm graduating. Well, you know why they give you the cards, because they want a little donation, which is well worth it.
Well,
give it to
we're
them.
all getting
I
older.
don't have anybody. I didn't
Are
get
you
one yet
announcing
this
that you
year.
need to get some of those?
No friends, people I've coached, or nieces or nephews, or people at that point. But we got a few coming in the near future, with some sixth graders and on. So, but anyway, no, it's just we're going to have fun. We're going to continue to work for the good of the city, and all of us will continue to put in the effort that I believe that we know is deserved to our citizens. I believe that's all I have. But just to say, please stay safe. Summertime for our young people are more on the streets, so drive safely, as well as keep mentoring the ones that are just learning to drive to do the right things. But we appreciate everything everyone does. Department heads, anybody have anything specific? Mrs. Singer?
Want to introduce our new senior planner, Jamie Schindewolf, who comes to us from Manatee County. She has a master's in planning from Florida State, but her bachelor's is from University of Florida. So she's got all the bases covered.
Covers all of us.
But she formerly did a brief internship with the city before going to work for Manatee County. So she comes with a number of years of experience, including experience in public presentations. So you'll be seeing her here as part of our planning petitions when she comes forward.
Bring her up to say hello.
Say hello, welcome. I was looking for her. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming.
Hello, good morning. Yes, I mean, like Robin said, that's my higher ed background, but I was not born in Bradenton, but I was raised in Bradenton, Seabreeze Elementary, Bradenton Academy, and then Southeast High grad. So really excited to finally be working for the city and being part of it at such an exciting time. So let's get to work.
Welcome.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Singer?
Yeah, Mr. Perry?
Mr. Sanders.
I know, but, Mr. Sanders, your turn. Ms. Singer?
I brought up before about permitting fees. Are you going to have that on the agenda next time for us to discuss as a council on how we increase the fees and what the logic was behind the fee structure?
Certainly, I think we did identify where it was approved through, I believe, resolution by City Council, yeah. Now, the reasoning for that, of course, it predates me, but we may have some information in the minutes that'll give us a background on how the fees and why the fees were. Generally speaking, your fees have to cover our costs.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. Yeah. And you know, my biggest concern was the dock fee. It went from $300 to $1,800, and I thought, I've had that explanation to me, so I'm not asking for details, but can you provide that resolution to me if you have it handy? It sounds like you researched it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't remember that, but and the fee structure before and after?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Singer, there was nothing changed without council approval?
Correct.
Correct, okay, that's what I just want to make sure. Thank you. All right, any other department heads?
Mayor, just one matter that Councilor Coachman may want to present.
Thank you. In my trying to be expedient, I forgot to mention something, just giving you some dates. June 2nd, we will be it's a Thursday, we'll be having free hot dogs and drinks for participants. We're asking the community to come out and help design the community parks. We have 2 parks that we've been looking at, and it's the MLK Park, which will meet June 2nd at 6 p.m. there, and then Tuesday, June 7th at Love Park at 6 p.m. But these flyers will be going around. I just didn't want to omit that.
All right, thank you.
We'll continue to try to publicize that. It's a pretty cool event where you get the public putting input into park development. Thanks so much for catching up.
More engagement, so. All right, anything else?
No,
Mr.
sir.
Perry? Anyone else?
Morning. I'm here in Fire Chief Gear's absence. He's on vacation. He'll return to work on May 16th. The only thing I have to report is the move into Station 3. New Station 3 is imminent. Should be there this week, living and operating out of it. And we do have a grand opening for current and past elected officials, city administrators. That's going to be on May 23rd. Hope you can be there.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Mayor, Chief Canati and the group from Fire have been working over Station 3 and trying to debug that final punch list, and I think you'll be very impressed with the facility and the program that they operate out of there.
All right.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Anything else for the good of the order? Hearing none, we'll be adjourned. Thank you.
Being the helping hands of Manatee County is a big responsibility. A responsibility that requires compassion through understanding. And with that understanding comes an opportunity for Manatee County Community and Veteran Services to improve the lives of the young at heart, and everyone in between. This impact starts where helping hands are typically needed, at childhood. The Human Services Division not only works to transform young lives into well-educated, economically secure, productive, and healthy adults, but also enables seniors to remain in their homes, and more importantly, remain engaged and active in their community. Extending a hand to those who have sacrificed so much is where the Veteran Services Division reaches out to offer guidance, while offering transitional housing solutions to those who need it. From our Library Systems Division that offers expanded, lifelong enrichment opportunities, to empowering citizens through engagement in the Neighborhood Connections, Community Development, and Probation Divisions, Manatee County Community and Veteran Services is poised to handle this most important responsibility: to be the helping hands that guide us all to a more engaging, understanding, and compassionate future. Building with the community. It's not just an empty phrase or catchy tagline. These are the words Manatee County's Development Services Department lives by in one of the fastest growing, uniquely beautiful, and evolving counties in the country. Hundreds of times each day, Development Services works with you, the property owners and contractors, to strategically move your project and our county forward. From our planning division, where we conduct zoning and addressing, environmental reviewing and public hearings, to our building division, where ideas take shape. It's where Manatee County taxpayers realize they have someone they can depend on during the permitting and inspection process, floodplain management, and code enhancement. It's where managing the county's long-term land use vision meets neighborhood-level engagement. By creating more efficient processes through technological advances, we have our own vision too, to create a better experience and more responsive service for you. After all, as Manatee County continues to progress, so do we. Manatee County's Development Services Department, building with the community.
We have already impacted the North River community by adding sidewalks and safety lights to the underserved areas. We're in the process of transforming Washington Park into a community stomping ground. And now, we're reaching new heights at Lincoln Park. Let's dive into the deep end on this episode of Manatee on the Move! Hello, I'm Commissioner Reggie Bellamy, and I'm proud to represent District 2 in Manatee County. By now, you've probably driven by, seen the slide, and had a few questions regarding improvements we're making at Lincoln Park. It all starts with the brand new competitive swimming pool, perfect for fitness, swimming meets, and cooling off during the heat of the summer. This project also features a separate zero-depth entry kiddie pool with aquatic playground, slide and plunge pool, parking expansion, picnic pavilions, and a locker and a restroom entry plaza that will also house a lifeguard station, small party prep area, and a pump house. And we're just scratching the surface. Right around the time we're wrapping up the pool project, we'll begin work on a 2-story press box that will stand tall over our additional bleacher upgrades on the home and away side of the football field. In addition to a new scoreboard and fencing, we'll also be adding restrooms to accommodate our athletes and spectators. Friday night lights at Lincoln Park will never look better. To make way for the Aquatic Center, we'll be constructing 2 brand new basketball courts near the football field. These slip-resistant surface courts will feature regulation lighting and fencing, and will also include little touches like benches and a chilled water fountain, trash cans, and more. With all the enhancements we're making at Lincoln Park, accessibility is paramount. That's why we're building a pedestrian bridge to connect Sylvan Oaks with Lincoln Park. And that's what this project is about, building bridges so future generations can enjoy the safety, accessibility, and recreation that this facility will bring to all Manatee County. I'm ready to go. Are you?
Hello, I'm County Commissioner Vanessa Baugh, and I'm honored to represent District 5 in Manatee County. Welcome to the Premier Sports Campus, home to some of the best soccer fields in the state, and soon, way, way more. Because of easy access to I-75, the mall at UTC, our charming Main Street, and thriving neighborhood communities, Lakewood Ranch has quickly become the most populated area of Manatee County, and soon we'll be offering even more to our citizens through new developments taking place at Premier Sports Campus and the land just to the north. On the Premier Sports Campus side, we're in the design stage of a new air-conditioned, multi-purpose, permanent framed soccer tent offering shade for meetings, registration, dining, ceremonies, and gatherings during busy soccer tournament weekends. This project also includes climate-controlled restrooms, new stadium lights, locker rooms for the stadium, parking lot improvements, and a stadium scoreboard. Moving north, our East County General Development Plan calls for a new racquet complex scheduled for completion in the spring of 2023. This project features 24 pickleball courts, a small administration office, restrooms, water fountains, lighting, and shade. The new 50,000 square foot East County Library complex is set to break ground at the end of January, offering modernized access to a world of knowledge for our citizens, visitors, and families. Complete with a rooftop terrace, the East County Library will provide a picturesque view of the Premier Park campus as well as a serene pond. A 25-yard, 10-lane competitive swimming pool will be the heart of our new aquatic center. Swim a few laps, take a fitness class, or catch some shade or sun while the kids take swimming lessons. And we're not stopping there. Future proposed projects on this site could include additional ponds, an amphitheater, gymnasium, a baseball and softball complex, dog park, a playground, BMX track, basketball and volleyball courts, clay tennis courts, a Manatee County Sheriff's District office and fleet facility, additional green space, and a skate park. By the way, our new East County General Development Plan calls for approximately 280 additional parking spaces in Phase 1, with up to 500 spaces included in future phases. So everyone has a chance to realize what I've known for a long, long time, that District 5, Lakewood Ranch in Manatee County is a great place to live, work, and play.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and I represent District 3, which is located in West Bradenton. Welcome to GT Bray Park. As you may have noticed, GT Bray Park has been undergoing extensive renovations. We started at the Little League complex, and we moved over to softball, and then the football stadium, lastly soccer, and now we're at the Walden Racquet Center. So how is Manatee County keeping up with the demands of the fastest growing sport in America? Let's find out on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Racquet centers aren't what they used to be. They aren't just tennis anymore. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and here in Manatee County is no exception. That's why we're adding 8 additional pickleball courts to GT Bray Park for a total of 20. Covered playing areas will also be added, allowing for play in inclement weather. When not in use, these covered areas can be utilized for additional activities, such as summer camp. And let's not forget about our tennis lovers. Manatee County is upgrading the clay tennis courts at GT Bray Park with a new underground sprinkler system. And since the new irrigation system will only require the courts to be raked, players will no longer have to wait for the courts to dry, meaning less downtime in between games. In addition to replacing the irrigation system, the county will upgrade 4 of the existing 8 courts, making them USTA regulation, which means Manatee County can now host tournaments. Shaded seating between courts is also being added, and we're upgrading court lighting. New pickleball courts and a major upgrade to the tennis courts at GT Bray Park. These are just some of the ways that Manatee County government and the Board of County Commissioners are improving your quality of life. Okay, welcome back. And we're back in our special meeting here. We're going to turn it over to Dr. Hopes. He is going to present roadway lighting practices and programs. Dr. Hopes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Scott, you want to come up? Ms. May? Bar.
Sorry.
And then we'll get into your exercise earlier.
If everyone could silence their cell phones during the meeting, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Clark Davis. I'm Deputy Director of Public Works. And this afternoon, we're going to make two presentations that are from division managers in traffic management. The first is about roadway lighting. It has been a year and a week, I think, to the day since we last spoke to you about roadway lighting. We will recap what we covered that day. A perfect memory of that work session is not required, but we do want to refresh you on some of the things we discussed. And basically where we are with lighting, without a lot of formal policy related to lighting, to solicit some feedback from the board. So towards the end of the presentation, we would like your input on what you would like to see us continue to work on at a staff level to implement lighting in the county in a more directed fashion or formal fashion. But rather than telling you the entire presentation before we make it, I'll ask Mr. Burkett to come up and present to you, and then we can field questions as we go, and then again, we'll be seeking your input towards the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Aaron Burkett, Traffic Operations Division Manager. I'm here to present the roadway lighting work session discussion. Like Clark said, we did bring this before you about a year ago. And it was a brief presentation. There was some discussion afterwards. And what we want to do is we want to recap that presentation a little bit, go into some of those follow-up discussion items that we had at that time, and then go into a little bit of the policy framework that we want to discuss with you, maybe get some feedback, direction on how we want to move forward with this. Some of the things that we want to cover from the previous presentation are common lighting requests that we received, the various types of lighting, the ownership and the cost, current practices, what we currently do for new lighting installations, talk a little bit about the MSBU program, what that's about, a little reminder on that, and show you what we currently maintain. Going into a little bit of detail, common lighting requests. You can basically lump these into two types of lighting requests: security, safety type lighting or transportation related lighting. It's important to know what type of request you're getting, because your policy or your direction will drive how these decisions are made and what the priorities are and how it's funded. So talking about the lighting types, ownership, maintenance costs, we covered that in the last presentation. Again, these are the 2020 numbers. They've increased a little bit since then, but as you can see on that top row, county owned was $24.99, FDOT owned was $15.66, and utility owned was $1,500, a little over $1,500. The county currently and still does maintain FDOT owned fixtures. Energy costs, we pay for the energy costs for FDOT as well as ours, and 461 of the utility company owned lights. The rest of those lights are paid through either the TIF funds or MSBU. And as of 2020, that O&M cost was almost $850,000. Now, that might seem like a lot, but as we move into these are 2020 numbers, as we're now in 2022, looking at 2023, and we're talking about lighting types, remind you that the lights that we currently maintain are, a lot of them, about half of them are still HPS. Those lights are going to need to be converted into LED. That's going to take some additional funding to do that. You'll be seeing requests coming forward for additional requests for funds to convert those to LED. There will be cost savings. Probably be looking about 40% cost savings when we do finally convert those. There will be an ROI about 8 to 10 years, but that's more to come. We're looking at other avenues of approach to try and get those lights converted over to LED, but everything that we install now, standard LED, all the new lights are LED, so those are taken care of. So moving forward, we did talk about our current practice for new LED, for existing lighting programs. For local roads, we typically add those through the MSBU process. Usually those are installed by the utility companies. For thoroughfare roads, majority of those are either a county CIP project or developer installed. You've seen a lot of those lights going in out east. The standard design is FDOT design type. It's a standard aluminum spun pole, Cobra head style fixtures, typically what you see, and all the lights that are being installed now are LED. All those lights that are installed on the major roadways are typically owned and maintained by the county. Overall, no formal policy. While we do have a standard procedure for processing MSBU requests and executing those programs, it's not a formal policy. There's no specific program or funding to support lighting installations in-house. So my division, we maintain lighting, but we're not funded to install new lighting. That's one of our biggest challenges right now. We also wanted to show you where we're currently at with the MSBU programs. This slide is showing where our MSBU projects were successfully implemented. The most recent ones, number 15 and 16 in the Samoset and Memphis areas, recently had MSBU lights installed. Overall, the MSBU program's been pretty successful. And this is a screenshot of our GIS mapping layer for street lighting. This is basically just a visual tool to show where we currently have lighting. This reflects the lighting, at least the white dots that you can see reflect the lighting that we currently maintain. The yellow dots are the MSBU. If you were in the GIS system and you were able to zoom in, more detail would appear. You would see more of the yellow MSBU locations. But zoomed out at this level, you really don't see that level of detail. Again, this is just a visual tool, just to kind of give you an idea of where we're at. And eventually, you'll see some of these areas filling in to the north, like on Fort Hamer Road. Moxon Wall is soon to have lighting, and out east, a lot more lighting's been installed along U-Line, Burnside Boulevard. So, and FDOT in their CIP has a lot more lighting coming in. Down US 41 along State Road 70 east of Lorraine. Some big lighting projects coming in the next few years by DOT. And in the prior work session discussion.
But before you go too much further, Commissioner Bellamy has a question about what you just mentioned.
Yes, sir.
He needs that slide that you just showed.
Yeah, whichever one you would want, whichever one you prefer based on your presentation.
Okay. The GIS layer?
Right. We can get back, I can ask it now, or we can get back.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I'm just looking at this GIS, and from what I'm understanding, the white identifies the county maintained lighting, and the pink is the Florida Power and Light. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So are these all the lights that are on roads or in neighborhoods and things like that? Because based on me and my study, there's a difference between a residential light, right, and then a commercial road light, where the light is actually facing the road for the traffic and the pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, I would just be cautious to delve too much into this particular visual tool. What you see here does not reflect all the lighting per se.
But it is a reality of the district that I serve, which is why I wanted to look at it.
For county responsible lights.
Okay, that's fair.
For county responsible lights. There's many lights out there that have different purposes. The parking lots, the other neighborhoods that do their own things. I mean, that was strictly things that the county is paying power for or directly maintains.
So, and I guess that goes to policy, right? As far as what is our purpose, as far as what type of lighting that we want to make sure, and that's where we're going shortly. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, as you drill into this GIS layer and zoom in, it shows a lot more detail. So at this level, it's not showing every single dot that would reflect a streetlight that's out there right now. And then after our presentation last year, we had some discussion. There was some questions, some comments that were presented, covering just a few of those topics. There are some questions regarding the technology available in street lighting, regarding types of lighting, power systems, switching. We could delve into that quite a bit if we wish here today, or we could, if you had specific questions that you wanted to cover. But some of the things that were asked were the types of lighting available. Our focus right now is LED lighting. Other types of lighting that we had questions on were solar lights. That was brought up. I believe a citizen commented that solar lighting is the way to go. In actuality, solar lighting is not really a feasible solution for designed roadway lighting systems. They might be suitable for parking lots or bicycle paths, but the technology in those battery and charging systems just don't have the capacity to power a street light for a design lighting system. It would be too costly and expensive to try and even endeavor such a project. It would be a losing battle at this time. Maybe in the future, if the technology improves, it's something we can consider. But as of right now, LED is the most robust and dependable, reliable, cost-efficient mechanism out there to reduce costs and improve your lighting system. Another question was about switching or dimming your systems. At this time, in the industry, switching or dimming design roadway lighting systems is not something that's recommended, simply because of the way that the systems are designed and the requirements, the photometric requirements. You're required to have so many foot candles per square foot on the roadway. With a solar system or dimming system, you're not going to get those that light output that's required. So not something that's recommended at this time. But again, if standards or requirements change in the future, something we can look at doing. Another topic of discussion during the last meeting was funding mechanisms, what's available. One of our concerns was, and the concerns of others, was how do we fund streetlights that, these requests that don't fall into any one category. They're not appropriate for a CIP, not appropriate for an MSBU. Who funds them? How do we get that? How do we get that support to get these lights installed? And if we did get the funds, then what is the priority? So policy, feasibility, all factors and funding mechanisms. And then safety and security. What is the priority and the justification? These were questions. There were some comments regarding getting MSO involved, getting the REO department involved. I think it's very important that those agencies get involved in this process to help coordinate, lighting requests that stem from safety or security concerns. For me, since I'm kind of transportation-centric, I think with the transportation mindset, safety and security really hasn't been my forte or focal point. So if that's a direction we want to go, then maybe that's we need further discussion on that and assistance from our partners over at MSO. So that's where we end with the previous presentation discussion. Moving forward, we want to talk about, what is the policy framework if we want to develop a policy or update standards or requirements. Some of the things we want to talk about is what is our goal? What do we want to accomplish? The three basic program types that we see, neighborhood programs, specific major projects or capital or operating programs, and then what is our priority criteria and how do we fund these? Oops. So, general goal, provide lighting for safety and security. This is a starting point. Again, we would want to ideally get some input from you. What do you want to see as a goal for a lighting program? If we were to develop a program or a new policy or a standard, What is your goal? What is your priority? We see this goal really focusing on 3 separate areas. One area being neighborhood lighting. The next, again, roadway, major road construction, major projects, and then potential standalone programs. These could be capital or operating programs that are run internally and bring with it special funding. So delving into this a little bit deeper in these separate programs, the first one being neighborhood lighting. These would be focused on, we see these focused on county, local, and residential roads only, supported via MSBU or CDBG funding programs. And right now, it requires community buy-in via petition process. Is that something we want to continue doing? You know, it's been working so far. So if there's something different we want to do with neighborhood lighting. The next program is new and reconstructed major roads. These would be focused on county thoroughfares, prioritize and fund in the CIP. And the question is, should we always consider it? Is this a requirement? Do we need to consider lighting for every single road project? When is the, you know, what's the policy there? Do you want us to require lighting, or are there certain priority criteria that must be met? So these are things that we want to get answered. And then potential other lighting programs. The third part of this is there an internal program we need to develop to support these smaller lighting requests, 1, 2 light installations, or like I was saying before, these lighting requests or installations that don't fall into a CIP category or MSBU category. This could be an operating program, supports funds for individual installs, one-time installation costs, or a capital program where we're talking about specific projects that we want to accomplish. We could design this to fit however you need, whatever our priorities are. We just want to hear what the priorities are and what direction you'd like to see us go in. That is it.
And so,
I know I zoomed through that. It's a lot of information. We could continue on. Trust me, I could talk about street lighting all day long. I didn't want to bore you with the details, but really we wanted to set the table to have a discussion on how we move forward with street lights. What do you want to see from us as regard to, do you want to see a policy? Do you want to see a specific area of focus? We presented 3 different areas, and we could do all of them, none of them, some of them.
So the last 4 slides,
go ahead, Clark.
Apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last 4 slides are really where, if the board will indulge us, we'd like to spend a little bit of time, get some feedback from the board today, whether we're headed in generally the right direction. And if we are, just say go forth and do, and we'll work with the administration on the right form of bringing the policy back to you in a final form. But if you've got areas you'd like to provide more detailed direction or steer us in a different direction, we'd like to hear that today as well.
Okay, well, I think you've set the table well for a discussion. The order of the board is Baugh, Cruz, Whitmore, Hopes. It looks like Satcher wants on the board as well. Satcher, Bellamy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Baugh.
I, for one, think that we need to have a policy that the administration puts together because, you know, we talk about transparency and we talk about ethics, but if we don't have a policy where it's consistent, then, you know, it's going to look like favoritism, and that's not what we want. So I think we do need to have a policy on transparency and ethics. As my friend Commissioner Bellamy talked about in 2019 in one of our commission meetings, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cruz.
I don't know. I didn't do it.
Yeah, one of the things that isn't in here, so it's hard to kind of set policy. I'll give my quick opinion, but there's no numbers in here. I mean, if you told me it costs $5 to put up a light, then put them up everywhere. But, you know, roughly speaking, if we're building a new road, let's just use a simple metric here. per mile, depending on how we separate them. I know every road's different, and some are wider and some are less. There's different lights. There's a million variables, but just as a rule of thumb for discussion purposes, I mean, what is this kind of costing us on a per mile basis? We always say it's like $8 million per mile to build a road, for instance, for the road itself. What does it cost relative to installing the lights? What does it cost to operate those lights?
And I recall that you asked that in the last meeting, and it is challenging to try and come up with those costs because it varies.
You can just wag a number. I'm not going to call you a liar. I have no idea. I'm just, for the sake of my own brain.
Well, I can give you a few examples. Let's say that MSBU, for instance, if FPNL has existing poles, aerial fed power everywhere, and they are able to attach a light to their pole, and we lease that light, it's approximately $15 a month. If they have to install a pole, then you can double those costs for one light. Let's say that it's a designed lighting system by FDOT, and they go out and install a street light. Just to install it, depending on the design, you're anywhere between $5,000 and $9,000 for one light assembly. Multiply that by 2,000.
That's just the assembly. That doesn't include the wiring,
assembly.
everything underground.
Now, if you're
all that other
talking
stuff.
about the power costs, roughly for a LED fixture, you're talking just the power cost, you're about $10 a month per light. And that's about a 250 watt light.
All right, because
So,
I mean,
there's all
opinion,
kinds of charges and things that, surcharge, environmental fees.
Understood.
and
That
all
helps. It gives me a rough idea. In my opinion, because we're just kind of talking about our thoughts here, because that's what you're looking for. Look, clearly from a safety standpoint, more lights everywhere is great, but we also have ambient light issues relative to too much lighting. I mean, at what point in time you're talking about going east on 70? It's like, how far east are you going to go before people start knocking those things down on purpose? They don't want lights out there.
Right.
I mean, they want to see the stars. They want to see the Milky Way. I mean, that's part of the
completely
attraction out there. So there's a trade-off between safety and what people want within their community. So when I look at it, and this kind of goes where Commissioner Bellamy was referring, nowadays, since, I don't know, the early 1900s, most cars come with lights. I mean, I don't know if lighting, while it is safety, lighting on strictly transportational roads, it kind of takes care of itself because it's daylight out for a vast majority of the time. By the time it gets dark out, you have less traffic anyway. Cars have headlights. You can drive clear across the state in the middle of the night, which I do for hockey tournaments and stuff. You never feel like you're just completely out in the dark because you got your headlights. Where streetlights are more important is where you have pedestrians and bikers because they don't necessarily always have lighting on them. They should, but they don't. Especially when you get to twilight hours where people are going to bike before they go to work or run when they get home. That's where it's more important. And more to a point, I'd rather see us spending whatever lighting funds we have on things like neighborhoods. We're forcing neighborhoods basically to come out of pocket and fund some of these things while we're stretching lights clear down State Road 70 to Myakka and then having people say, take your lights back now. I'd rather see our lighting programs be focused more towards crime prevention, towards neighborhood safety, towards pedestrian safety, more so than road safety. I'm not saying it doesn't provide some level of safety, but you're working on a finite pool of funds and a finite amount of lighting you want within a community before it looks like Vegas out there. That's my preference from a priority is focusing more on pedestrian safety, neighborhood safety, crime prevention more than the roadways if we only have a certain amount of dollars. I'd rather stop charging neighborhoods to put lights in so that people aren't doing nefarious things on dark street corners because I think that's better use of our lighting funds than it is to put one more light on State Road 70, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
I don't agree with Commissioner Cruz that lighting is a public safety issue. I happen to know 3 families that I know that got killed on 70, so I don't like when you keep bringing up 70, and they were out going across the state. And some of them were a little bit east of Myakka and towards town. I don't agree with that. Lighting is for public safety and security. If we're building a road, and it's $18 million a mile now, right, Chad? It was 8, but I remember it doubling.
It's probably not far off right now.
It's $18 million a mile for a road. Why isn't there a friggin' light there with it? I mean, we're spending a lot of money. It's public safety It's not only for pedestrians, for drivers. The waterways, when we do look at the policy, if we have one, I agree with Commissioner Baugh. If we're doing lighting around the bays or stuff like that, they do have low lighting. And if the neighborhoods want to do it, or if we do it, that's a different thing versus 41, 70, 64, 301, because you're going fast speeds. I'm thinking around like, Rabonia area, South County, Bayshore area, all those areas, Terracea, those I could see benefiting. We do need a policy. I do agree that the neighbors should put some skin in the game. And I believe in the petitions, because everybody rents, and you have these people sign it. It's actually the owners of the homes that have to sign it. And then you have buy-in, because they're the ones that are going to be taxed for it. So I do believe that we need to have lights when we build new infrastructure, because it's just like Fort Hamer. The minute you don't, you're all going to say, why didn't you? And there are reasons, but this doesn't make a common sense reason to me for public safety purposes.
Look at Lorraine Road right now.
Do they have lights? But they're going to. Yeah. There's no change. There's no plans to change Lorraine Road. They're still getting lights, correct?
When you guys have covered two topics there, I just wanted to point out where policy ties into that conversation. The closest thing to a policy that we have right now is kind of the de facto situation that residential lighting, while we provide a means to get it, it is paid for by the residents. But it's not a written policy currently that says we do that. That's just past practice, past history. The Lorraine Road that Commissioner mentioned between 70 and University Parkway, it was built prior to current times, and lighting is not a requirement. So while we have a standard that if you do lighting, this is what you have to put in and how you have to do it, our standard currently today, because of the lack of policy, doesn't require it. All of our sales tax projects that were essentially rebuilding roads, they included lighting because that was included from the front, that this is a piece of the scope. It's kind of a dilemma, a little bit, even though all your big six projects, we've included lighting in all of those, because if we're going to, pretty much the same thing, if we're going to spend that kind of money. But a Lorraine Road is a perfect example of what one of the categories that Aaron mentioned is, do we need to set a policy that we put aside an annual piece of money that systematically goes after those thoroughfares that don't already have lighting and add lighting as a standalone project to them or something. So that was what that third category was meaning. When we do a major rebuild, generally we include it, but it's not a requirement. Where staff is feeling uncomfortable because a lot of times we're making those decisions, and we would feel better that there's an acknowledged policy in that. Sorry, long-winded answer, but talked about three topics.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes, did you want to chime in? After Hopes, I have Satcher, Bellamy, Servia, Baugh.
Yes, sir. A couple of questions. Clark, when we had that session on lighting, if you can refresh our memory, I want to say it was very low. It was either like only 5 or 10% of the county had lighting. And I don't remember if it was 5%, 10%, but it was somewhere around there.
You're not far off. If you were to look at every single road in the county, so this would include some rural roads that you might never light.
Right.
We figure to light the world, Manatee County, it would be 36,000 lighting fixtures. We have about 6,000 today. So about 15, 16% of the roads that could be lit are lit. But again, that's a theoretical, hypothetical number. I don't think that this board or any would ever want to literally try and light all of those. But
right, but as a percentage of the county, it's only a small percentage of our roads countywide are lit.
Yeah, about a sixth of it.
Yeah. So, and then the other point was, what do we have data like in a GIS system that shows the relationship between, like, say, nighttime auto versus pedestrian accidents, nighttime auto versus auto accidents, and then general crime with and without lighting?
We have access to some of the crash data. I don't know how well it's mapped, but we could certainly get our hands on that. We don't always have the crime reports, but that seems like that data set's becoming more and more accessible as well. So even though we don't employ it in our work, I think we could get it and start doing some, say, layering of lights against where we see crashes or where we see
And one reason why
activity reported.
Yeah, I think that'd be interesting because I know when I drove around Commissioner Bellamy's district, we were talking about different areas that were really, just unlit and are pretty dark at night. But then I also had a business owner along 41 who asked me about it. He says, a lot of 41 between University and Cortez is not lit. And that's an area where you've got a lot of pedestrians and things like that that are out moving around at night. You don't have sidewalks all the way up and down the road. So this is not a rural road. This is a heavily trafficked road. And sure enough, when I was driving one night, I realized there's a lot of 41 from University to Cortez that is not lit. And it's pretty dark. And it seems like the areas that are not lit also don't have any sidewalks. And so, that's an interesting issue. But then, obviously, the board has to look at cost, and I understand with the new roads. I will tell you that when I lived down in unincorporated Miami-Dade County, and it was an area that was newly built, it was a redevelopment district because it's where Hurricane Andrew had wiped everything out in Homestead. And they created, even though it was a private development, I guess they created an unincorporated county lighting district. And so it was on your tax bill every year that funded all the lighting in that, sort of redevelopment area, which included the private neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who would be able to answer this best, but since our last meeting, so a year ago, where would you say, where have we made the most progress, and where are we still having a tough time? Are we seeing movement? Are there places where, is there low-hanging fruit? We can fix this relatively quickly, relatively inexpensively, or is everything, we're going to have to bring in a bunch of contractors and run a ton of electricity, and it's going to cost us a ton of money? Where we kind of stand from that perspective versus a year ago?
Clark and I don't have a mind meld, so we weren't thinking. I'll have an answer. He has an answer. A quick-ish change is a policy that says light residential as quickly as cheaply and not make the homeowner pay for it. What slows us down is the MSBU process of the standpoint of you must have a defined area and get through the public hearing process of residents letting you know whether they think that's a good idea or not a good idea, because it just removes that step. They just know that lighting's going to come in. What Aaron's trying to be calm about is lighting. It's like hiring a retired employee. He never works for you, but you pay his retirement. But he never dies. So that it's a pittance of a cost, but it never ends. So there's always, it just never goes away. So you pay that bill forever.
Yeah, I think we're probably, I would think we're getting paid back, though, in a lot of other ways. There's going to be a lot fewer cost at the hospital that we often end up footing the bill for. You've also got the EMS cost involved. And then when we start talking about crime, things like that, and then you're keeping those cars, if someone feels safer and is safer, I guess would be the real plan, is safer walking or taking a bicycle, then that keeps those cars from, doing the amount of damage, every trip wears out a road just a little bit. But it adds up. So, and then plus you've just got quality of life overall. It does increase people's quality of life if they feel like they can get somewhere, or if they're in a jam, they can go there safely. So, I would like for us to definitely take this up as far as what policy are we going to put forward. I am not, you know me, I've said a lot of times, I'm not going to propose a new tax. But I am in favor of us figuring out a way to make this better going forward and then start addressing some of the places where we're behind. You know, we just, in kind of the Parish Ellington area, we just had a lady on Mendoza, you know, run over and lost her life, sadly, on Mendoza. And I know this was before any of our time, but Mendoza, when I drive it, it just frustrates me to no end because I see nice sidewalks and I think lighting too, but definitely nice sidewalks, entrances and everything where the county back in the day, back before any of our time, you know, had the developer make a good entry and exit way and do their section of the sidewalk. And then you see where the county has been in charge of it and it's narrow and there is no sidewalk and there is no lighting. And then the next development, you know, so I think that maybe we could look for the areas that there's going to be some spots we should all be able to agree on. Okay, this is a high risk area for a major problem, and let's work on those first. So when we see those stretches of road where we know people are going, and we know there is no sidewalk, and we know there is no lighting, especially, you know, Mendoza has the added issue of, we all know that in an ideal world, we would already have that road fixed, you know? So when I look at a road that we as the county just haven't been able to get to for whatever reason, I think, well, goodness, at least maybe we could get them some lights, you know? And so I'd like to see that moving forward. You know, I wonder if the way the state has done, you probably know Dr. Hopes when this happened better than me, but at some point I believe they passed a law that every road project, when the state was doing a road project, that it had to have a certain percentage of the budget had to go towards landscaping. And all of a sudden we have all these, you know, maybe even overly done, but boy, really nice intersections, you know, with the palm trees and things like that. I wonder if each road project or each, you know, thing that we're doing, each development, if we could put a percentage that we just assume is going to go towards lighting to get, you know, so if you're building a neighborhood, and of course I'm going to come at it from my District 1 mentality, so I apologize. But if we got a long 2-lane stretch of road that people drive fast on, and then we're putting in a brand new development with $300, $600 homes, then maybe we as the county need to think, okay, if we're going to, you know, we're going to take the taxes from those people, we need to figure out how to get some level of, for them to get to that development relatively safely. So I'm not necessarily saying we should put it on somebody else, but maybe we should step up to the plate and see what we can do and make it a priority. Let me just summarize by saying I think we need to look at where their greatest risk of the greatest harm and the greatest likelihood of that harm. Put those elements together, and that's what we need to go after first, especially if you look at it and it is low-hanging fruit. If there is an area where we have a lot of pedestrians and it's a short strip that we know we could make a big difference with a relatively small investment, I think it would be worthwhile for us as a commission, as a county. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, so I have a lot here, right? And I would ask my board members and colleagues to kind of allow me to get through this right here, because obviously this is very sensitive to us and to me. First of all, I want to know the difference between residential lights and street lights. Is there a definition to define that? Because if not, that's where we need to put that in our policy, so we'll make sure the difference between residential and street.
Traditionally,
go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Traditionally, a lot of the residential lights that you see that are usually installed through an MSBU program are non-designed. We put them wherever the facility allows. Typically, those are installed by FP&L, the utility company having jurisdiction. So non-design, whereas when you install lighting along a thoroughfare, these are design systems that require engineering input, requires a photometric analysis, and specific fixtures go in specific spots. So it's very detailed plans and drawings that go into a lot of planning, a lot of design goes into these lighting systems for thoroughfares. So big difference between the two.
A little add-on. There's a historical term, whether or not it's the definition, in overhead power areas where there are wood poles that are out there. FPL has long had a program, I can't remember if they still do, that if a homeowner desires a yard light or a light outside, it could get mounted on the exact same pole that the county would pay for. It's just the light, instead of pointing at the road, points towards the property. And so that is something that I'm aware of, that it's loosely called a residential streetlight. So when we are talking about lighting, we're talking about things, the intent of the light that we're putting up is to light the road / right-of-way. So we'll use that term. When I say residential, the type of street is what we're saying. So you're not a thoroughfare, you're in the neighborhoods.
Right. So I honestly think within the policy standpoint, we define that clearly, the difference between residential and street light. Because what I have been saying is residential is when it faces the residence, and street is when it faces the street. And it's an easy connection there, but it sounds like I'm wrong, right? And sounds like I'm dead wrong, but it's something that in the county, the people that I'm speaking with can connect to, because they're not looking specifically for a light facing their house. All right, they have night lights for that, but they do want lights facing the street.
Absolutely.
Because of some of the pedestrian traffic and some of the other things that go on. So I think when we start talking about policy, we define the difference between residential light and street light. So it's clear, because if I have an ask from a constituent, right, I need to make sure it's clear what my message is. Am I asking for a residential light facing your house, or am I asking for a street light facing the road where the pedestrian traffic is? So that's one thing. The second thing, our communication here, in my opinion, is going to be very, very important. And I honestly think when we have this dialogue, we should have representation from the sheriff department and the school board present, or we should have some type of connection or communication with them. Here's the reason why. On 29th and Ellington Gillette, that is a very, very, very dark area. That's also a bus stop. That is also a bus stop, to the point where I have spoken about it before, asking for us to get lights in that area. But more importantly, we need the school district to be aware, if they're going to put a bus stop somewhere, it would favor the safety of the kids to put it in an area where, right, the lights are. So the kids will not be standing in the midst, waiting on the bus to come in the dark. I've actually spoken to one kid, like, listen, at least have your cell phone on or put some type of reflector jacket on, because the last thing we want to take place is something unfortunate, right? So I think we should communicate with them. Now, the crime areas and the neighborhoods, I would really want us to look at that. And the crime areas, that's the conversation where the sheriff department comes in. When we first spoke on the Memphis area lights, right, the sheriff, and thank you, sir, if you're listening, I actually supported that, and we identified, that it was a high crime area in the Memphis area. And we have those lights up now. And since I've been here, we've been able to finish the Somerset lighting project and begin and end the Memphis lighting project, but has nothing to do with the Onika, which is now my new district, and I ride through that a lot. We have a lot of need for lights in those areas in Onika, as well as in Onika is South and Bradenton area, and Washington Park obviously is in the Paramedic area. So when we start talking about crime areas, that's another reason why I think that the sheriff department should be in the conversation, because what we want to be able to do is we want to make sure if it's identified a crime area, to make sure that the community or the neighbors at least see that we have light out there. If they're concerned that somebody walking through their yard, or concerned that something, I can't pronounce that word that George just said. Is it nervous? What was that word you just said? Nervous? But anyway. Don't start. All right, so we can make sure we decrease the crime and light the community. So, policy standpoint, from me, residential versus street lights. And here's the other thing: installation versus maintenance. And again, I apologize, you all. I said I had a lot. Installation versus maintenance. The installation, may come from the MSBU, the CIP, or FPL, or whatever great acronym y'all people that's smarter than me come up with. But we still need to make sure that we understand the installation process. But more importantly, like right now, I have lights that are out in the Memphis area as well as in the Somerset area. What's the maintenance? What is the maintenance process? I mean, do I have to keep calling Florida Power and Light and go from there? Should the residents call? I mean, we have to, hopefully we can, within that, we kind of clean that up a little bit also. That's it for me for now, but I got 3 pages.
Thank you for that page, sir. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you very much. Years back, the sheriff's office used to be involved, and when we would bring site plans forward in the review stage, and they had a division called, I think it was like crime prevention through design or something. And it included lighting and the location of landscaping, the types of landscaping and things like that. So I do like the idea of the sheriff being involved in this discussion. What I'd like to see, I always like to see, data and fairness and responsibility by spending our tax dollars. So I'd like to see a methodology, where just like we do for traffic, like do we have areas where we have high crime? Look at the crime stats. Look at the crash data where we've had serious injuries with pedestrians and bicyclists. Look at the density of an area, and that's going to lead you right to the urban core where, the places we don't have lighting, as Dr. Hope said, on 14th Street. The elderly. I think about the manufactured home communities in my district. I have a number of them. There's one at 53rd and 14th Street. A lot of those residents don't have cars, and they rely on walking. But they have told me many times it's too dark and unsafe along 53rd and 14th, and they have problems just getting to the services that they need. So where our elderly are located, where our schools are located, within 2 miles of our schools, because there are sometimes during the year when our kids are walking to school in the dark. So those should be prioritized. And neighborhoods that have very few cars, again, like the manufactured home neighborhoods, and there may be others. So I'd kind of like to see a methodology, a scientific approach, where we can assign a value to each of the streets and then maybe prioritize a little bit better where the lighting should go. I'm not a big fan of light pollution out east. I agree with what Commissioner Cruz was saying, that, when you're out in Myakka and you're out in East County, oftentimes you don't want lighting out there. However, I will say, just like he also said, driving in your car, you have headlights, and so you don't need any other lighting. And it brought to mind, I live in the Tuttle area, Tuttle and Talavas. I drive that corner, that intersection a lot. And if it's at night, I have to be really careful if I'm making a right-hand turn because you can't see the road. So you really have to kind of know what you're doing if you live in the area. But if you don't live in the area, it's going to be even harder. So in summary, I think it's important that we plan for lighting on all of our new roads, but not necessarily install the lighting unless it meets the criteria. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I do have to leave for another meeting. I'm sorry, but I did want to get my comments out there, so I will catch up with you all later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Commissioner Baugh, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would dare say that I don't know where the information came up about being out east, but I can tell you that's just not the case. So I will protect that district very much. You know, I can tell you one of the things I'm dealing with right now is lighting on Lorraine Road. You know, and I know you guys are seeing the emails. It's getting more and more traffic, and the problem with that is there's several schools, and this is pretty far out east, not to Myakka yet, but it's pretty far. And people, they want lighting, and it's a thoroughfare, and I know, Chad, that you mentioned that, and I was very thankful. Couldn't agree with you more. I think it is something where we need to look back, and decide, you know, on thoroughfares. I mean, we need to probably have lighting on all of our thoroughfares. And I know it wasn't done in the past, but I think we're doing it now, correct? Is that right? Any thoroughfares we're putting lights on, is that right?
The new constructions
Yeah.
or the widening, so anything we widen from 2 to 4 lanes gets lighting added to it.
Okay.
Or all the stuff underway right now is getting lighting added to it.
I would dare say that someone that's in West Bradenton probably doesn't really know what we might want out east. I've got 2 of my guys that I work with very closely from out east right now, and they're looking at me like, what? What do you mean? We need lights. You know, we didn't put in a lot of lights out east. And thank goodness I know some of the roads, like Bourneside and so forth. I mean, I get emails wanting to know, and you guys know this too, when are those lights going to be turned on? So, you know, we do need a policy. We need to make it fair and equitable throughout the county. I don't know what the answer is. I don't have a problem with petition, with doing it that way. I think in some ways, though, thoroughfares we should probably do ourselves. But that's a decision this board can look at more thoroughly and decide how they want to handle it, or, you know, but I do think we need a good policy that's fair and equitable to all in Manatee. Thank you. And one more thing, high-risk areas, absolutely. We need to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Man, that came up quick. Yeah, just following up. I mean, you know, right now we're all kind of just talking about future policy, but it was a good presentation, but I feel like it was kind of lacking information to make a firm decision, like I said, about the pricing, but also about where are we behind today? Because right now, I mean, what you've got here, and it's civil, is everybody wants the lighting in their area. That's just how the board works, how every board in every county works. Like you have Lorraine over here and Tuttle over here, and you got Mendoza Road over here, and you've got Memphis over there. But where's the lighting needed? Because right now we're talking about policy going forward, which is understandably that's how policy works. But what we're basically saying is we've got taxpayers that have been paying into the till for years, if not generations, without lighting. But let's start setting policy on how we're going to put lighting in for new taxpayers that haven't put a penny into it yet. Because let's only focus on new roads, not old roads. Where's the map? And to everyone's point, where's Sheriff Wells coming to the table, and Chad coming to the table, and our transit people coming to the table, and the school board coming to the table, and saying, let's look at what Manatee County looks like today before we start worrying about what Manatee County looks like tomorrow. And before we start planning and setting policy for future dollars, let's make sure we're caught up today. Because that's seemingly the problem with this board for forever, is we never catch up anything. But we all talk about what's going to go on in the future. How are we going to get a second bridge for Fort Hamner before we widen Moccasin Wallow? How, you know, it's like we've got crime areas right now, and Wells can walk in here and probably point up the top 5 or 10 of them and saying these don't have lighting, and my deputies would really love if we had some safe lighting there for the citizens' sake and for the police sake. You know, where are the roads and the neighborhoods that don't have lighting? Where are the school bus stops where kids have to be out there at 6 o'clock in the morning waiting for a bus without a light anywhere to be found? And meanwhile, because we have these rules where if you're a certain distance from this, that, you know, they may have to walk on roads without sidewalks to get to that bus stop. Where are those? Before we set policy for tomorrow, I'd like to see a map up here with all of the people involved saying, look, these are the stretches of road that need lighting today. These are the street corners that need lighting today. These are the neighborhoods that need lighting. Let's get those done first before we start setting policy for the future. Because I think we're doing a disservice to our existing citizens by ignoring them and starting to say, well, we've got some new developments going down and out east or up north. Let's start pointing some really fancy LED lights for those people moving here from Connecticut before we start focusing on the 3rd generation family walking their 7-year-old on an unsidewalked road to a bus stop. That's how I'd like to see this discussion go, is catching up our lighting based on priorities. And then we can take a step back and say, okay, based on what the sheriff said, based on what Chad said, based on what the school board said, now we know our priorities. They've dictated our priorities. Where they point and say this is where lights need, then in the future, that's where lights are needed. It works itself out. But I have a hard time setting future policy today until we fix our problems. That's my view of this.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bellamy.
Nah, I think I'm going to go with what Commissioner Cruz just said and see how we can get, and what I had wrote down is, securing light for the older neighborhoods. That's basically what he just said in a nutshell. He just articulated it more. So I'll stand down, sir. Listen to the minister.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes would like to chime in real quick. He's
on
adamantly
what
waving
Commissioner
his
Cruz
card.
said. No, it gives me I think it's a good idea. We'll see if we can pull it off. Because we did have a session last year, and what I remember is in looking at what it would cost to light up a certain percentage of the county was this astronomical figure. But I really like the idea of getting everybody together, and I think the way administration can support that meeting for you is to see if we can get all of our GIS people together and create some overlays with everything from nighttime crime statistics, fatalities on roads, things like that, and actually have a pretty good interactive work session with folks from the school board and their planning folks and transportation folks and ours. I do believe we have enough data that we could do that. So you could say, hey, here's where we have school bus stops because they have it in GIS, and they've got 6 a.m. pickups during the winter, and it's dark, and there's no lights. What would, and click on it, we should be able to give a pretty good idea of what it would cost from a budget perspective to light that area. And we can go from these hotspots. As the more you talk about it, I'm thinking, I drive from my house on El Conquistador to 75th to my parents in Palmasola, and it's pretty darn dark at night. And that's an area that's got new development going on, and there's no streetlights. So I think to tee off on both Commissioner Bellamy and Commissioner Cruz, I think we can support you from a pretty clever technology perspective to have an interactive session where you can actually get to some decisions and policy because you can actually see it up on the big screens. If that makes sense. And happy to go ahead and take on that challenge.
All right. Commissioner Whitmore.
I wanted to get back because we started talking about everybody's neighborhoods, and that wasn't the purpose of this. It was to set an overall global policy. And I agree we need to meet with these other people, to see what their thoughts are. But I had written, what we're supposed to be doing is the details of the overall policy, not just sitting here talking about your individual neighborhoods. But our overall policy will fit your neighborhoods. But I think with the sheriff and everybody involved, that's a great idea. It was brought up about the sidewalks on Mendoza. Remember, growth pays for itself. So you're seeing a new subdivision that's required to build the sidewalks. That was done how long ago? 5 to 7 years ago. And we have to wait till growth comes along, but they're still required to build that sidewalk. And we have not been flush with money. We never have. And we've been prudent on what we've done. Why should 26th Street West is a prime example. The street's been there, 60, 70, 80 years. It still has no sidewalks. And it's only 2-lane. We can't expand it because of eminent domain. There's houses right up to the street. So it's all over, but I couldn't take impact fees from North County or Lakewood Ranch all these years because their impact fees have to stay in their zones. And that doesn't include 26th Street West. So I'm glad, I think we need to have you guys do your thing and come back to us with a presentation from all the bodies that was mentioned. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, and so we don't get into can kicking, and we can make sure that we make the progress. I think it's going to be very, very important for us to have some type of visual as far as dollars, right? I have written down that you basically said, to install a light is $30 per light, all right? But you separated, the installation is one thing, but putting the fixtures together is one thing, and then leasing the pole. I was like, "Damn, we got to lease a pole? All right, that might be the business I need to get into. But leasing a pole, what are those numbers, right? So when we come up with the GIS, and let's say Commissioner Satcher says, well, listen, I need 400. Let's say 40. That's a high number. Let's say I need 40 in this particular area of my district right here. We can look at those numbers as far as assembly, right? The cost of the leasing the pole, as well as the installation, and we can say, well, this is how much it's going to cost. Now, the other thing that I want for us when we come back is to identify all the potential pools of money that we can pull from, right? So we will know. Now, if I'm supposed to know that already, I apologize, I don't. All right, so put it on my ignorance as long as I get the information. So we can make sure that it's clear not only what our options are, but how are we going to fund our options so we can make sure we are not just holding discussion, we can come up with some action steps on how we're going to move forward on his 40, and, hopefully I can get my 40, and, Kevin deserves nothing right now based on that tree thing that took place out there. So we're not, we're not going to talk about that. I had a chance. Right, we did like the trees. But just so we'll know from a funding standpoint, of what we could possibly looking at. I couldn't resist that one. That's very rare, but I couldn't resist.
I don't have anyone else on the board.
Get them off.
Thanks for coming out.
Yes,
Commissioner Satcher has a comment, sir.
So
they're done unless you want to make a comment, sir. Yeah.
Royal Palms. Let's see.
Clark, do you want to chime in real quick before Commissioner
yes,
Satcher?
Mr. Satcher, please.
Well, he said go ahead. We always enjoy hearing your knowledge.
We were going to wrap up, basically, so if Mr. Satcher wanted to add something to
Oh,
the
yeah,
conversation.
he has
we'd like
something to
hear
add.
that.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
We haven't had time to confer with Dr. Hopes, but he is exactly right. There is a lot of data that's available. Being realistic with your schedules, you have the recess coming up, you have a lot of budget presentations coming up. I'll lay it there, but definitely I'm sensing as a consensus looking around the room, there's definite consensus on the table to consider stop worrying about residential homeowners paying for the ongoing maintenance cost of street lighting, or it seems that's what I'm feeling here. That allows us to look in some of these areas that are obviously west of I-75 in the urban core. The low-hanging fruit, one of you mentioned before, is the overhead power areas, because it's quick and easy as far as making agreements with Preco and FPL to just install lights at a monthly bill. Those are things we can look at, and depending on how soon we come back for this work session, we can have dollars, like for this big of an area, it's 600 lights and it's this much impact or this cost, and at the same time have the accident data, have the crime data, and get with the school board and have where the bus stops are. The only issue with the bus stops, they can change. I mean, they don't dramatically change, but they move around and stuff. But those are all great things. I would like my team to begin. I'm not sure if we nailed it on a policy, but it sounded like we might be able to take a stab and be ready to say, at least I think this might be your goal of your streetlight policy, but I don't think we're ready to start trying to guess what you want as the policy. But maybe we could have a longer goal that ultimately gets trimmed down to 3 sentences, but it might be a paragraph that we could present potentially at the next time we get together about streetlights.
I like it. So this is a special meeting, correct, Chair? All right. So let me ask, just as a question, who would like, if we were to set up a liaison with the school district and the sheriff, who wants to be that person? Would that be you, Dr. Hopes?
certainly happy to do it. I think I know most of the folks over
So
there.
I will start with a motion to direct the county administrator to liaison with the school board or with the school administration and the sheriff's office about the most effective places that they would like to see more lighting in the county.
Do we need a motion for that? I mean, you kind of know that we're directing you to do that anyway.
We don't, I want to be able to come back and, so that next year when we have this, what were the motions, what will happen on, or next month, whenever.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Satcher and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Whitmore is on the board. Commissioner?
I would ask you to consider amending your motion to have the administrator designate somebody to coordinate this, because Scott Hopes can't do it all. We need somebody that stays on top of this. I still don't know if George has gotten a meeting with the school board and Scott about impact fees, and I've asked that at every meeting.
And we've answered
We-
you
and we
the same
have.
way at every single
You
meeting,
said
that
you
they're
t-
waiting for their
No.
impact fee study before they're going to discuss whether or not they're
You
going to.
said you talked to a couple board members, that's it. That's not the superintendent.
No, I've spoken. We are waiting. We both have spoken with our respective parties, and we are waiting for them to complete their impact fee analysis, their study.
And I would just, regarding the amended motion,
I will have
of-
staff work on it.
Yeah,
I sure
delegation of
do.
authority is the responsibility of the administrator. I mean, we don't delegate which attorney should work on which case to the county
got
attorney's office, and that just gets into micromanagement, and that's not
Well, then make
our
sure you
role.
give us a report frequently.
We're going to bring it back in a meeting. We're going to bring it back in a meeting.
Yeah, that, or your designate, whoever, if you designate somebody, that's fine. I don't care. So that's my motion.
Okay, so no one else is on the board. We'll go to public comment. Would anybody like to come forward to comment on this motion? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to comment on this motion?
No calls.
We're going to close public comment. No one's on the board. We'll hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Mr. Clerk, it passes unanimously.
And I would like to make a motion to direct staff to set up a way for our website to receive recommendations from citizens so that we're getting public input on areas that they would like to see lit as well. You can just aggregate those, the areas.
I think we have that though, don't we? We do. Yeah, I mean, that's 311, right? Is that correct?
Do we currently keep up
It is.
with?
It sounds, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion on the floor. I'm waiting for a second.
Let me.
Failed
So
for
the
lack
re-
of a second.
And the purpose of that motion is that, as much as I know more about my district than someone that lives on the other side of the county, our citizens are pretty sharp too. They may know more about their areas and they can call and suggest areas. I think it'd be a good idea to have as much of their input as possible. So I just encourage citizens watching this to call 311, and perhaps we could keep a record of areas that come up on 311. That might be something that doesn't need a motion, but I encourage citizens to to call 311, let the county know, hey, there's this spot, and it is just really easy to turn the wrong way on this road here or whatever it might be.
I see where you're going, and I would just encourage citizens to email their district commissioner. Just email you and directly.
That's fine as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Vanessa, that's what you're going to say. Okay. Okay. Seeing no one else on the board, Dr. Hopes.
All right. Thank you, Clark and Aaron, for the first segment of this. And then we've got, pardon me? Quick break. Chad needs a quick break before he begins the next session.
Okay, we will resume at 3:50. Welcome back. We're resuming our special meeting, and we're going to turn the floor over to Clark Davis. Mr.
All right.
Davis.
Thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works. This is the second of our two presentations we wanted to provide this afternoon. This one's got a long title, Neighborhood Traffic Calming Program and Speed Management on County Thoroughfares. This is two separate but related. There's some overlap here. Topics. Neighborhood traffic calming, as the name suggests, is focused on treatments that are more appropriate for like a neighborhood residential environment. And there's one set of things there. If you're thinking about the higher speed, higher volume roads, that's more covered in the second part of it. So if you don't hear something at first, give us a little bit. We'll probably get there. But if we missed something altogether, let us know. As examples of neighborhood traffic calming, some or all of you had an opportunity to see what we set up as a temporary basis over by public safety. That was an example, I believe, of a choker, a chicane, a couple of traffic circles, and two different versions of a speed table. What we've been using as a speed table is closer to what is actually called a speed hump. Vishal will cover some of that a little bit more and walk you through the pieces of the presentation. So this is Vishal Kakad. He's our traffic engineering division manager. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Vishal Kakad, traffic engineering division manager with Public Works. I understand when I passed out these presentation slides, the thickness of it was very unnerving. And I understand I will neither speak very, very fast so that we just skim over things. A lot of it is pictures. So picture is worth 1,000 words, so I will keep my words very, very brief. Well, as Clark suggested, we're going to go and divide this into two different pieces. On the left side, as you see, is Neighborhood Traffic Calming Program. A lot of commissioners we have heard. What is our current program? What do we do? Yes, we do have board-adopted procedures. They are from 2002, so they are about 2 decades old. And then what's the need of proposed procedures and how do we do it? And then a couple of related topics on that side. On the right side, if you'll see here, speed management on county thoroughfares. We have talked about it. We have all heard about it. We would like to manage speeds, at least to make sure that the driver behavior is based on the posted speed limit. And so you'll hear words safety and speed kind of interchangeably on the right side, if you will. But at the end of the day, it is about keeping our citizens safe, pedestrians and bicyclists safe on both sides. This is we borrowed it from Federal Highway Administration and ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers. A lot of words here. Basically what they are saying is, what is traffic calming? What is the purpose? What are we trying to do? We're trying to modify driver behavior using some physical measures. Why do I have under the objectives 3 or 4 items highlighted? That is something that we would like to focus on. Nationally, they have all these wonderful things. I don't think everything applies here. So 3 or 4 of those things that we like to focus on are, as staff or as a community, slower speeds, making that safer from a safety perspective, and reducing quote-unquote cut-through traffic as a lot of neighborhoods as we start connecting neighborhoods. So those are, and then reducing the need for enforcement. We all know that our sheriff's office, they are stretched thin. So if we can design certain things, if we can provide certain tools that will cut down their need to go and patrol every neighborhood, then that will be very beneficial. The next dozen or so slides are going to go over several tools and toolbox. The reason for this is traditionally everyone, when we think about it, it has always been thought about as speed hump or a speed table or a bump or whatever it is. Everybody thinks about that. Go over something and that's it. But there are a bunch of other tools that are available in toolboxes. Again, they cannot be applied on every street, one, and second, they all cost different. But here they are. So chicane, that's the one that you drove. So if you're going from actually, I'm going to start with choker. So if you're going from the south end to north end, public safety, if you remember that, that's the first one. You are basically choking the street, just the way its name suggests. You're taking a 30-foot street, choking it down so that you have 10 foot in each direction, you're choking it down. Chicane is basically introducing horizontal curves in the road on a straight road. Again, it's a wide road. Now I'm trying to make the drivers meander. And I think when you saw that, when you're going on that road, you are meandering wondering, and that is another way to slow folks down. Again, these are the things that you may apply where you have wider street. We don't want to do this from a policy standpoint, but again, it's a tool in a toolbox, closure. You basically close a street and just say that, okay, you're not going from here to here and you're not going from here to here. That's one way. It's a very restricted, physically restricted way, but it is a tool in a toolbox. Corner extension bulb outs, what you have seen is make the radius when you make that turn a little tighter. So that's going to make your pedestrian crossing distance shorter. And also when pedestrians are there, you are just making it very, very tight and you slow down, basically crawling 10, 15 miles per hour when you're making that right turn. Because a lot of times when you see you're going on a main road, making that right turn, you don't see a whole lot of conflict. You're going to take that right turn very fast. So you want to slow that down to help with our pedestrian traffic. Another very restrictive measure, diagonal diverter, you are taking away certain turns away from some of the streets. We're just saying that, you can only go in certain directions. You just cannot go through. Pedestrians can cross, but that's it. We're not going to be able to cross. We're not going to be able to have the traffic go through. Another one is a lateral shift. It's a similar thing as chicane. You're just shifting traffic from one side to another, and you continue doing that, and you're introducing certain form of horizontal deflection on a road. Median island, this could be a pedestrian refuge island or something that you put in the middle of a road that pedestrians can cross, and you're introducing a physical feature. If there is something in the middle of a road, it's going to slow you down. As a driver, it's going to slow you down and be more mindful of a presence of a pedestrian there. Mini roundabout. Now, this is something that we all are interested in, and I'm going to make a little bit of distinction. What we saw at Public Safety Center is not what this is. Mini roundabout are basically a roundabout, but very compact ones. How do we differentiate? You see those center islands or the channelized center medians as you enter it. That's what they are. So a lot of our newer, what we are seeing in our newer projects, some of the compact ones where a lot of right-of-way is not available, we do this. What we saw over at Public Safety Center is traffic circle, and that's coming. By the way, these devices are ordered by alphabetically, so there is no one better than the other. That's not how they're organized. But if you see here, and I'm going to move my mouse, I think you can see, this is where the center island is. You have channelized median here. You have pedestrians crossing. You can see it's a little more wider footprint. Raised intersection, we have installed one at the county. It's basically, think of it as taking a speed table and basically spread it out over the whole intersection footprint. This again includes a little more vertical deflection to slow folks down and protects pedestrians and bicyclists crossing at that intersection. Realignment of the intersection, again, typically at a T intersection, you're again introducing, you'll start to see a theme here, vertical or horizontal, some form of deflection that is going to slow the traffic down. Speed cushion, this is a very funny term, but basically what we are doing is taking a speed table and putting slots in between where a wider wheelbase fire truck can pass without having to go over it. But otherwise, all the other cars have to go over it. This is tricky when you think about it. It sounds good in theory, but define a wider wheelbase. Some trucks, F-350, can basically go on that wheel path. So again, tool in a toolbox. Speed hump, this is what we typically do right now. And that is... it's not a bump, as we talked about that. It's about 12 to 14 foot in length. The one that we have right now is 14 foot in length, 3 foot slope, 8 foot on top, and 3 foot another slope. That's what we have. What you saw over at Public Safety, they are different forms of speed tables. They're much more gentler. Believe it or not, the speed humps that we have right now, that you all have done, gone through around the community and at Public Safety Center, they all have exact same height, 3 inches. It's just how we ramp up to it. And that is how it was a little gentler and we could test our speeds over there. And I'll leave it at that. And the last one is traffic circle. That is the one that you saw over there. These are typically very, very small. You don't have to do a lot of curb work. You have an intersection on a neighborhood street where you would typically put an always stop or otherwise. Here you are just sticking something in. It's a mountable curb. So look at the picture on the left side rather than the right side. The left side picture, you have kind of a mountable curb. So if somebody has a trailer or a boat, or a longer wheelbase vehicle, they can go over this, but otherwise everybody else will just go around it. The idea for this is you don't need extra right-of-way. It does cost a little bit, but then you are able to fit it in the footprint, and it's much, much more compact and smaller. So this is another tool. Coming to existing procedures. While it's a one-pager that board had adopted, and I have tried to break it down into steps, which is on the right side. So the first step is we get a request from an HOA or a local residence group, because not everybody has an HOA. So we say, how about 3 or 4 property owners get together and give us a letter or an HOA? Then we collect data and evaluate it. And then does it meet the criteria or does it not meet the criteria? Now, in the board procedures, the criteria is not there. So staff has used typically nationwide not adopted, but basically best practices. And those are on the left side. Does the traffic volume, is it about 1,000 vehicles a day? I mean, it's not 100%, 999 is no good and 1,001 is good. It's more of a guidance, is about 1,000 vehicles, and speeds, 85th percentile speed. So when we count 85% of the vehicles, what speed are they traveling? Is it 8 to 10 mile per hour above posted speed limit? Again, if they are within 6.5 and 7, we're not going to say, oh, you don't have a problem, go away. That's not the point. The point is we're defining something numerically. And so if it meets the criteria, then we define a study area. We tell the residents that, okay, you met the criteria. Now we would like to get support from 67%, which is 2/3 of the property owners. Now we are back in the board adopted procedures. 67% of the property owners in this area must support this. And adjacent property owners must also, where we are going to put those devices, they must also be in agreement with that. And once we get that, we verify that support is one signature, one property owner signature per home. And then we present it to the board for your review and approval. And then once it's done, we install the devices, signs, and markings. What you have heard in the past, it's more of a standard practice based on past lessons learned, is we put devices for 90 days as a trial period, rubber ones or plastic ones that you have seen. That is not part of the board procedures. We just do it so that community, based on that feedback, hey, this is not what I thought I signed up for. So it's more of a practice. In my 10 plus years, I haven't had one who said that, oh, we didn't like it, remove it. So it practically goes on to the final asphalt layer. And if it doesn't meet the criteria or there is no support, then we just tell them, and then we provide some alternatives. Our law enforcement partners help us. We provide additional speed limit signs. Sometimes some streets are just not posted with any speed limits. Or we provide those temporary speed feedback signs that you saw also at Public Safety Center. Also, as part of the procedures, board-adopted procedures, it requires support from at least 67% of the property owners to remove traffic calming devices. And that has been exercised once that I know of, and it was a change of HOA board. The previous one wanted it, the new one did not want it after certain years, and then we asked them to get the support, and that's where it landed. So this is overall that one pager that and I'm not trying to rush here, but this is what we have. And so on the left side is speed hump on 117th Street East. This is what we typically have. And if we don't get it, or even then, some communities just ask for it. Hey, could we get these speed feedback signs? And so we go ahead and put those. To put this in perspective, I just looked at our traffic calming requests by calendar year. In 2019, we had 83. 2020, we had 89. In 2021, we had 111. That is almost 10 a month. Yes, sir.
While we're on this slide, I just want to ask you, on the small photograph on the far right,
yes, sir,
you have a sign leaned up against the 25 mile per hour sign. Mm-hmm. I understand it starts to lose its effect when you put something up permanently, but Is it reasonable to, in some locations, perhaps near schools, in certain neighborhoods where, there's cut-through streets, people are speeding a lot, to permanently mount one of those signs, either on a power pole, a street lighting pole, something that has a power source, is what I'm thinking. Is that a reasonable request and something that is doable? And could we maybe come up with some kind of pilot program for that?
So 2 things on this one. Short answer is yes, it is possible. We can do it. One is several years back, FDOT did fund that, so there are several schools which did receive. I think Gene Witt Elementary is one of those. Bayshore, some on 53rd West, I think those are yellow-looking signs, and they are only activated during school zone hours, as far as I remember. So there are like 10 or 12 signs they gave. So that covers not all schools, but we did pick some of the schools based on the input and the feedback that we got from Sheriff's Office and crossing guards and that. So that's one. The second is we do have solar powered. So I think Sheriff's Office has one, maybe 2 signs that they go around the community. I think the one time they did post on 117th and a couple other times. But they do have a single one speed feedback sign that they put and which collects data and all of that. Those are solar powered. The issue at some point starts getting into if we have cloudy days, then it's not going to charge. Now we keep getting calls and Aaron's guys have to go out and fix that. So, but short answer is yes, absolutely, we can do that, and that is part of the second piece on the thoroughfare as well.
Okay. I'll let you continue. Thank you. While the slide was up, I wanted to address it.
No problem. Thank you. So this is the current traffic calming program, and this is where we are. So in 2021, we had almost 10 requests a month, and then in 2022, just in first 4 months of the year, we already have 51 requests. So right now, pursuant to our procedures, most of these we just say, hey, produce a letter, they produce a letter, we still go out and count data. Based on my experience, 98 to 99% of these requests do get turned down because either it is 3 to 4 miles per hour, 85th percentile posted speed limit, or they're just one of those, hey, my neighbor at the end of the street is just not listening to me and they're driving too fast in front of my home. And a lot of those requests end up being, and then we end up encouraging them to contact Sheriff's Office, and unfortunately they can't be everywhere. And speed feedback signs deployment, we do deploy anywhere from 375 to 400 plus times throughout the year. That's what the number that I have. So we went over the procedures and why do we need, what are the challenges and what is the need to update the procedures? One is to better suit the needs of a growing community. Like I said, it was 20 years back, we were barely 200,000. Now we are approaching 500,000. And the growth is everywhere, lots of citizens, lots of neighborhoods. Some of this we also encourage into neighborhood ties. The current procedures does not include any quantifiable criteria. So procedures say, here you go, these are the things that you should be doing. Staff are using best practices that are available nationwide. But a lot of folks may feel like it's a black box. It just goes in there and something comes out. So nothing is well defined, if you will. And then we'd like to get input and direction from this board as to how they would like to proceed. And then lessons learned, how we have applied those procedures and what we have learned throughout. So proposed procedures, again, these are based on the steps. You will see they are pretty much similar. We are just introducing one step, which is an initial evaluation, and then we'll define what that means, and then data collection and analysis, how we are going to analyze it. So there is going to be a grading criteria, which is numerical criteria. And again, that's a proposal. It's a starting point, to get your feedback. Then again, the petition process, we present it to the board, and then we install the devices, and everything else remains the same. So general framework, similar, but a lot more details in steps 2 and 3. And I'm going to go over each step a little bit in detail, not reading everything from the slide. Again, same thing, either HOA or 3 or 4, 3+ residents, they can give us. And the requesting group must live along that street. It has to be a property owner and not a rental tenant or individual citizen. They can't just submit one request. So that criteria is much more, again, this is all defined now. It is what we are proposing. Step 2 is where it starts getting interesting. So once we get that, now we look at what is the minimum criteria. Is the posted speed limit on that street 30 or less? which is what typically all of our residential streets are. I don't know of a single residential street which is more than 30 miles per hour, which is 35. So that's one. It's kind of like a gut check, if you will, rather than just going out and collecting data at all these hundreds of locations. How about we just say that, hey, could we look at certain things and does it make sense? Is the street longer than 1,000 feet? Does it have lots of 90-degree bend in there? Then, well, it's already doing its job. Is it a local street? Again, this is not to take away anything from thoroughfare, but we are still in the neighborhood section. So how is it classified? And then a few things that we have over here is when we define a through street, okay, an exception is if you have a playground, if you have a community center, then we would take that into account, that you have a lot of pedestrian traffic over there. So I have an example for this. So not to pick on any neighborhood, but I'm a little more familiar with this neighborhood, Barrington Ridge. This is between Lockwood Ridge and 39th. 39th is basically just north of Tuttle. It becomes 39th. So let's say we receive requests on all these roads and say we want to have traffic calming on these roads. And rather than going and collecting data on every single street, we are going to say that, okay, let's look at this. The streets in blue, or street in blue, that connects basically two major thoroughfare. It's a major residential spine street, if you will. Right in the middle here, there is a community pool right around here, and there is a playground right next to it. Okay, it makes sense. And this is definitely more than 1,000, and a lot of your traffic is going to go from here. Makes sense. But look at these streets. That dead ends, it's much less than 1,000. Another one, which is less than 1,000 before it does another bend, 90, another 90-degree bend, and then you have less than 1,000 here. Same thing over here. You have a 90-degree bend, you have less than 1,000 between these bends. So we're going to say, okay, this street is qualified, but these other ones, no, we will not be doing any data collection, and therefore no traffic coming on that. And the reason for that is, again, the streets are just not that long. You don't have a whole lot of traffic. And as it is, you have those naturally occurring geometric features on it, which is going to slow traffic down. So this is adding efficiency rather than going and collecting data on 5 different roads and coming to pretty much the same conclusion. We are now adding that little common sense step, if you will. Or at least proposing to add that step. And so we collect this data, and then we go from there. So in this data collection step, we are now into the numerical criteria. There's a volume side, and then there is a speed side. And you can get numbers from this. And then total on the left side. So left side is daily traffic volumes, which is what we will be collecting data for, and speeds, 85th percentile speeds. The total of this should be more than 6 to be eligible. If you are, so basically what we are saying is anybody less than 150 vehicles, well, not eligible. We are looking at barely 30, 40 homes, four trips per home. It's basically 160 right there. And then anybody which is who is less than 4 miles per hour, above 85th percentile speeds are more above posted speed limit, less than 4 above that. Well, it's posted 25. 85% of the drivers are going at 27, 28, 29. Well, you don't get any point. You're not eligible. And then you go down, and let's say you have 600 cars, you get 3 points, and then they're driving at 7 miles per hour or over, you get 4 points. That's 3 plus 4, 7. There you go. Now you're eligible. So that is where your typical eligibility will come in. Again, this is a starting point. This is based on few jurisdictions that we have surveyed. This is up for, again, we are presenting it at some starting point. As far as the last one, more than 2,000 vehicles, which is not eligible, typically that starts to get into the category as walks like a collector, talks like a collector, just not designated as a collector. So do we really want that to fall under neighborhood traffic calming program or something else? But then again, that also provides a little bit of out if it's approved by a public works director or designee on that one. So that is this. Now it's a numerical criteria step. You go through this. If you have 6 points, the only break that one person, an individual can get if there are no sidewalks or sidewalk is only on one side, then you only only need 5 points. So we are giving that, taking that 1 point away, that you don't need 6, you can have 5 because you only have sidewalk on one side or no sidewalk. And if it doesn't meet, then again, we'll let them know, and then there are other alternatives that we will present. If it meets criteria, Then we go back to the petition. Now, petition, again, right now, it is defined 67% of property owners, and a lot of times, again, this is from the lessons learned. How are we going to define the study area? Again, it's a little more of art than science. It definitely properties that are going to be along that street, which are going to be affected, that will be part of the study area. Those who have no other way to access where they want to go, like a cul-de-sac street, a finger-length street, that off of where we are going to put something, we will be doing that. And if there is another parallel street, which we're going to basically shift the problem. So we are going to move a problem from street A to street B because we are putting some devices on street A, and now everybody's going to drive that other street. Well, then the other street may have a say in that. And then we'll provide them the packet, and then again, at least 67% of the property owners, we must get a yes vote. A no vote or a missing vote basically is the same. A missing vote is same as no vote. So we need 67% of the property owners, one signature per home, to be supporting of that. Another thing that we're adding, or at least proposed to add, is we must receive the petition within 90 days. There are some which have lagged for 180, 2 years, 1 year. It just starts getting into a very long term. So we are giving a little bit of that if you cannot get to us in 90 days, then you're basically not eligible for a year. So if you're that is the proposal. Or if the petition fails, or if they're not able to return it to us, then it won't be eligible to submit another request. They won't be eligible to submit another request for 1 year. The next one is, now we get back on the previous track. We'll present it to board for your review and approval. And then we'll be installing the traffic calming devices. And again, the same thing, devices must be installed. Again, this is clarification. Let them be there for 3 years before we can review the petition to remove, and then require 67% of the property owners to be able to remove that. So that's our proposed procedures and criteria. There is one related topic to that, is speed limit on residential roads. By state statutes, and this comes to us very often, by state statutes, if there is no speed limit posted, it defaults 30 miles per hour, which for many neighborhoods, it's relatively very fast. And a lot of times, sheriff's office deputies, when they go out to enforce it, and they can't enforce it because there is no speed limit sign posted, or it's better to have a sign posted. And then we offer to post, because nothing's posted, 30 miles per hour, it's just too much. So board, through ordinance 0477, so that we don't keep bringing it to you again and again, has given the authority to Public Works Director to basically say, okay, if certain criteria are met, then you can change it to 25 miles per hour. You don't have to bring everything in front of the board. And that is in keeping with state statutes as well. But one of the conditions is we must receive a petition from the community. Community must write to us, not a petition as in 67% or anything. Again, same thing, HOA or somebody must be in support of that, and then we will have to do that. So it's not exactly, staff can't initiate that and go ahead and just post 25. To this note, all of the new residential developments that we review, traffic engineering team has been reviewing for at least past 8 to 9 years. All of them are by default on public roads posted as 25 miles per hour. So all of the new ones, we are requiring them to post at 25 miles per hour. So we don't have to get here. This is more of a retrofit. How do we handle the ones that we are that were not posted, or some of them were just posted at 30 miles per hour in the past? So these are the discussion items for this. Funding. There was no dedicated funding for traffic calming devices until this fiscal year. The board has funded $100,000 per year, and hopefully that will continue to be funded in the future years. If we continue to implement broad range of solutions that we just talked about, it will need a little more funding, or we'll have to have a stop point and say, the rest, you got in line, and it just starts getting delayed, the implementation. Design, that is why we had some of those design elements out there, flatter tables and flatter slopes. Existing speed hump details is adopted in the Public Works standards, which is what you saw out there, but some of the new designs that you just saw were installed for testing. And on the speed limit topic, is the suggestion or a discussion item could be have a revision to the ordinance that does not require the community to just come and approach us and basically say, you got to do it. So if there is no speed limit posted or it's posted at 30, could we look at going and having it at 25 miles per hour? Or even some of the Fairlane Acres or some of these manufactured home communities where roads are very, very narrow, then by state statutes, they can go down to 20 miles per hour. And if that's appropriate, that could be looked at as well. So with that, I'm going to stop before we go to the next topic.
Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Cruz. I don't have the list.
I was really okay with going second. I didn't mind. Commissioner Cruz, if you'd like, go ahead. Okay, fine. I'm not going to ask you twice. Vishal, I will tell you that I think this is probably one of the biggest problems we have in our county. We hear about things along this line from residents every day continuously. I am glad we're looking at coming up with a new policy. We need one. And I know you're an engineer, we're not. Okay? So that kind of complicates it a little bit. And I'm sorry for that, but we're going to have to come up with some policy that really takes care of the residents, as a whole, I think. And it's really a problem because it doesn't matter whether it's a thoroughfare, a residential street. I mean, we have cars that are speeding on every single road in Manatee County. I mean, it's horrible. It's terrible. It's the biggest complaint that residents have. So, in looking at what you've written here, and I know I've got a couple of fire marshal and a fire chief here that wants to speak on these issues too when we get to public comment, but I think it's one of these things where we're going to have to come up with a plan where we use traffic calming devices a lot more than what we've done in the past. We're going to have to really look at speed limits. We're going to really have to look at how we can use more roundabouts, anything to slow traffic down, because nobody wants to slow down. I don't care what road you're on, they don't want to slow down. So it's really an issue, and I kind of lost you. I'm just going to be honest. I lost you a long time ago because I'm not an engineer. And you're very thorough, and it's hard to, keep up with you. And I mean that lovingly. I just can't keep up with you. So I don't know what the answer is here. I think that we're probably going to have to really, I got a feeling we're going to have another meeting like this where we go through another workshop where we literally go through different alternatives, and then this board will come up with policy that we feel is appropriate in the given areas to be able to try and control the speeding that we're seeing. Because the sheriff's office, when y'all were talking earlier about the speed limit signs, man, I tell you what, I can tell you anything you want to know on them because I've had them all over, as you know. I mean, you've worked with me a lot on Lorraine Road and Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. They work when you first put them out for like the first week. After that, people don't care about them anymore, and they don't notice them anymore because they know it doesn't matter. So it's not a great alternative to anything. I've had meetings with the sheriff. They just don't work. We know that four-way stops, they just don't work. So I think we're really, as a board, going to have to look at what the situations are, and I think each neighborhood, each thoroughfare is different throughout the county. And come up with a plan to cover all of this. And Vishal, you are going to have to really help us on this stuff because it's a major problem. And I've been waiting for this workshop. I mean, we need it desperately. We need new policy because what we've been doing is not working. So I just wanted to add that in, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Cruz, who was really first.
Yeah, some of those questions, I've been trying to just write them down because I wanted you to go through and not stop you on the way. One, way back towards the beginning, you don't have to go through the slides, it doesn't matter. You were talking about various traffic calming things, and one of them was closures. You said that that's not something we do by policy. We have an actual policy that dictates that's not even an option. I'm just curious. I mean, that seems like an odd policy as a hard and fast, we're never doing that.
We probably should have said that a little bit different. We don't have a policy that would suggest we do that. So it is something that we don't do because we don't have a policy to do it. And absent that kind of policy, it wouldn't be something that staff would feel empowered to undertake.
Okay, and that kind of goes to a later conversation, so I'll skip ahead because of what you just said. One of your discussion points has to do with, I wouldn't even say removing the requirement for residents to petition. They certainly would have a right to petition, but why would we need to have a discussion about allowing staff to proactively change anything? I mean, we hire very intelligent engineer, like Commissioner Paws just said. We couldn't even keep up with half what you were saying because that's your wheelhouse, not ours, and not people in random neighborhoods that just have 2/3 of the people that live on their street that are friends with them. You know, you and your staff know what you're doing. I mean, I would like to think that our staff can proactively look into whether or not a speed limit should be changed or a speed table should be installed or there should be a road closure. I think we should be using the best and brightest in Manatee County to all work here and, looking at our roads to be making presentations to the board, making recommendations for the safety of the citizens. So that's odd because, again, I think there are times and places where road closures for multiple reasons are an interesting concept because it does allow for pedestrian walkways. It does allow for outdoor dining and nicer areas. And sometimes it's just, it helps divert traffic in a way that effectively becomes traffic calming just because you're diverting people and they have to make an extra turn and it cuts a straightaway off or, like City of Sarasota did that downtown by basically dropping the mark in the middle of State Street, effectively closing that portion of the road. They also used the little mini roundabout things that were discussed up there. So they do a lot of it. I mean, if you want to see a test case in virtually every version of traffic calming, you just said, spend 5 minutes in downtown Sarasota. I think they just randomly tried all of them simultaneously. They seriously did. I mean, there's everything from the small roundabouts to street closures to some speed tables to elevated intersections to they're talking about potentially even narrowing Fruitville, which I doubt will ever get done, especially not the roundabouts there. But they were talking about making it one lane just through the downtown part and putting bike. So they basically tried all of this. So, but I find it odd that you say that staff hasn't looked into it because I think we should be having staff look into this all the time. Not to say we should be just having staff drive around looking for ways of changing speed limits. That's not best use of time. But a petition is a way, but I think even if one petition comes in or one person says, hey, people are whipping down this road, because the problem is, and this isn't Manatee County specific, this is engineering specific from back in the day, people thought, hey, we could save money building roads by just building them straight. And now all of a sudden you have all these straight roads and grids, which are super convenient for getting around, but also super convenient for flying down the road if you don't have your traffic management set up properly. And now we have to go back and fix that by adding these calming devices because we can't add the curves. I mean, I'd like to see future roads have more curves because that becomes naturally calming. But that's what that. You mentioned the new speed tables, and you said we checked it out over this afternoon. Which one of the two was the new one? There was the shorter one, and then there was like the 3 foot and the 6 foot or whatever. Chad?
They're both new. Design-wise, they both are new. That is not what we are doing.
They're both new. Because whichever the longer one is worthless. I mean, Satcher took that at about 140, and there wasn't an issue in the world. I mean,
I was in the ambulance again.
That's why we had a close
I took it as fast as I can get an ambulance to go, and it didn't do a thing. Like that's not traffic calming. That's traffic calming the first time you go over it until you realize I can do whatever I want. So that was just a waste of money. The other one was halfway decent, but I was just curious if one was new and one was old, because that one was just you might as well paint a black line across the road. Last thing is the funding. You talk about the $100,000 a year. again, that goes to what my conversation was about the lighting yesterday. Without knowing what things cost, it's hard to. Is $100,000 the cost of 2 speed tables? Then it seems like a lot of money for nothing. But if a roundabout costs $3 million, then we're saving up for 30 years to do something. So the question is, because to what Commissioner Paws just said, 100,000 doesn't seem like it's going to really move a needle. It just seems like it's
between
a drop in the
asphalt
bucket.
prices, and again, this is couple year plus old asphalt prices. It's about $5,000 per speed table to provide for
that's
a
it?
regular 24-foot wide per one.
Like a usable one, not that one.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although that one has a lot of tonnage on.
I'm just saying, well, that's a different story. That's helpful information because $5,000 a pop, we can get some, we can get 20 of them. So that's not.
But
that's
if you
not
start getting
entirely
into-
insignificant. If
Correct.
you're talking 1 or 2 per road, you're getting 10 to 20 roads done on that.
That's
But
an
it
old-
still seems a little
estimate,
light.
though.
It's an older number. It's a lot closer to 10 these days. $10,000 a piece.
Okay. Well,
Especially if I hire a vendor to put them in as well. Especially
I think that number is dramatically low.
to get them in when you want them on the road at the time you want them. A lot of times we do end up using a vendor. But the purpose of that initial program was to quantify it something, because the program, there was no version. Where would we stop, or where would it?
You'll stop.
How
You'll
many
stop
do you
when
do?
our roads are fixed. If this is for discussion item, I'm saying the safety of people driving down the road is important, and especially what we were just talking about. What was it 16, 18 million for 1 mile of new road? 16, 18 million can fix most of the existing roads. I'd rather be putting money towards fixing the roads we've got right now and have people stop dying. I just think 100,000 is almost a pointless number. I'd prefer to see that a much higher number and starting having some meaningful calming on the roads we currently have, sort of like what we're doing, but obviously not to that extent, over on 9th. I mean, we're putting good money into it. It's going to be a beautiful road. It's going to be a complete street. I'm not saying that. But if we're talking $10,000 speed humps, we could put a lot of those things in, and that starts solving a lot of problems. So I'd prefer, from a discussion purpose, to see that number higher and a more expedited program, proactively done by our staff, as opposed to waiting for 67% of petitions to start fixing some of these more problem roads, which may just be a matter of doing what we were talking about with the lights, sitting down with the sheriff's office and say, where are the problem roads? Where's the most accidents, especially the most serious accidents? Where's the highest level of speeding tickets? Let's start calming those first. And wherever that costs within reason, that's where that number should be initially, in my mind. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
State Road 70 and State Road 64. No, I'm kidding. Put them down.
Wait, I had Bellamy on there before you. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm
Commissioner
not
Bellamy.
getting into that. I'm not getting that. Okay, so it's a couple things. The same thing what he's saying about the lights. Here we are. And the way I look at it is, as far as you have some older communities, right, and then you have some newer communities where we have significant traffic calming concerns in both. The difference is, for example, the chicane, right? Did I pronounce that the correct way?
Chicanes.
Chicane, all right, go Canes, go. As far as one of the traffic calming devices, one of the first questions I wrote down as far as what is the length of the road that you have to have? It might not be the length, the width. Thanks. The width of the road in order for you to start, putting in these deviations, serpentines, and reversing curves and things of that. It may be easier with the planned community, planned development community, than it is with an older community, smaller roads, less setbacks, things of that nature right there, where we have to result, probably to the speed calming devices, where if the planned development comes in, where we're proactive and saying, listen, we don't want speed on this road, so we can implement some of those deviations and serpentines and things like that. So I do think the width of the road is very, very important. Yes. So when you're planning that, what is the dimensions, for the width of the road? And here's the reason why I'm asking that, because in some of the communities I have, we want to find different strategies to calm the traffic. And I want to leave no stone unturned, but certain information, in order for us to recommend it, we're going to have to know.
Sir, I was going to, a lot of it comes back to, and it ties into the question posed by Commissioner Cruz. One of the things of the tool that is most used is the individual speed hump speed table because it's generally cheap. It doesn't require design. It doesn't require land acquisition. To do other things on a old grid street, picture your neighborhood, picture Memphis. Let's look at Memphis. We're just now adding sidewalks on one side of the road there. You still have a right-of-way that is roughly essentially 50 feet. Depending on what you're willing to spend, there's room to move a 24-foot road curved linear within a 50-foot right-of-way. It's a lot more expensive because you're reconstructing a mid-block moment there where you have to wiggle left and bring it back to the right. But you did something in the middle. So, I mean, those are the things that correctly stated, sir, that the cost to do some things the right way that can be well accepted by the community will be much more expensive than just some speed humps. The speed humps are not terribly well accepted by the masses in general. It's only the people that are dealing with the defined problem, if you will, generally think highly of them. They're not terribly popular. But there are possibilities, and that's where we definitely say that's another one of those things where it left maybe our procedure. Our procedure is a tool of your policy. Your policy within the comp plan already says we have, Clark can quote me a bit better on this, but I mean, there's a touch of a policy of traffic calming here. Our procedure is how we were choosing to implement it. So that's kind of where we were. We've gotten a fair amount of grief from certain groups that it's too arbitrary, like I didn't meet the criteria and I got kicked back. So we're trying to put a quantifiable thing to go with the procedure to say, look, here's the result. You had this, I collected this data and this. We were debating ourselves, because that was a first draft, we were debating ourselves to put a difference between, we lumped sidewalks on one side of the road as no sidewalks. Well, maybe there's a 2-point difference if there's no sidewalks. Maybe there's a difference if the road's less than 20 feet wide. I mean, there's a lot of things that can be done to encourage those very underbuilt areas to let them get into the traffic calming world easier than what we've laid out in the past. But to where you were saying, most things can be done. It's just a matter of definitely on the cost to make that happen, because you still have the land. Buying the extra land is the really expensive stuff. Using your existing land is just construction costs. Clark?
To add to that very quickly, even if we don't have the resources to meander a road, do a full-blown chicane or lane shift, if the road's wide enough that there's a speeding issue, there's probably still an opportunity to introduce choker. That's just some curb work. It's a little more expensive than doing a speed table, but curb work mid-block and at intersections to create some restrictions would have some of the same effect, and then speed tables and raised intersections would remain viable options as well. So it's not to say that if you're in an older neighborhood with narrow streets, you don't have anything but a speed hump. I mean, the whole idea behind this presentation is to show you there's a wide array of options. They don't all work everywhere, but we think at least 3 or 4 of them will work depending on circumstances in each neighborhood.
I'm still on the board, can I?
By all means, the floor is yours, sir.
Right, so, and the choker, I kind of experienced the choker earlier out there at the EOC. Is that something that's common in neighborhoods?
I've seen similar effects in neighborhoods where there's on-street parking more so than in others, because they'll have bulb outs to sort of define parking, and where there's crosswalks and things like that. It's not common in Manatee County because we haven't done very much other than speed humps. So, but in other communities, you might see them more often in
They're
neighborhoods.
becoming retrofits of older grid streets up north. That's where I'm familiar with them. And 2 of our neighborhoods that have applied for us to review their plans as the category of complete streets have either used them or the on-street parking. Sometimes you'll have it's already, I forgot what it was, a 26-foot wide road or 28-foot wide road, and then the curb would come off and have on-street parking. But that having that curb, it also protects it. It gives that feel of, rather than just having a sea of asphalt. And that was the difference. That road at the EOC is called 24th Street. It is every bit of, I forgot the number, I think it's 30 feet wide, which is much wider. It invites you to drive faster than you need to.
Done now.
Anyone else? Commissioner Satcher. Oh, we didn't do you yet. He went for a long time. Commissioner Baugh.
Just a couple of questions. Chad, you had mentioned earlier about when we were talking about the cost, you mentioned whether or not we installed it or if you contracted it out. Tell me the difference, and if we install it, what do we install versus what, if it's contracted out, what is installed? Is there a difference?
Both two things. Let me cover everything. So anytime we put a temporary down, we own those, and Aaron's crews are the ones that physically do the install and pick them up. We don't hire out the temporary. When I use a vendor, it's a contract cost. Forget the actual pay item if the ton is the only pay item or if it's the mobilization, but we pay a cash cost for their services. On my side, there's a cost of us doing the install, and I need to look closer into the numbers when they tell me the cost to make sure, is that the cash cost of buying the asphalt, or is that my tracked overhead cost of the labor and the equipment that we use to install it? So sometimes you'll see me wiggle sometimes when I quote a number of in-house. To me, I'm most worried of the cash cost, because when I bought the asphalt, that's literally cash that comes out of the budget. Otherwise, just using my equipment or my labor is already in the budget.
Okay. And then the other thing is, and I'm really curious about this, and I don't know if y'all can answer it or not, maybe not. I've been on this board 10 years, and that was Kevin, wasn't it? Mm-hmm.
Wasn't me. It was not me.
I think it was Reggie. But I don't remember us ever having a workshop on, on this speed management or anything like this. Was there a reason? Because I know we talked about it on occasion, but we never really looked into it in a serious way. And can you help me with that out of curiosity?
I believe the last two times we've brought forward speed tables to be considered for install.
Yes,
we've had an
recently
awful
you
lot
have.
Oh, that's why we're here today, is because the last 2 or 3 times, I'm sorry, I must have missed the intent of your question then. Have we ever had one?
I'm just wondering why, and I think I know the answer, but it's not you guys, but, why it is that the county has never really seriously looked at putting in anything traffic calming other than speed bumps. I guess that's a fair speed bump. I guess that's fair. That's all I've ever heard of. And then it hasn't been, you got to, no offense, but it's kind of like you got to go through an act of Congress to get them. So
I joked a little bit about this with these guys. These guys are your real traffic gurus or geeks in the standpoint. But we joked about it. One of the conditions that we're in across the United States is we've gotten so good at or the road designers have gotten so good at designing roads to prevent harm to the driver, and cars have gotten so safe, so you've got roads that are designed with a degree of a curve that you can take at a full speed without ever tapping the brake. So it was designed around vehicles, not designed around a community. And so now the whole industry is taking that step back, and that's where the complete streets is a very different way of looking at things. When we approach this from not necessarily this procedures, but bringing you adjustments to what we really feel should be or could be considered within a policy statement, starting to review new neighborhoods, because we see the problems that are coming. No roads go through. That was Commissioner Cruz, one of the the hints. We kind of put a blinder on. We were picturing development. There's no connectivity out in suburbia. So the concept of a closure, we don't have enough connectivity, so we would never likely encourage one of those things. But in the West County, it can be a different story. But we see that. A new subdivision comes in, it's got 1,000 homes, it's got 2 roads that go anywhere. Every road in that neighborhood has to connect to that major road. So those are potential busy intersections that have issues, maybe a great place for a traffic circle. And where those major roads hit our thoroughfare, why a signal isn't put in the beginning, because when it starts, it doesn't meet warrants. But do you wait until the problem's there? But a roundabout can be a traffic control device that's installed in the beginning. It looks like it's unnecessary for many years until there's enough volume that's there, but we're starting to have those conversations ourselves, wanting to look ahead at developers to say, put it in when you do your when you're building your thoroughfare, potentially, where we see this, where those major collector roads are the ones that, I can't think of a perfect one, but maybe if players in the first time when I first thought of it in there, when Lorraine was built 20 years ago, should that have been a roundabout in the first place or something? There's a couple on Artisan Lakes Parkway right now I'm trying to look at to see if we can get the developer to talk with us about that. But that's looking ahead.
Look at Lorraine Road, well, all of Lorraine Road, but specifically from State Road 70 down to 64. We really need,
so
it's kind of screwy. All right, thanks. I was just curious. And as far as complete streets, we've had those in this county working on those for most of the years I've been here.
It's not a requirement. It's an option of the standards. Clark can probably answer that a better way.
It's pretty much been our standard, though.
Right. Complete streets are becoming more apparent in our road design, and some of the developments are starting to embrace those concepts in their development. It's actually in the complete streets policy where it doesn't use the word traffic calming, but it's where the guidance is that encourages us to do a better job of managing speed on roadways so that it's more appropriate for all users. And so Chad had hinted at that a minute ago, but it's finding its way into more and more projects as we work with it longer.
Difference in philosophy.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there, are you hearing many downsides on the separated medians, like the pedestrian islands? And would that be something that, when you mentioned a street that already has 50 feet of right-of-way, would we be able to do something like that? Because it seems like a good solution because it slows people down. It also gives a pedestrian, not as risky of a walk. So if you've got a kid trying to go to a park or whatever, they're only crossing one lane at a time. But is there something I'm not seeing? Is there some problem to those?
I think some of the only issue I see with it is the pedestrian. If you were an ambulance driver, you drive this, you've got your flashing lights on, and everybody's paying attention. So I'm going to go through that red light, being too confident. That's when you still need to look and be aware. So a pedestrian using one and stepping out because they're confident somebody's going to. That's what I fear. But as far as the median passages, it's extremely common. They were added with the Cortez work that just got done. Are the Hawks active yet or not? Not yet? Okay. Fixing to be. But that was one of the things they had to put in. They had to put in a midway crossing. Numerous places on US 41 going south from Cortez, they added mid-block crossing refuges for that exact purpose, because you may only get one opening. So they give that feel for at that location. The driver feels a very narrow road when it goes through. So, I mean, it helps you on the pedestrian side as a refuge to try to feel safer or await another opening in traffic, but it also has that traffic calming effect.
Okay. And then for you mentioned that you're basically presenting to us what you found to be best practices around the country. Is there one place more than others that we could look at to say we borrowed a lot from whatever county? Like I was just Googled Collier County and Sarasota County. I found a good, similar to what you all did, where it's a flow chart from Collier County it looks like they have a much smaller or lower bar for entry into the initial investigation. But other than that, it seems similar to what, y'all have. And, but is there one place we could look?
Where did you steal it?
Well, Vishal can elaborate if he needs to, but it was from a colleague that he knew that's in, was it northwest
Franklin,
of Nashville in Franklin, Tennessee, where they have an adopted policy. It's similar. What Vishal presented to you today is, you could call a modification of that. But if you think about where he started, talking about our criteria that we currently use, which isn't hard numbers in a procedure, it's about 1,000 cars a day, it's 4 to 8 miles an hour. If you plugged those numbers into the chart he was proposing today, you'd find that we were holding them to maybe a 7 or 8 point standard previously. And so what he's talking to you about today gives them a little bit more flexibility in looking at volume or speed, not necessarily meeting two different ones, but also, I would argue, a little bit lower hurdle to cross to access traffic calming based on what he presented.
Okay. Well, what I would like to propose is that commissioners take a look at what you've provided us, and that you just put this on a regular agenda to be adopted. And if commissioners have a major objection, a major problem, one thing that they'd love to see changed, then they come ready to make an alternate motion that would adjust the part of the process they don't like. At least then we have a starting spot that we can all see and know what it is, and we use it for a year, and we can see what changes we want to make, because one particular part of the policy is not working for our area, then we could change it. Unless you see a downside to that, but otherwise, that's what I think seems like the next step.
And that's certainly a viable approach. I mean, Vishal's invested a lot of thought into this. It would take us some time to craft this as either a procedure or ordinance for the county. Chad is saying procedure, but we'd still want to look at it against our current one and present that to you, so it highlights the differences a little bit and you understand where we're going. I know that we did a lot of that today, but we also provided some of the technical that goes with it, and so I can understand why it might be overwhelming. So we'll try and distill it a little bit and focus on those parts. And
real quick, I sort of zoned out. I apologize. In a nutshell, what did you just propose? No. Quick and dirty.
What I thought I was proposing was that basically it sounded like they had undertaken using this set of rules, and and I was just proposing that they bring it back to us to make that official policy, and that if we saw any real problems between now and when it comes up on the agenda, we could propose, hey, I really hate the part about medians on whatever street, but maybe I missed, this is not what we've been using so far. This is a proposal for a brand new policy that's different, very different.
I'll chime in, Clark, because you and I have had this discussion a couple of times. We don't necessarily have set policy, and so in discussions with Clark on four-way stops or speed humps or whatever, we don't necessarily have anything etched in stone, and I guess that's part of the some things, but most of this is not etched in stone. Is that accurate?
Clarify one thing. We do have adopted traffic calming procedures. They've been in effect for about 20 years, and there's parts of those traffic calming procedures that we've done simply as a matter of, say, staff practice and engineering judgment. What we think we can do is add some quantitative, numerical criteria to it that people can look at and understand, so that they have a good idea going in whether or not they stand a chance. And so I took Commissioner Satcher's suggestion to be that staff present or prepare for the board an updated set of procedures, so modernize our procedures, but we wouldn't go so far as to start identifying specific locations or even specific solutions at this point. We think that that's a follow-on discussion about what's appropriate for certain environments.
And who has the board, me or you?
You do.
Okay. So, and then, so I think I see what you're saying. Is you're saying basically for 20 years, just the speed bumps has been the question when things come before us versus this is new, uncharted territory, but you have a set of things that you think have worked other places that might work here. And so if that's what we're doing, maybe that's a little different than what I said to begin with. So maybe my suggestion would be pick your favorites out of this, which my favorite would be the median, the islands. But pick your favorite of that to start incorporating and bring that to us. My main goal is for us to have something that we can direct everyone to. So everybody, when we are at a neighborhood meeting and they say, we need, this, and we can say, go online to this page or call 311, they'll send you the link, and they can look through the policies and see the procedure. And then if one part of the procedure is just a real dud, does not work well, cost way too much money, if there's a problem with it, then we update it, and we can update it every year, every 6 months, and make it better as we go, so that we're not 20 years from now just updating the procedure on traffic calming, but maybe yearly hone it and get it a little better. And maybe people come up with even better ideas, that we can adopt, and we'll come up with some of those ideas ourselves. It's just my advice doesn't have to be, or just a thought for you guys.
Well, for what it's worth, those thoughts are consistent with what we presented to you today. And so without, board telling us otherwise, we would like to bring updated procedures to you. The parts about the options, for whatever reason, it's not actually set in the procedures. When we've been eligible for traffic calming, it seems to have always led to speed humps. We're saying that doesn't have to be the only option. We showed you 4 that we think are relatively low cost, 5 different types of low cost improvements that we could do out at the Public Safety Center today, but there's a few more that Vishal walked through.
Gotcha.
But we think as we look at an individual neighborhood or road and they say, yeah, it's a great idea to do this, they meet the criteria, we'd look, well, they've got enough road to do this one and this one and this one. We could present either a list of options, or we could pick one of the ones that seems to make the most sense, and so on, and bring those on at that point, it is more of a engineering and judgment basis rather than something you want to memorialize in your procedures.
Okay.
So we believe.
Sounds great to me. So I like that idea. And you don't need a motion from us today to proceed on that, correct? Or do you?
Well, the whole board's not here, but we feel like what we're doing isn't real hard or controversial stuff. It sort of makes sense, so we can go ahead and work on it.
Right. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, so here's a couple things that I want on the record that I've asked for that I really haven't heard back from. Probably 4 or 5 months ago, we had a young lady that got hit in North Orange Estates, and we asked for a traffic calming study. What else do I need to do to make sure that study is taking place so I can make sure that we're doing what we need to do to assure public safety is out there when it relates to an issue or concern like that?
The steps would be to follow the procedure that Vishal outlined today. I think we have a meeting maybe set up with you next week, and we can come and sit with you and walk through
and I know we
those
do have a
procedures.
meeting next week, but is that for steps that I need to follow, or is it steps for staff need to follow? I want to make sure I'm doing my part.
These are, the way we do it today, these are usually community, neighborhood initiated. So if, as your constituency approaches you and say, what do I need to do to get this in my neighborhood? You can say, there's a procedure for that. And you can either point them to us or give them what we give you, and we'll work with them to submit it.
So basically, there's nothing being done because there's no steps being taken, because we have to give it back to the community for them to complete petitions and for them to say they want it done, although quite clearly, and this is not you, this is to make sure we're on the same page, quite clearly, if there's been a concern and there have been phone calls and we've actually had a issue where a young lady's actually been hit by a vehicle, I just want to make sure, and she said I don't have a part, but I just need to know what I need to do to make sure it's clear to them that I'm doing the best that I need to do to make sure public safety is out there.
They need a a residential group. So either they're HOA, or if they don't have a HOA,
Well-
a few people in the neighborhood get together and approach traffic engineering staff, Vishal's staff, to initiate the neighborhood traffic calming process.
Okay, so I'm their representative. And their representative, yes, sir.
I hate to interrupt you, but you might be glad. My suggestion, we're talking about the policy that we want to give all communities that they can go look at, and they could start the process on their own. However, you're a county commissioner. You
should
can
get
make a
started.
motion right now to start that per traffic study, and there's a quorum here, and we could vote on it right here, right now.
Right, and I see where this is going, and again, I like that approach because we are talking about policy, and I do believe, as their representative, I should have the ability to bring that forward to staff and then put in a request, and we make some type of traction. Now, I may be wrong, and I'm the first one to always, err on the side of caution and say, how can we come together to make sure we solve this issue? It doesn't matter whether it's policy or whether it's whatever the 4 or 5 steps are. I just need it done to make sure that that we don't have these type of issues again, and we can show that we've done something. So if Commissioner Satcher, and we've kind of naked here, we're liking a lawyer, liking an administrator, and liking a chair, but if we there's nothing we can talk about right now with 3 people in here. So my take is to just tell me my steps, and I'll do my best to do my part.
And maybe I was being a little bit hyper-literal earlier. Absent direction from the board as a whole to go forth and do a specific thing, we will channel people into our regulations and procedures and so forth. And so the sort of the quote-unquote normal process would be for a homeowners association or residential group to approach staff and request that it be undertaken consistent with the procedure that Vishal outlined earlier. But if the board says this is an important neighborhood, doesn't matter whether they've got a residential group or not, go out there and study it and do it, then of course we'll do it.
Okay, you're proposing a motion? Commissioner Baugh?
You missed a good conversation.
Yeah. I
Commissioner
apologize.
Bellamy, you have every right to make a motion for anything it is that you want.
Commissioner Bellamy?
And then it's up to the rest of us to vote
Can I make a
one way or
motion?
the other. Let me finish if I may.
I'm sorry.
You represent the constituents. It is what you want to see done and no one else. Thank
Right.
you.
And I agree with all the approaches that's out there, and I will make a motion, and I want to make sure I word my motion the right way, but our support has some other things that was a priority, and I respect that. But the reality is, Mr. Clark was saying that we have to hear from the homeowners associations or the constituents in order for us to put in a request for speed bumps or traffic calming. So my motion, from a policy standpoint, is the representative. I motioned for the district commissioner or the commissioner have the ability to request staff to input or implement a traffic calming or whatever the steps are in order for us to get it addressed.
We basically do that now, don't we?
It's, okay, so that's what I don't want
But
to
we
get
make the
into.
motion, I don't care. I'll support it,
Me too.
because I like
Make
I
it.
like the way
You
we
have
do
the
it.
right.
I believe that.
You're a
That's that-
commissioner.
No, that's not what I'm going. I just want to make sure I'm saying it the right way.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bellamy, it is correct that you already have the prerogative to do that if you want to, but if you'd like that to be, sort of formalized in a policy, then my suggestion would be to direct the county administrator to bring back a policy that allows county commissioners to initiate looking at traffic calming devices in neighborhoods. Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, we're past
I
that phase.
misunderstood then, I'm
Yeah, and with all due respect, we're past the phase of bringing the county administrator in. We're at the phase of when a commissioner requests something to get done to staff, it takes place. That's the phase that we're at because, again, I talked about this from the dais, and I have 3 of them that I've brought forward, and I'm utilizing North Orange Estates as an example right now. as far as a traffic calming study because that community has reached out to me. All right, because their cars are very fast in that area. So I asked for a study so we can say, well, what's next? Are we going to do the speed bumps? Are we going to put the speedometers up there so they can actually see how fast they're going? Because those are options. Am I correct? That we can look at to calm the traffic. And from this point, nothing has taken place. And again, I'm not attacking staff. That is not my That is not my style. That's not what I do. And I'll bring it to everybody's attention when we talk about the young lady that got hit out in North Orange Estates. And I asked for some traffic calming solutions out there. And again, if maybe I need to back out because I don't want people to think I'm attacking them, but I do want that traffic calming, study to take place, and I do want to know what our options are so we can, slow some of this traffic down in some of these neighborhoods.
You want me to make the motion?
So could I just ask a question just to make sure I understand it? I'm trying to help you with the wording here, but I want to understand what you're trying to get to. You're saying you'd like individual commissioners to be able to direct that these studies take place.
Yes,
Is that
because
what you're looking to get to?
Yes, because Mr. Clark brought it to my attention, and if I misinterpreted, I apologize. He brought it to my attention that the initial steps is to get the constituents to meet with staff or get the homeowners association members to meet with staff. But what I'm saying as their representative, if I bring it forward, that should be enough. That's what my point is.
I understand.
You're correct.
Commissioner Baugh?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, you're a commissioner, you're a county commissioner, you're
get
up
that.
here. You can ask and get done anything it is that you want to get done.
Right.
You have that ability right now. All you have to do is make the motion. If you don't want to, I'll be happy to.
I made the motion, and I was trying to get the wording, but from what it's out there, it's all. Go ahead, sir. The county administrator.
Excuse
Based on
me.
the conversation with the director, it sounds like what we need to do is change the procedures. I mean, we have documented procedures and policies, and if you want and I think that's what Clark was mentioning, that we need to update the procedures and the policies about how we go about this so that it provides for a county commissioner to make the request. I was just taken aback because it sounded like we didn't do anything, and I know we've done traffic calming in your district that you've asked for, that the board has directed.
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but I thought he was referencing something that he asked to be done that wasn't done.
He was.
I am. I am referencing something
And
that
don't
I asked.
interrupt me when I'm talking.
And so I wasn't aware, but the suggestion from the director is that we need to change our protocols and procedures for determining when we do a study to provide for, according to your request, for the district commissioner
Have a choice.
to make the direct request to have the study done. I thought that's what you said.
Do you want me to take it over? Thank you. Mr. County Administrator, you interrupted me. I had the floor. So please wait for just a moment. Maybe I can help.
I thought
Commissioner Bellamy, no, I didn't. Commissioner Bellamy had requested a study to be done.
Check.
Nothing has ever come back to him or mentioned to him in reference to that.
Check.
His question was, did he, as a county commissioner, have the right to get that done? Yes, he does. No one has the authority to tell him he can't do something. He's a county commissioner, is our point. So I believe you made the motion, Bill Clegg was helping, and the point is, if you've made the motion, do we have a second yet?
There's no motion on the floor.
There's
We're
no
still trying
motion.
to clarify the wording of the motion. So what do you want to do? Just direct them to do these studies? Is that
Right.
Okay. Can you?
But here's the issue. His point was.
That's easy. I can give you the word.
Yeah, don't worry about what he said.
Yeah.
I
So.
can't do that. You can't do that.
So
No,
the
I
motion
said-
would be, Commissioner Bellamy, I move that we direct the county administrator and staff to conduct traffic calming studies for, and if you could just state
The North Orange Estates area.
Second.
North Orange Estates.
So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bellamy, and we have a second by Commissioner Baugh.
Fight for that.
That's very easy.
We do have commissioners on the board for discussion. Commissioner Bellamy and Satcher, do either of you wish to discuss this item?
And Commissioner Bellamy, if I could, I'm sorry for the confusion before. I misunderstood what you were trying to do.
Oh,
But
no,
once I
that's
got it,
okay.
It's very easy to get.
Do you need further discussion on this item? You're first
Nah,
on the board.
I don't wear all this on my shoulders. I just want to get stuff done for my community. I really don't.
Commissioner Satcher, do you need a discussion on the motion?
Yes, on the motion.
Floor is yours.
Maybe for in the
future.
A serious question would be whether or not the last time you brought this up, because I remember you bringing this up, is whether or not we voted on it as a motion at that time. Because if we already did, then what this turns into is somebody has dropped the ball and not taken.
Which is what my question was. And again, I'm not trying to take anybody. I just want to know what steps I need to take so I can get the traffic study done in the area that it needs to be done. So when the community reach out to me, I can make sure it's clear to them that I'm following the steps and these are the steps we need to take. So all of us will be on the same page. That's all I'm trying to do.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes.
It's my understanding that one way for a commissioner to directly get something like this done is to make a motion, get 4 votes, and direct me to do it. This particular was discussed, but there was no motion made to direct us to do it because after every meeting, staff, the directors get together, we go through every single motion and we take action. So aside from the other protocols that they have, this is the most direct way to give direction to me is to do it in a special meeting, which is the reason why we called the special meeting.
We'll start calling him Ed Hunsaker.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's make it very clear here. If a commissioner asks for something to be done, it should get done.
Such as close on this Lena Road property sooner than is stated?
Yes,
No, I'm serious.
exactly.
Because that's not really how it works. That's all my point.
No, and it doesn't seem that that's how it's working today either. I'm really surprised that we're having this issue. If you want to put something together, Mr. County Administrator, that states that, that's fine, but no one has the right to tell a commissioner they can't do something unless maybe they're trying to break the law over something. I mean, I don't see where asking for a study to be done in your district where someone has been injured or maimed or killed should be an issue. And to say that, well, we didn't do a motion on it, so that's why it never got done, that's a poor excuse. This was serious. So I don't understand the issue. And I don't know if there's any other commissioners on the board, but I don't like what I'm hearing right now. It's not right. I'm going to call the question. We need to vote.
Question has been
you.
called, and there's a second. We'll now vote on the calling of the question. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Question's been called. We'll hold the vote. All in favor of the motion? Oh, I have to have public comment. Anyone like to come forward from the public to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this item?
No calls.
No callers. We'll close public comment. We'll hold the vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Mr. Clerk, it passes unanimously. Do we have any further business? Dr. Hopes.
It sounds to me that there was a misunderstanding because I didn't say that you can't do anything. I said one way to get something like this done is to do it just like you're doing. Now, I will tell you, I appreciate the hour of this meeting, but I've got at least one commissioner that's running around this building telling people things that are causing problems for me. And if that's the way this board wants to conduct business, I am happy to walk out that door.
Well, somebody needs to fill us in because none of us know about this. Do we get filled in or not?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you are, Dr. Hopes, and you know what? We're blessed to have you.
Mr. Clegg.
My recommendation is we conclude this meeting. I do have briefings scheduled with all 7 of you this week, and I will provide you what information I can.
Can we do
Yours will
public
be the
comment?
first or second on the schedule after Commissioner Cruz tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, I'm just saying we have citizens here that would like to.
We will now open this meeting up to public comment. So public comment on any of the items we discussed during today's meeting, any agenda items at all. If you would like to come forward and speak, please, when you go to the podium, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on today's agenda.
Hi, Lee Whitehurst, Chief, East Manatee Fire Rescue, and the resident of Manatee County. Regarding the flow chart that was shown, which I know you're discussing as far as whether a homeowners association and such brings things forward or county commissioner or such. The only thing that we need to discuss is that through Florida law, the fire districts are also an approval process for speed bumps and calming tables and such. So I would just ask that that be included in the process. Florida Statute 633.202 adopts the Florida Fire Prevention Code, and within the Florida Fire Prevention Code is where the design and use of traffic calming devices shall be approved by the authority that enforces that. Now, we would like to partner with the county on that, speaking on behalf of all the fire districts, the 7 that we have, just to be part of that process. There's no qualms right now on how you're going about it, but we do have some concerns if multiple calming devices are used, which hasn't really been referenced.
Are you part of the process now?
Sometimes.
To some level, okay.
There's a few that have been put in that were without, and just speaking for East Manatee, that were without our knowledge. And we just want to be part of that, speaking on behalf of all the fire districts, to be part of that process.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on agenda items from today's agenda? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on today's agenda items and public comment?
No calls.
All right, no callers, we'll close public comment. Bashar, you make a comment?
Chair, this has been brought up in the past, and there is an opinion memo from Mickey Palmer's office in the past, so County Attorney's Office. The question was authorities having jurisdiction, AHJ, based on the Fire Prevention Code, and the opinion that was given to us was county, us, have the authorities having jurisdiction on public roadway. But we'll be more than happy to revisit this issue and partner with them. So just wanted to clarify that this has been done and clarified in the past through County Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Bashar. Commissioner Cruz.
We direct the county attorney to at least look at that opinion and verify it based upon what we just heard here. Let's make sure that that's a correct opinion.
We will resubmit that as a modern RLS.
You won't need to. I'll look at it again. I think I wrote it. But
then I definitely need you to look into it.
But I think that yeah, that's good.
We definitely want another opinion.
Good one. But brightened up my day. I think they're asking, though, to be part of the process, not necessarily to, it is our decision on most roads, but that doesn't mean we can't take into consideration the views of the fire districts. So that's what I would say.
No, absolutely. No, partner, absolutely. I just wanted to clarify the point about the fire code and applicability of that on public roads and authorities having jurisdiction. That issue has been, I was just speaking to that. Nothing to, absolutely, we love to partner with however it comes. So I just wanted to clarify the two distinction about that.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further business? Clark.
Very quickly, this was a two-part presentation. We made it, believe it or not, just through part one. So,
oh my Lord!
I know. And so what we'll do is we'll take the feedback we got today and work on the traffic calming procedures, and also talk to you about speed management on thoroughfares on a different day.
Okay.
But I just wanted to let you know that for those that tuned in to see the whole thing and didn't get to, I just want to know we haven't forgotten them. We'll take care of it at another meeting.
I will say, I could never be an engineer. I don't know how you guys do this stuff. It's impressive. I mean, you're really smart dudes. We're glad we have you here. But beyond me and most of us, you lost most of your commissioners about halfway in, which is a compliment to you. It's
Well, we'll take that to heart and see if we can do something with the presentation to make it a little more.
We're not on your level, I think. But anyway, all right. Thank you, sir. And thank you for all the work you put into this. Is there anything else for the order? All right, we're adjourned.